We don't have any sponsors, obviously, but we thought about doing like fake advertisements, like just to be funny or whatever. And I think our idea was we were gonna start like advertising like Braille night vision.
Yeah.
And like doing a whole ad read on like Braille night vision. We just gotta like sit down and like write it down.
Yeah.
That's not too far off from a possibility, though.
Braille night vision.
So, do you know how there are some devices for visually impaired or blind people to see
At
They're-
night.
at all?
Oh.
Yeah, it's a night for them.
It's always like that.
They're really good at it.
We're keeping that.
That's probably how that.
This crazy thing called carrots. No, I'm just
Okay.
kidding.
Yeah.
Oh, we're recording. Good. I'm glad.
No.
No, there's these devices. They have one for the mouth because your tongue apparently has so many nerves, but they have ones that are less obvious that you're using a device that like go on your wrist. And you could probably use, now that we have like meta glasses, you could probably use something like that, but it basically uses the visual cues and it shows where things are by a vibration or like a touch.
Mm.
So people who can't see can feel where stuff is, and like eventually your mind will map to those areas.
Huh.
And the weird thing is, some doctor was saying how your eyes are obviously how we see. That's how our brain learned to see, but your brain doesn't see. Your brain is just getting signals from your eyes. So if you can get your brain those signals in other ways, you can still see.
Mhm.
So they're not seeing like the fidelity that we see in like
Mhm.
details and stuff like that.
Right.
But like if they want to go to hike, they could probably follow a path and avoid the sticks and avoid the rocks and stuff.
Mhm.
I was like,
Wow.
imagine being
Yeah.
like, I can't see a damn thing and walk around with a stick your whole life, and then being like, I'm gonna go on a hike by myself on a mountain. Like,
Yeah.
Wow.
Dude, there's a couple like people that are blind that do like insane things. Like I saw there's this one guy, he was like golfing, and like his dad would like set him up, and he would like just tell him what club or what distance, and he was like good golfer. Like he was like a really good golfer, and I'm like, dude, that's just crazy. I think it was the same guy who was like, he went to USC, and he was a long snapper, and he like played in like D1 football as a long snapper blind. It's like,
Wow.
yeah.
can you push a man with your eyes closed? Yes.
Well,
Linebacker.
yeah, dude, it's Bobby Boucher. Dude, he's just so good. That'd be awesome.
I guess before we get started, how long do you want to be here? I don't want to take up.
I got
Too much of your
coverage
time, so.
all night. So we're good.
Yeah,
I just don't want you driving home at way too late and you're
right.
You know what's
gonna
funny?
pass out.
I don't know how old you guys are now, but I'm in my mid-30s now. And I was like, yeah, blah, blah, blah. He said like 8 to 11. And I was like, damn, that is getting late. Damn, is that really late for me now? I'm like, holy shit.
Dude. Yeah, Luke is notorious. Like he'll sleep. Like he'll like you can tell when we're getting to the end when Luke's like doing like this. And there's been a couple nights where like something went wrong with like our setup, and then we've had to like spend time like fixing it, and then it'll be like 1 o'clock in the morning when we get done, and like all of us are just like dead.
You could tell, but like throughout the episode, you could see us getting more and more like low energy. It just drops off a cliff.
Yeah, well, you guys don't edit. It's hilarious because I can go to the beginning of the episode and then I can go all the way to the end, and just like the posture change is like incredible.
Posture and energy in the voice.
Yeah, we just start saying incredibly stupid stuff, and that's when like we're usually like, all right, we need
Cut
to,
it off.
we need to shut it
Cut it
down.
off.
We need to shut it down.
That's pretty much the whole episode, though.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Incredibly
basically.
stupid stuff.
I used
Pretty
to
much.
kind of DM, but GM Arma 3 games. So like I would run those for like 20 people. And those things would be like, all right, end of the exercise, and all right, good job. This is pretty fun. I got to go to work in 4 hours. It's 4 a.m. Fuck.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah,
Well,
yeah. I've been wanting to get back into Arma 3.
Yeah.
Or not.
That would be fun.
We've been playing
Armor Reforger.
Arma Reforger. Yeah.
that one's not bad. Arma 3 had something really special with it. Reforger's like missing a lot of the like little extras and stuff, and like it's hard to even get like, for instance, me being like the GM or DM or whatever it is, Zeus in that one. I didn't like that I have resources. No, if I want to call a mortar strike on these motherfuckers because they're in cover and they need to just move, they need to get off the dot, they're getting surrounded. I want to just be able to be like, these guys calling mortars right here. And at least at the time that I was playing Reforger, it might have been in the early days still, I couldn't do that. So I'm like, so I don't get to GM my games in this one? Like,
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, the first like any type of like serious war game that I played was Armor Reforger, so it was like I'm pretty new to PC, I would say. Like
I think we all are, yeah, within the past 2-3 years, I'd say. We've
Yeah.
gotten a PC.
yeah.
We all grew up on Xbox.
Yeah, we all
And we all
Xbox,
my
yeah.
brother got a PC and he's like, dude, you guys gotta get PCs.
Yeah.
It's so much better.
Yeah.
So we all got them. We're like, yeah, this is awesome.
It is. I mean, so Arma, like, imagine. So Arma 3 is set in the future. It's like 2040 or 2060 or something. I forget. So you got like futuristic guns. They're not like unrealistically futuristic, but then you have some of your normal stuff. Then all the mods and all that let you really get into it. Different factions and like being able to call in like mortars, for instance, or artillery, or have your people use those things. And, like you could set up hostages, situations, whatever kind of mission you wanted to do could all be set up. Like
So it was just like
a
fully
huge sandbox.
Was that out of the box too, or was
Yeah.
it like mostly mods? That was the thing about Armor Reforger is like we had to like mod the crap out of it in most of the lobbies that we played in. Like I think it like comes like you have to have certain mods to like play in
Yeah.
majority of the servers.
Almost. I mean, Arma 3 was that way too. If you join a public server, there's gonna be mods of some sort where like you're gonna be. They'll probably have like a weather mod or like some mods for their admins, or for like me, I had a handful for myself so I could do the Zeus thing a little bit easier. I had ones where I could call in like actual Casavac and like fucking A10 comes skirting through and you're like, oh fuck, okay, we need to move. Like I didn't have to be the guy in the pilot. I could be like Casavac here from the north stripe. And it would just
That's sick.
That's awesome.
and they would be like, oh shit, there's birds in the sky. Okay, I see them. They could actually shoot them down and like interact with them. Wasn't in the default game, but all the assets were there. So it was like a script that was just added in. But I haven't messed around with Reforger in a long time now. Maybe it's cool now. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean it was my first experience with a game that was like that, where it was like more realistic, where like you're running for a while. At least for me, I'm like a new player to the game, so it's like, yeah, we don't trust you with anything else, dude. You're just gonna be running around for a while.
You get clapped in 5 seconds and have to
You
hike
have
all the way back.
no idea. You have no idea where it came from either, dude.
The
like
stark
the
difference, the stark difference between going from like Black Ops 4 on Xbox,
yeah to
Arma on
Arma,
PC.
yeah.
It was great.
Getting the first time. So DayZ was a mod for that, and that was a good thing that got a lot of people into Arma. And then people figured out like, oh, Arma's its own thing, and then DayZ kind of fucked off and did something. But I remember when I first played Arma, it was a whole thing. Like, just like you guys are saying, you go from a game. I played competitive COD, like the original Modern Warfare. We played that at like LANs and stuff, all around. And to go from that, where you're like, I can get to the other side of the map in 15 seconds if I'm good, to be like, it's 10 kilometers to over there. So,
Yeah,
like,
and you have a literal map that you pull out, and then
Yeah.
like, yeah, it was, especially being new to PC too. You're like, I don't know what's going on with this keyboard. Yeah,
Too many buttons.
yeah. Now that I'm better at like playing PC games and the controls and everything like that, it would be fun to like get back into it. But also, I don't have the time anymore.
Yeah.
It's like, yeah.
When I sit down at the end of the night, I'm doing my own thing. My buddy's like, "Oh, do you want to play a game?" Honestly, dude, no. Like,
Yeah. Yeah, I kind of want to just turn my brain off for a little bit. Yeah,
Yeah.
I feel you there.
yeah, I was gonna ask, are we started, or do you guys do like intros and stuff, or?
Yeah, I'll just do a intro. I mean, we like cold starts every once in a while, but
Yeah, we started out doing the cold intros when we first started, and we really liked it, and it worked well for us. But I don't know if I like saw somewhere or read somewhere that it wasn't like good for like an algorithm or something. Like you're supposed to do something for YouTube's
like, comment, subscribe.
all thing. Like
I think it's gay, but whatever.
that is like a funny quirk about this show is like everyone's role is like super like messed up. So like he messes up the intro, which is like the smallest of the quirks. He's
incapable of using a computer.
like
Yeah, I hate
he
this computer
he
so
like
much.
He types like a toddler.
Oh
he
my
like
God.
misspells everything, and like we'll zoom in on it like in post. I'll like zoom in on Luke trying to like spell stuff, and like it'll like mess up. And it's hilarious. And then I like flub my words like I just did right now, and like I'll do it all the time. But like this whole podcast was my idea, and it's just like stupid. Like we shouldn't be doing any of this, but here we are.
Welcome back to Culture Warfare, everybody. We have a very special guest today, Ethan Middleton of Middleton Made. Super glad to have him here.
In studio.
In studio.
Pew, 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 pew.
Our first in studio one, which is super cool. We're super grateful to have you
Thanks.
take some time out of your night and come hang out with us.
Yeah. A little bit of a drive up here, but
Not too bad. Luckily, Wisconsin and Midwest people are known for just 18 hours. You drive it.
Yeah.
Not too bad.
No
Below
big deal.
20, so
yeah.
That's
It was
something.
windy today, though. Was it still windy when you drove up here?
yes. I'm like, am I drunk? Like, what the fuck?
Yeah, dude.
Like-
Yeah. Yeah, I couldn't believe it this morning at work. It was wild.
My brother-in-law called me this morning. He drives a big box truck for work, and
Yeah.
he's like, "Dude, I'm gonna die. I'm actually gonna die on the highway this morning, dude."
I mean, I don't have a massive SUV, but it's a full-size SUV. And I don't think we had the gusts that we had earlier. I think earlier was like 50-mile-per-hour gusts.
Yeah.
But they're still pretty strong. I'm like, oh, shit.
Yeah,
I
exactly.
let my dogs outside this morning, and my little dog, I'm like, "Dude, you might get carried away, bro."
Dude, yeah. Yeah, we used to have like a little Yorkie, and there was like some days where it was like borderline tornado. I'm like,
If
all
she
right,
dies, she dies.
Let's see how this works out. Yeah. Oh, that's
Dangerous
funny.
liberty, right?
Oh, yeah.
That's right.
Yeah.
Well, why don't you give a introduction to yourself for the guests, and we'll get started.
Sure. I'm Ethan Middleton of Middleton Made. I make and design firearm parts and accessories. I'll design them for you too. On the DIY side, I'm known for a lot of like Mac 11 designs, handful of other things as well. But if you're ever interested in your Second Amendment rights and how DIY might play into that, send me a message.
Cool. Yeah, we're definitely super excited to talk about it because 3D printing is kind of like one of those offshoot like categories of like 2A.
Yep.
And there's like so many like interesting things about it because like for the most part, like everyone in the news, all you hear about is like the ghost guns and all like the stupid crap
Yeah.
that the media loves to talk about. But yeah, I'm excited to get into it. But we're actually, since you're in studio, we have a couple like recurring segments that we do every single week. So we thought it'd be fun for you to do it with us.
Sure. I love doing it with people.
Yeah.
Do you want to start with your crash out?
No, we can do we'll do your weekly special. It's called the weekly special. It used to be less PC of a name that we had for it. But we changed it.
It was retard of the week.
Yeah, it was retard of the week.
So-
And
I like
then
that,
we
yeah.
changed it to weekly special. So.
So this one I found because we're going to be talking a lot about 3D printing with you here. I found this this Reddit thread here. Look, is there any way you could zoom in on that a little bit? Ah, there we go. All right, so I found this person on Reddit talking about how the proliferation of 3D firearms is a weak counter to calls for gun control. And so I just wanted to kind of get your take on this here because this person says a lot of silly things, and I know you're going to have some words for this. So they start out with an argument has been made to me that is far-reaching that an argument that has been made to me is that far-reaching gun control in the U.S. would be ineffective because of the proliferation of 3D printed firearms. The theory is that heavy gun control would simply push firearm manufacturing to the black market, with anyone being able to 3D print their own gun. This theory seems illogical to me for a number of reasons. One, rudimentary designs. A basic 3D printed firearm is easy to create, but the basic designs are incredibly rudimentary, only capable of firing 1 or 2 rounds before they fail. A world where people have firearms as ineffective as these is a safer world than where people have access to the firearms available to Americans today. There are more complex designs that have simpler capability to commercially available firearms. So why don't we just go point by point? What do you think of that?
They are correct to a point, but when you're just skimming the surface, you're only going to see some of the surface designs. So
Mhm.
the most prolific full DIY gun is the FGC-9. It's
course.
been used in Myanmar to fight literal armies,
Mhm.
and they're prohibited from owning firearms in Myanmar.
Mhm.
They were able to make firearms and fight a dictatorship of a tyrannical government.
Mhm.
Sounds familiar.
Yeah.
Just in modern day. That said, a lot of the designs are rudimentary. They're easy to make. They're easy to print. And that's kind of the thing is
Mhm.
anyone can design something. If you spend an hour on YouTube, you can learn how to use Blender, SolidWorks, Onshape, any of the CAD programs that have a free or cheap entry, and learn how to make some shapes. Will they be safe? I don't know.
Maybe.
But you could start it off and you can find out. Now, one of the things that they mention is like what we have access to. And that's actually a very important part is the taking away 3D printing or gun control because of 3D printing. I think those don't really make sense together anyway. You could say 3D print firearms in general, completely banned, illegal. People are still going to do it.
Yeah.
Just like before it was as easy as it is to get a suppressor right now. Definitely know that there's people still making suppressors and just doing it.
Mhm.
Like people are going to do it if they feel like they should be able to do it.
Yeah.
That's what liberty is. So.
Mhm.
Another point that they made was that they're only capable of firing 1 or 2 rounds before they fail. That part I thought was probably the most interesting about that one because I have personal experience. I know that's not the case. Maybe some designs, sure, but there's some that I have that are kicking after 500,000 rounds.
I'll say it really depends on what they are classifying as a 3D printed firearm because if
Sure.
it's a Glock frame or an AR-15 receiver where it's using primarily other actual firearm components,
Mm-hmm.
the all the 3D printing is doing is facilitating all of the actual firearm components already. It's not really doing anything innovative or revolutionary
Mhm.
that hasn't already been done by the injection molded or metal part that it existed prior to its creation.
Mm-hmm.
There are some designs out there. Most notably, one of the most impressive ones right now is like the Decker 9. That's using hardware store stuff. Actually came out as a 32, I believe. The 9 is the new one that I'm more excited about, but it's incredibly simple in its operation, but it works.
Well, that's kind of like the whole thing with the AR-15 in general, right? Is it's just a simple design that just works, right?
Yeah.
So can't be that much different for 3D. I mean, that's just a principle in life is keep it simple, stupid. That's a saying for a reason,
Yep.
you know? So, yeah, that makes total sense.
I forget the guy who came up with the Decker, but I mean, we're talking like there's people using this. It's reliable enough to the point where you can make all this with hardware store components, minus the barrel. The barrel you'll have to sort out, which you can ECM in most ways. You can
Mhm.
actually make your own rifling in a steel tube. But it's so good and so reliable to this point where it actually has an FRT trigger built in.
Hmm.
Like you can do the one without it, but it has one built in, and boy does it rip. Like so, like those small calibers just go.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
I mean, a fully 3D printed gun in PLA, which is the most common material that you can get with a 3D printer. Most printers come with PLA free. You should be using PLA plus or harder stuff, but I mean, that says something. Yeah. The original like Liberator design from Defense Distributed, Cody Wilson and them. That will probably last 1 or 2 rounds, but that was the first one, I think 2013.
Yeah.
So we're already a decade past that.
Right.
So
Yeah.
Well, to be fair, there's some like actual like gun companies in the industry that make guns not made out of 3D printed material that fail after 1 or 2 rounds. So
That's fair.
yeah.
there's a few of those companies out there. So.
Their second point is manufacturing complexity. These are much harder to produce. While the designs are for complex 3D printed firearms that are made to be as easy to manufacture as possible, you still need certain tools, materials, and skills that are not common. The complexity makes the barrier to making these kinds of weapons higher compared to obtaining a commercially manufactured firearm. You would probably be able to buy a 3D printed firearm from an underground gunsmith, but So,
There's a point to that. I mean, that's actually one of the points that I like to make is it's not as easy as people think. When people are
Mhm.
like, "Oh, your husband designs ghost guns,"
Mm-hmm.
people can just make them. Like kids can make them and bring them to school. It's like a kid could print it, but he has to get all the gun parts and he has to
Mhm.
make that part functional. It doesn't
Mhm.
just come off the printer and go, "Nice, I have a gun." Like
yeah.
there's a lot more to it. So I mean, they have a point.
Mhm.
There is complexity to finishing it. It's not like you're going to the store, going to underneath the bridge or something like that, and just picking up a gun.
Right.
It's easier to fill out a 4473,
Yeah.
get your gun same day, walk out with it for however much.
Mhm.
Actually, in some cases, cheaper than it would be to print a gun. So it's
Mhm.
like,
Yeah, not to mention the kids aren't going to do that anyway. I mean, we've gone
Yeah.
over it many times on this show where it's like someone who wants to do something bad is going to just do something bad.
Yeah.
And
I mean, you see it in
Ghost
other
guns.
countries.
Oh,
I
yeah.
mean,
Mhm.
Yeah.
so.
Right. Yeah.
Scale. It would simply be impossible for an illegal underground manufacturer to create illegal firearms at scale. The more firearms a gunsmith manufactures and sells, the larger risk they take and the greater chance they are caught. Gunsmiths would have to limit how many firearms they make and who they sell them to stay under the radar.
This person has no idea how drug rings or child trafficking or sex work works. Like everything illegal has
Yeah.
a path and workflow that if you follow, you will be very lucrative and don't get caught. Like,
Yeah, that's
If-
what I was thinking. Was like, okay, they don't know what a cartel is or whatever.
now, if you
know?
or I try to do that, yeah, we'd probably get caught. Like,
Sure,
but
there's
yeah.
ways to do it.
Yeah.
You just got to figure it out.
yeah,
I mean, look at Prohibition. They figured out how to get alcohol everywhere.
Right.
Everybody was drinking.
and
during
that's a lot more
Prohibition.
simple thing to make too.
Yeah.
So,
Let's see. The review changed on technical controls, but we'll read it anyway. Modern printers and photocopiers have controls built into them to prevent their illicit use. They cannot be used to recreate paper money. Similar controls could be easily added to 3D printers to stop their capability to create firearm parts.
I'm glad their view changed on that because it's
I thought that was
virtually
silly.
impossible.
Because I was like, dude, my Ender 3 doesn't hook up to the internet. There'd be literally no way they could do that.
Well, the thought is that the Creality could say, all right, we're going to make an Ender 3, but the firmware is going to have some sort of block to recognize gun shapes or gun files. And if it is hooked up to the internet, maybe we could update it every now and then so it recognizes new gun files. The issue is those printers don't slice the files themselves. A slicer does. So
Yep.
then you're like, okay, then we can regulate through the slicers. Then you have to regulate off of like the shapes and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, if I release one of my designs and then I update it, or you bring it in and put literally a pin somewhere, the entire file structure is completely different. So it wouldn't be able to read that it is. And to prevent it from like starting, it all runs off a G code. And G
Mhm.
code just says, I have a tool here. I need to move it here. Do something here. Like move. All G code is doing is telling that tool to move wherever it is. So whether it's a CNC with a drill bit or a nozzle extruding filament, the G code's telling it what to do. You can't, at least with the technology we have right now, you can't have a system that says this G code, that's a Glock. Like
Mhm.
there's no way to do that.
Yeah.
So
Right.
even if you would, like I said, rotate it 1 degree, now it's completely different.
Yeah.
So the amount of like figuring out that it would take to block every single gun that's out there and printable right now in every single orientation it could be on the build plate.
It'd be
Impossible.
impossible. Yeah.
And even if it was, like, people would find a way around it
Mhm.
anyway. Yeah.
Yeah, you can literally. I was already thinking about it because they were talking about this recently in the news, and I was like, I'll just put all of my designs into a body that's not merged, so it's a separate body, but it's in there.
Yeah.
Mhm.
But it's just a square cube. It's a
Yes.
calibration cube with a Glock in it.
Yes.
Nice.
Separate the parts.
Pull it
Yeah.
off the build plate and
Yeah.
it drops right out.
Yeah. Perfect.
Ammunition. Even if you are able to get your hands on a complex, reliable 3D printed firearm, you still need to get your hands on ammunition. The manufacture of safe ammunition is difficult. Then the production is more difficult than the production of the firearm, and it would be relatively easy to control the sale of the ingredients.
I don't know what they mean by of safe ammunition. They
I
say
guess
home
they're
manufacturing?
assuming that, like, yeah, people that reload don't know how to make ammunition safely.
I mean, there is the notion of Bubba's pissing hot loads,
That's right.
but
As long as you're not doing it completely drunk, you're fine.
if you're not doing Pakistani shit, you're gonna be okay. I mean, I as a novice have loaded my own like 5.56
Yeah.
and
Mhm.
used that. I loaded a ton of shotgun shells. It's not hard.
It's not hard.
I got
reload
most of
all
my
the
stuff
time.
from the freaking pawn shop when I saw a reloading press. I was like, oh, $25 to reload shotgun shells? I'll figure that out.
Yeah.
Like, now, if you're familiar with Black Lotus Coalition,
Yep.
they have printed ammunition.
Mhm.
Oh, really?
So you can make your own ammo at home. And although it's not like full powered, ready to fucking punch armor,
Yeah.
it's still ammunition.
It works.
So, I mean, yeah, ammo is the one place where they would be able to restrict firearm access, but then again, you're infringing on everyone else's liberty because of one bad actor. So it's like, while our country has a lot of issues with holding the right people accountable for their own responsibilities and punishing everyone else instead, that would be the one way they'd be able to do it, is by punishing the entirety of the 2A community to
Mhm.
verify that they're not going to put whatever that ammo that they're buying into a 3D printed gun or something like that.
Yeah.
But how would you enforce or track or know? Like,
Yeah.
would I wear a red armband that says printer on it? Like,
Yeah.
Well, I think this person is coming from the position of all guns completely banned,
Hmm.
is where this person is coming from. And they're saying that, but 3D printing. And these are their
That's
rebuttals
fair.
to that. So
Yeah,
they're
I mean,
under
that
the
would be
impression that all ammo is gone.
that'd be the way to do it. I mean,
Mm-hmm.
it would severely limit the amount of people that have access to actually shoot or train or practice with their guns, because it'd be whatever they have right now, and then
Yeah.
I totally destroyed it or handed it in.
Mm-hmm.
I think ammunition's the only way to actually enact real gun control.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think with how much brass is out there and stuff, reloading it, I don't think would be that hard because you can cast your own projectiles
Yep.
super easy. And I mean, powders and primers would be the hardest thing to get.
Primers specifically,
Mm-hmm.
yeah,
Yeah.
because DIYing a primer is a challenge.
Yeah.
But after like 20 years, if they held on to that for that long, I bet you
Mm-hmm.
that'd be the one way.
Yeah.
We'd all have guns sitting on our walls and be like, it has one mag.
Mm-hmm.
That's all it has.
Yeah.
We're gonna have to go back to the muzzle loader days.
Nah, we'd all buddy up with the cartel. Like there would be ammo getting in this country
mean,
for sure.
National Guard depots.
Yeah, you don't think China's gonna be like flooding this country with ammunition if like America, like if there was a market for it? Like I guarantee you they would. I mean,
Where there's money to
Yeah.
be made, man.
yeah, you're getting your powder off of Temu.
That's how they're getting switches, dude.
Right, exactly. Yeah.
Yeah.
Last one here. The proliferation of bootleg alcohol during Prohibition was cited as an example of why 3D printed guns would prevent gun control from working, but this overlooks that alcohol consumption reduced significantly during Prohibition, and that making bootleg firearms and ammunition is much harder than alcohol. Furthermore, 3D printed firearms have not seen an explosion in use in countries with heavy gun control. It is therefore not credible to think that 3D printed guns could replace commercially manufactured guns in the U.S.
There's a couple notes to that one.
Mm.
I've seen my stuff in other countries on evidence tables. So that's totally.
I bet you that's a weird feeling.
Yeah,
It is.
I'm pretty sure I was watching like Out of Battery Live or something like that, and they're like, "Oh, look, there's Middleton's gun right there."
Yeah. It's happened a couple times, and it is kind of weird. But then you're also like, do I as the individual think that they should have been arrested in the first place? Like, were they doing anything really that bad? Like, were they shooting places up, or like actually a cartel and like trafficking people and stuff? Or was it just a dude who got busted for having some guns in some other country? Maybe he was doing a little bit of some other stuff like for himself and his friends.
Mhm.
I don't know. Like, liberty-minded guy here, so I'm like, I don't really think consenting adults should have to worry about consuming whatever they want. Like,
Mhm.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm like, I don't really. Some of them, I'm like, I think these guys are okay.
Mhm.
I think there's only been one evidence table where I've seen like That's a lot of coke. I'm like, well, maybe that guy has a problem. So the fact that I've seen some of my stuff in other countries, and obviously there's tons of other guns in other countries already, especially like the countries where you're not supposed to have guns. Actually, was it today? I think it was today. Zay Carioca, guy who created the Urutau. There was a big raid in Brazil, so a bunch of people over there got caught up for this kind of stuff. Not supposed to have stuff in Brazil. Like, decently hard to get weapons over there. A lot of tourist fans, but you can't get like semi-auto PCCs, especially the stuff that he was doing. So, but he was designing and making them over there. So, allegedly.
Well, I mean, unless you're big enough in the cartel, you can buddy up with the ATF and they'll just send you stuff for free. But
let's see,
is that the last point there? Or?
I think the point about the alcohol prohibition was cited, and it mostly worked, and it like reduced it.
Yeah, I was wondering where that data came from, because the stuff that I know about the prohibition, like it didn't work at all.
How did they track that if it was banned and people were going speakeasies or whatever? Like, how do they track that alcohol consumption went down?
They don't, because it's being made other places and in the hills and then being delivered. It's behind the government's back. That's why they started poisoning all of the stuff that they would use, knowing that the population would get to it. So it's like, that's one of the problems I have with any sort of
that just shows you how good we were at getting alcohol back then.
Oh yeah,
when they couldn't even track it, they're like, "Yeah, it went down," and everyone's like, "No, we were still drinking the whole time."
Like it totally went down.
Yeah,
wink, wink. Like,
yeah, exactly. Yeah, that was a funny point there.
So that was our weekly special. Next up is your crash out.
Okay, crash out.
What was your crash out this week?
Okay, so since we were talking about video games before, and you told us that you played video games, I was going to ask you if you played video games, but there was a point this weekend where, like, have you ever had one of those days where you just felt like you're playing really, really good? Like, you're just on fire, and you're just, like, you're playing with your buddies, you're just, like, beating everyone in whatever game you're playing. And then as the night gets, like, longer and longer, you start, feeling yourself, you start talking crap to your buddies, and then you come find out that, like, they weren't trying, and all of a sudden they start trying, and then they kick your butt, and then you throw your controller and you smash it. That was my crash of the week that happened. I said, "Oh wait, that was you, wasn't it? That was you.
That was mine." Yeah.
We talk about that?
We were all playing Rocket League. What was it, last Saturday or something, or Sunday?
Yeah.
I don't remember, but I was cooking on Rocket League, and there's a thing when we all play Rocket League. It's us three, my brother-in-law, and I was doing really good, and I'm known to be the worst in the group at that game, and it just so happens to be that I'm also the one that gets bullied and mocked every time we get on Rocket League. It's like everybody attacked that guy.
Yeah, it just turns into pick on Mitchell night. Yeah.
And so I'm doing really good, whatever. I'm like having an uncharacteristically good night. And then we were doing 1v1s, and Bo like absolutely obliterated me. And it was when my brother joined in the Discord call, and immediately, because they were not talking crap when we started, and then the second my brother hopped in the Discord call, he's like, "Oh, it's Bully Mitchell night. All right, let's do it."
Yeah, and he's got like a kryptonite. Like his younger brother is just
terrible.
Like he's of course like the best at the game. His younger brother, and he kicks all of our butts. But like, whenever he starts talking crap to Mitchell's like gameplay just goes way down.
It's like I just get demoralized.
And as soon as his little brother joined the lobby, like when we were 1v1, I was like, dude, you're not even gonna score a point. And I just 12-0'd him.
I did it.
You're just taking all that psychic damage, dude.
Yeah.
So it got to that point, and I had already had like a rough week, a long day, and I was like, I'm trying to enjoy my video games with the people who I guess are supposed to be my friends. And, so it was the last straw, dude. And I took my controller, I smashed it on my desk, and I'm like, I shouldn't have done that. I'm like, nah, I'm just turning off my computer now. I fixed my controller though. It's all good. But
Yeah. I didn't know.
Yeah.
I didn't know you broke your controller until Luke told me like
Yeah.
2 days ago. I was like, "Oh, that's awesome."
yeah, I'm like, nah, I'm smashing my controller. It's time to get off. But
We've
that's
all
why I don't
been
like
there.
playing Rocket League with you guys.
We've all been there.
Never been a rager.
No,
I don't. I'm not usually like that. Like I'll get like salty or whatever, but I've never smashed my controller
No?
in my life. And I was like, oh, okay, that was uncharacteristic. I'm
See,
hopping off.
I'll say my note on that is that going from playing like the original Modern Warfare competitively and like when Battlefield was big and all that kind of stuff, if I was like not top 5, I'm pissed. Like, what's wrong? What am I doing wrong? Now I'm like, did I even chart? Like, I'm like, did I get way worse because I'm an adult, or are kids these days just way the fuck better? I think
I
it's
don't know.
both,
It's-
but
it's
it's
gotta be
definitely
both.
kids.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah, like I mean, they like have grown up on it. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
Yeah, because like think of like all the like how video games were when we were younger. You know, like how simple it was. It's it was starting to just get super popular and stuff
Mhm.
like that. But like nowadays, kids are like the movement's so much different. It's more intuitive. Like you can move around faster, whatever, and it's like that's all they know. And so I think it's a little bit of both. Like we're stuck in the old like gameplay of like MW2 and stuff like that, and they're on the weird movement techniques of all kinds of goofy games nowadays.
well, I
Yeah.
think it's even like the tech too, because like I didn't like we were talking about. I didn't get a PC till I was like 25, and 25, 26, and that's when I started learning PC. Like these kids are
Damn.
like 12, and they're like on today's PCs, like with all the graphics and all like the complex gameplay. So like their motor skills are probably just crazy, and like that's gonna be like the future is like people designing stuff on
Yeah.
like computers and stuff. So
And because their brains are so malleable, it's so easy for them to learn too. Like
Right.
me, I'm like, dude, how do I throw my grenade, dude?
Gee, it's not working.
Yeah.
Why is it not working?
Yeah.
yeah.
F
Yeah.
for frag.
Yeah.
Oh,
it's like, oh, which button did I bind that to? Or
Yeah.
that's one thing I'll never get is why people change their bindings like right away. There's a buddy of mine who always changes crouch to something else,
in
and then
different games.
well, whatever we play, he's like, it's not working. I'm like, it's C, and he's like, no, I changed it. I'm like, I don't know what to tell you, bro.
yeah.
Like,
That's on you, dude.
yeah.
I usually have like the general ones, and I just make them the same every single time.
Yeah.
I rely heavily on the mouse buttons.
I
I
guess
don't-
for competitive games, sure. Like in multiplayer, like COD or something like that, being able to throw really quickly makes sense. I remember having like throwing knives and grenades set up to that, but I don't know.
I'm just too lazy to move my hand around. Like I don't want to be able to like look off of my WASD. Like
You gotta get that
everything
reaction.
close.
Yeah.
Everything really close over here, and then like most of my major stuff on the mouse controls.
Yeah, dude, if I have to lift my hands off WASD to like put my finger somewhere else, it's like, oh, I gotta look.
And it's like,
Where's
oh,
that at?
I'm dead now.
I don't have the muscle memory to like just move it to a certain button. I have to like, okay.
You gotta get those textured keys so you always know where
Oh,
they're at.
yeah.
Yeah.
Dude, I legit thought about doing that, but no.
Yeah. You don't have any memes or anything, do you?
No, I
Okay.
think we're just gonna go with the crash out just for
Okay.
the audio listeners.
Oh,
the memes of the week.
I just saw the Silverstein part 2, and I know exactly what that's about.
Okay, sweet.
Do you want to just take that out real quick?
Yeah, we can do it. You can click on it. So, I don't know if have you you know about like Larry Silverstein and like the 9/11 stuff.
And his new purchase, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is the post that I saw.
Luke, have you seen this?
Do you know like
don't
the
think so.
theory?
The one day he took off in his 5,000 years of working at
Yeah.
World Trade Center, and what happened?
Yeah. So this comes like, I think he bought this building actually,
Like 2 years ago.
yeah, a while ago. But it was just funny that
Because
Like-
Iran has recently now said that they want to
no,
drone attack.
the FBI has been saying that
Oh.
See, and that's what makes me think
exactly.
that Israel said
Yes.
that Iran wants to do it. And since our government's such cucks for them,
Yes.
I'm like, because I'm pretty sure Iran was like, if they say we're going to attack you, it's Israel.
Yeah, they already, which, who even knows? Like, I mean, if you're Iran, like, of course you're gonna say that, right? If they were smart, but I don't even think they're that smart to, like.
I think you're right there. However, there was Mossad agents caught in like 5 different allied countries in the Middle East, including like Saudi Arabia, planting bombs. They got caught.
Mhm.
Oh yeah.
So
I'm like, oh, why are you bombing your allies? Totally not to do a false flag to say it was Iran agents.
Mhm.
Like,
Yeah.
so I'm like, if something happens here, I'm not going to be like, oh, it was the Muslims.
Well,
It's
wasn't
tiny hat
it?
people.
Wasn't it like the same day? Like, didn't I think it was in Nashville, or there was like a military base in Tennessee somewhere where like someone went on the base and stole drones, and they like posted that, hey, if you find these people, like there's 2 dudes like masked up just like stealing drones from the military base. The same day the FBI was like, yeah, Iran's gonna attack California.
I saw the attack with drones suggestion, but I didn't know any of them were stolen.
Yeah, that was like, I think it was like a couple hours after that. So yeah.
Well,
if you live in LA, good luck.
Yeah. So anyway, with the post is like the same guy who owned the World Trade Center. If you don't know that story, he took out a giant insurance policy on the World Trade Center. Was he like the first guy to like do terrorism insurance or something like that?
Yeah, he updated his insurance. I think it was a week before, and it was a huge payout, like a huge claim. Wouldn't make sense to do unless you knew.
Yeah.
Like if you were one of those dancing guys.
Yeah.
But he was the first one to specifically cover terrorism acts.
A week before
that it happened.
Yeah.
The same week that Condoleezza Rice got an email telling her that it was going to happen.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, and
then he takes his first day off, and like the entire time he's ever worked
to go with his wife to an appointment for her.
Yeah,
nice
on 9/11, and so
but also all the other people of the same religion didn't show up that day either. The whole floor was empty. So.
And I think there's a certain time period in the Epstein files where it's just completely dark.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Those emails were hard to get in that time. You know, Y2K and stuff.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. The Mayan calendar, all that stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, he bought the
U.S.
Bank Tower, the Maze Bank Tower from GTA 5. You're a GTA 5 enjoyer.
That one.
Yeah.
Is the defining anchor of the downtown Los Angeles skyline. That would be a nice big old target for some.
See, now I'm just wondering if they're going to retcon GTA. So after that one gets taken out by the Muslims.
Yeah.
If in GTA 5 they're going to have to update it where it comes down.
Dude,
yeah, there's a raid that
There's a heist.
Yeah, there's a heist that you're playing as a Muslim.
There's a GTA 5 update the day after. That would be crazy.
You have to fly the laser jet into the Maze Bank Tower.
Oh, no.
No. So, yeah. Good luck, California, I guess.
Yeah.
Have fun. Focus Trip was talking about that on his stream last night or 2 nights ago, and he's like, honestly, dude, California, Los Angeles, there might not be a high percentage of people I care that if they die in those towers anyway.
He's like, it might not have the desired effect that they think it will, or something like that.
Yeah, he's like, Israel, no.
It's like, don't go for Chicago next.
Yeah. So I saw the Masterpiece Arms Defender 30K the other day, and it looks very similar to like your Mac and Cheese and the Mac Daddy and stuff like that. Did you happen to have any, hand in helping him with that or anything?
No, I think it's just becoming a more popular style. The Mac itself is a pretty ghetto gun. Like the Mac 11 OEM sheet metal gun is pretty ghetto. It's very crude, has trigger slap.
Yeah.
That was the original reason I even got interested in designing stuff for the Mac 11 was I was like, oh, I liked having a Mac, but it sucked shooting it. So I was like, maybe we can make it cooler. The Mac Daddy was what actually got me like, oh, I could do something like that. So then I came up with my own thing. The version 1.5 was replicated by a machinist, Matt Slough. I don't know how to pronounce his last name. Sorry. He did an 80% version of the 1.5.
Mm.
That was a big hit. I think Wojtek or Wotech or however you say theirs. They're still selling that 80%er, but Free State Gun Co. now has the SAS-9, which is also based on the V1.5 mac and cheese.
Mm.
So they're seeing already that there's two versions of an AR fire control group, Glock fed Mac 11 upper receiver in metal that are doing well with like social media people and things like that. So they're like, oh, maybe we should do our own.
Mm-hmm.
I think that one looks a lot more reminiscent to like a cross between a Mac Daddy, an Unseen Killer, Hoffman style magazine release. Like
Mm-hmm.
it's a mix of a lot of different styles. So I don't think they directly ripped off anyone specifically.
Yeah.
Or anyone could claim that they were technically like the one that got ripped on that. But
Yeah.
I don't have any inside info. I've never talked to the people, but I would say they're probably inspired by the 3D printing community
Mhm.
because even if it wasn't the two metal ones that are related to mine, those are some of the most popular designs in the 3D printing community are
Mhm.
the Mac lowers.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, that was like one of the big things for me when I started. I saw your mac and cheese. That was actually how I found you. Is I got recommended I don't know, it just popped up in my algorithm once. Of I think it was you announcing the 1.5,
Yep.
and I was like, dude, that looks sick. And so I started following you, and I'm like, dude, I'm buying a printer, bro. I gotta have this thing. And so that was kind of what kicked it off. But yeah, I just saw that, and I'm like, I wonder if Ethan or anybody knows these guys
Yeah.
or talk to them about it. But
No, I haven't talked to those guys. And then also for the listeners, all of my designs, everything I've ever designed, always has some sort of food name with it. Specifically because it would be really funny if a politician ever did talk about my stuff specifically. Like,
Mhm.
just imagine, like, we have to ban the mac and cheese.
Yeah.
Like, it would just be so good to hear something like
Yeah.
that come from a politician's mouth in seriousness. But also because I like food. So
Yeah. Yeah, I was gonna ask you about that when we get into like the interview stuff. Is the names are very fun and
I
yeah,
love
you
it.
got a lot of fun names. You got like Grandma's apple pie if you're AR lower.
Well,
the
because what's more
schnitzel.
American than an apple pie?
That's
AR-15s, yeah.
Yeah, there you go, of course.
All right, guys, quick break right before we get into the main portion of this interview. We want to let you guys know that the community Discord will be live when this video drops. So that link is going to be in the description. Check it out. Come hang out with us. Do all the Discord things. And we really appreciate you being supportive of us and our channel. And we're very grateful for Ethan and his time that he took to drive up here and spend time with us. And he put on a great interview. So enjoy.
All right, so we're gonna get into the main interview portion, and so, Ethan, where'd you grow up? Did you grow up in Wisconsin, or have you been in Wisconsin your whole life?
Yeah, Wisconsin pretty much my whole life. I worked all around the country. I've traveled a lot for work, but with the exception of maybe 5 years, it's always been right here in the Midwest. It's been great. A lot of hometown pride, especially when you move away.
Oh, really?
People were like, "Oh, how about the Packers?" I'm like, suddenly I actually do give a shit. I don't know.
Well, yeah.
I
They're
don't
better
normally
than,
care about sports, but now I do.
100%, dude.
better than your team.
Yeah.
That's how it was. Like living down in Florida, our best friends down there were from Chicago, and they're big Bears fans. And neither of us live in those states anymore because it's like I was born here, they were born in Chicago,
Yep.
and we both care about our hometown teams.
Yeah, I didn't really care about sports at all until I moved away and people were like shit talking the Packers. I'm like, no, fuck you.
Yeah.
You heard of Brett Favre, motherfucker?
Yeah.
So kind of what was your childhood like? Did you grow up around guns, or was that something that came later on? What was
What's
the household
funny
like?
is my dad's always been more conservative. My mom's always been more liberal, and um, he was never like the tactical minded guy or anything like that. So Cops was my favorite show when I was a kid because
Oh,
the
yeah.
firearms. I liked all the movies and stuff like that that had firearm related content in it. All the action movies. Like I think I've seen The Matrix like 70 sometimes, quite literally like that many times.
Nice.
It's just tons of guns and like I was like, imagine like the walls of like the racks come through and you could choose whatever one. That'd be so cool.
Yeah.
I mean, it's always just been more media and stuff like that. And then when I got to adulthood, being able to purchase my own, especially like go to gun shows and find good deals and stuff like that, man, I'm telling you, those Obama days, that was the time. Like, I remember buying my first AK for like $300, and my buddy bought an Arsenal a few years later for like $800, and I'm like, you fool! Like $800 for an AK? You are a fool,
Now look at the market
Yeah,
for
f-
AKs,
fast forward
dude.
today.
dude. So I bought I mean, it was brand new. It wasn't used. I mean, it was covered in stuff like from it being imported over, but a Polish Tonto. It was an AK and 545 Polish, so it had different like coatings and stuff on it. It was so nice. It had a wireframe stock. Bought it for $400, and I remember selling it to someone for $800, and I'm like, that's a fucking come up, dude.
Yeah.
Now the parts kits at like bare minimum are like $1,250.
Yeah.
The
Yeah.
actual Polish Tonto now is like $1,800. I'm like, oh my god.
Yeah.
I did the same thing with a Romanian PSL, the Dragunov looking
Yeah.
long one. I bought that I think for $1,200, and I sold it for $18. I'm like, I just keep winning.
Yeah.
And then 5 years happens, and I'm like, oh my god.
Yeah.
I had somebody offer me one of those for my Chris Vector one time, and I was like, nah.
I would have done it.
I'm like, looking back at it now, I'm like, yeah.
It was not a very good gun, but it was one of my favorite guns. Like,
It's just cool.
exactly. Like, the cool factor on it is just there.
Yeah.
Like, you could hit the side of a barn. You could hit a truck probably. You're not going to be super accurate with it. Like, when you take it out with, like, the REM 700, you're not even anywhere close to that thing, but it's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
just, you're like, oh, shit. This is, and the smell of corrosive ammo, you're like,
Oh, for sure.
this is it, dude.
Yeah, this is the one.
Yeah.
So you said you were into video games when you were younger, and still a little bit today. So like, do you think that had like a kind of effect on you and your interest in guns growing up? Do you think that was a big part?
I think it played hand in hand a little bit. I think I got into a lot of the games because of my interest in firearms. I
Yeah.
remember babysitting my two cousins, and their dad, my uncle, had SOCOM and SOCOM 2 for the PlayStation, and he had the internet module for the back of it, so I was
Yeah.
able to play. I was, as whatever age I was a kid, maybe teens, but I was ranked under 1,000 worldwide on SOCOM 2 for a while, so I was like, yeah.
Yeah, that's
Like,
awesome.
All 100 people that were online. Like, but I mean, it was awesome. I mean, because of that game, I learned about like the Glock 18. I learned about the G36C. I learned about the FAMAS. So I'm like, okay, G36, super underwhelming. It's an M4. So if you like M4s, you like that, cool. It's just a plastic M4. I'm still holding out for a FAMAS though. That's still my like unicorn gun. So
That's your white whale, is a
Dude.
FAMAS.
yeah. So have you guys heard of Knob Creek?
Mm-mm, I don't
Yeah.
think so.
So Knob Creek used to be a machine gun shoot that you could go to. It was open to the public. You pay an entrance fee. You can watch all these people shoot machine guns. You
That
can
was
hear
down
them all.
in Tennessee? Or
Knob Creek, Kentucky, Tennessee? No, it's Kentucky.
yeah. Okay.
And they put on a show. They open it with a cannon and stuff like that. And it was really cool because people bring 50s, people bring miniguns and all that kind of stuff. Like the first time hearing a 50 like machine gun, you like feel it. And you're like, holy crap! Like you're in the bleachers and they're down there shooting it, and you're still feeling every
Like
shot.
a 50 cal minigun.
No. Like just the Brownings and stuff. Like
Oh.
And you're like, holy cow! When the miniguns go though, it mutes the 50 cals. Like,
Oh, really?
It goes from like do to just like the air is just static, and all you hear is nothing, and you're like, holy crap! And then all of a sudden they stop shooting, and then it goes. oh, the 50's still shooting. Like, holy cow.
That's
Yeah.
America.
Dude, that was one of the first times you're like, I need $1,000 so I can shoot that. Like,
Yeah. Yeah.
yeah, and that was the first place got to shoot machine guns and stuff like that because they had rentals and stuff there. So, I mean, you could just rent shooting guns and stuff. So, like, that was cool. And that was unheard of, at least to me in that time. So, I was like, hell yeah.
Yeah.
Rent a Glock 18 or AK. Like, that's actually the only place I've ever shot a full auto AK is at Knapp Creek. But it's gone now. So,
So the FAMAS, that
Oh.
was like your dream gun as a kid.
so at Knob Creek, that's where I got to touch a FAMAS. They had one there. They didn't have it to shoot, but I was like, oh, FAMAS is pretty cool. I shot the G36, and I was like, at that point, I've shot a handful of M4s already. So I'm like, oh, it's just a plastic M4. But then when I got to mess around with the FAMAS and like actually see the lever delay in there, and I'm like, oh, that's wild. Like way different than an AR, way different than an AK. Like AR and AK are decently similar. Like when you look at them visually, obviously they're different for DI and piston, but you look at them, you're like, okay, I can kind of understand what's going on. When you first look at a FAMAS, it uses a lever delay. You're like, what in the world? Like, it is completely foreign to any of those designs. It's intriguing. Plus, it's a bullpup, so it's just weird in that factor.
Yeah.
Plus, carry handle gang, like, love carry handles. That has a carry handle.
Yeah.
So it's like,
It's half
it is
carry
the
handle.
carry handle.
yeah.
Yeah. So you're like very interested on like how things work.
Oh, yeah.
And that was that kind of like how you've always been? Like, were you always trying to like figure out how things are like put together and how they work, and then naturally you're interested in guns, so your natural progression is interested in different operating systems of guns and stuff like that?
I learned a lot because of Arms List. Yeah.
Mm.
Back when that was free and cool, I would buy something on there for an okay price and sell it another week later for a higher price, make some money, buy some more ammo for the next gun I buy. But I'd be able to take it apart. So being able to buy, like, I think the real version would be the HK53 is the Century Arms version. So it's just a 5.56 MP5 basically. Taking that apart and learning how the roller lock works. I bought so many things and just took it apart and figured it out and then sold it. And like a lot of my, I think, inclination for how stuff works comes from taking things apart. Before it was electronics, and then when I was able to buy firearms, it became firearms, and it was probably should have been licensed, but I sold a lot of guns in my early years.
I was gonna say that too. Like, back with the in the business rule from the ATF coming down a couple of years ago, that whole ordeal, I was like, oof, I'm screwed.
Well, I'm like, I'm glad that I did all that back then.
Yeah.
Like now I hardly ever buy guns because I'm making them. If I buy one, it's like I'm going to design something for it, so I'm going to see if I can buy it or get it sent to me. And that's, I think last year was probably the most 4473s I filled out in like 15 years, and it was like 4 of them. So I'm like, well, I've accumulated a lot more last year than any other year somehow, though.
So what was your first gun?
What was my first gun? First gun that I purchased or first gun that I owned?
Both.
I think the first gun I owned was a shotgun. I don't know the model, but I went duck hunting with it. My dad and my uncle, like 14, wanted me to go hunting. So like, you're going to learn, this is going to be your shotgun. So I had a 12 gauge shotgun, and that's what I learned on. Who knows what kind of 22s there were for those types of things. They're like old vintage 22s, tube fed, octagon barrel.
Of course.
No idea what the thing was. They're pretty cool though. It was to the point where like I didn't know it was tube fed until like the last week that I actually used it, and I was just single feeding in rounds the whole time, just thinking it locked to the rear. Like, pow! Oh, that's cool. Locks to the rear, so you can load a new one. Like, nope, that's not at all what it was.
Nice.
I think the first gun that I actually purchased was a Beretta 92, and that's why I learned, or how I learned the Beretta 92 is just not it. I don't like that gun.
Yeah, that was I had an airsoft gun Beretta 92 when I was a kid, and it was like the coolest thing ever to me. I'm like, dude, when I'm old enough to buy a pistol, I'm gonna buy a Beretta 92, and I eventually did. Like you said, it's just like, it's okay, it's cool, it's nostalgic, but it's not a good gun.
Well, see, when I purchased it too, I saved up a little bit, and it's never been cheap. So like, I was like, all right, I got a Beretta 92. This is super cool. Actually, I hate it. Okay, I'm gonna sell it and go buy 3 SKSs. That was the day where you could get SKSs and Mosins for super cheap.
Yeah.
I think the first Mosin I purchased was like $40. The second one was $60. The third one was $80. I think the most expensive one I stopped buying them was $180. That was like my 8th one, so I'm like, okay, I'm done. Like,
That's a whole nother market too.
yeah. Now
What are they
they're
going down like $500?
then
They're
it's
like
that
400. I think I saw them on Gun Broker. I don't know if we're allowed to say that on YouTube, but whatever.
that's how much they used to be with like the PU scope and stuff. Like it has the
Mhm.
sniper mount and like
Mhm.
everyone wanted that model, but that was $500. So who's gonna do that? And now it's like, no, you want a Mosin, that's what you're paying.
Yeah.
Mhm.
And SKSs were like dime a dozen. And that's why people would like Tapco them out and wouldn't feel bad about it. They'd put all the junk hardware on there. And,
Yeah.
I mean, SKS is a cool gun. Actually, Hoffman recently did a video on why it's cool. But yeah, it's a very cool gun. Predates the AK, and very interesting to see different piston systems, especially if you're coming from ARs and stuff. To see a piston that just punches the bolt back,
Yeah.
like
Mhm.
I had an SKS a long time ago, and it was all bubbled out, and I it was just absolutely caked in cosmoline, and it took me like a million years to get all the cosmoline off of it. It was terrible. And of course, like I'm like, I don't know how to do this. I'm taking like rubbing alcohol, like nail polish remover, and just scrubbing it off. And like I don't know what this yellow crap is all over my gun.
yeah,
Paper.
I remember that. Yeah, the first Cosmoline was just like wiping it off with rags and stuff, and you learn it's still on there even though it
Yeah,
doesn't
it's
look like
still
it.
sticky, even though it doesn't look like it. Yeah.
I did it in an apartment, so it was so dumb. But I had a bunch of boiling water. I mean, it wasn't like boiling, but it was like just about there. You start seeing the bubbles coming up.
Mhm.
I just dump it in the tray with a gun in it, and I'm like, hope it works. It does work.
Yeah.
You'll probably get rust after that, though. So,
You gotta oil it with regular oil then.
yeah,
Yeah.
quickly too.
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah. So then how did you get into then going from, just being a regular gun owner, whatever, to, oh, I really want to design guns. Kind of how was that process for you, switching over to or getting started into like doing CAD and 3D printing and stuff like that?
That happened because I was just fucking broke.
Mm.
I was like, oh, I got this AR. I got a RMR with a cracked window in it for really cheap, but it only had like the low mount. It came with a regular Picatinny mount.
Mhm.
And I was like, this doesn't fit my flat top AR. How can I do this? Okay, that mount on, I don't know if Amazon, it was probably around at that time, but whatever cheap mount I was looking at, it was like $80. And I was like, do I spend $80 on that? 3D printing got kind of cool. I saw that dude print a Liberator, and if he could print a whole gun, probably print a scope mount or something. And I got an ANET A8. I think it was like $120 from China, and it was an acrylic 3D printing machine that was a fire hazard. Wholeheartedly, like it's burned down multiple homes. Luckily, not anything that never happened to anyone that I know, but
Or yours.
yeah. So I got it. Couldn't find an RMR riser or a Picatinny riser, so I was like, okay, well, how hard is it to do CAD? I mean, it can't be that hard. Turns out it's pretty hard.
Yeah, I've been trying to do a couple things with CAD, and yeah, it's I did one class in high school, and I thought like, dude, this is
Shapes.
so easy, bro. It's not.
Anyone can make shapes,
It's
dude.
not. Yeah.
I mean, it gets a lot easier once you learn a couple of the
Yeah.
rules and stuff like that, and as long as you follow a certain guideline of those rules, you can knock whatever out you want pretty easily. But I taught myself SolidWorks with the help of a buddy who was in aerospace and stuff. He gave me a couple tips and tricks, and good luck, dude. And then I designed a riser was my first design, and then a 30mm scope mount, and from there I was like, all right. And this is before PLA Plus. This is like regular PLA days where I'm like, oh, this needs to be thicker because it snaps every time I shoot, kind of a thing. And yeah, I was able to do a couple of those designs, and then eventually I saw the Mac Daddy. I didn't like the aesthetics of it, and I was like, that's a really cool concept, being able to use like modern triggers and stuff. because my Mac always had that terrible trigger slap on it, especially the mini Macs. Your fingers would hurt after shooting those.
Mhm.
So I was like, if I could make my own receiver, that'd be really cool. Then I tried. I did it. So then that kind of started everything else. Then I found out, oh, a lot of other people have been doing this. This is like a thing. Oh, shit, this started like, there's a whole community of people doing printed guns.
Nice.
All right.
So I gotta ask, how did that first scope mount? How did that hold up?
I actually had a dude in Australia message me. He says that he has to keep the gun at his gun club, so he couldn't take photos of it that day. But when he went to the club again, he took photos of it on his gun, and he said he put a couple hundred rounds through it, and it held up. And he actually hired me to design things for him after that because of that.
That's awesome.
Awesome.
So I was like, all right. So,
Sweet.
I mean, that was pretty cool. It was a pretty interesting design, too, because I designed a Picatinny base that the scope mount sucked into, but the base was like, had a draft to it, so it somewhat angled, so it automatically self-center.
Oh yeah.
And so when you tighten the screws down, it's in there. It's not going to move around. So I was pretty proud of that design because I was
Yeah.
like, look at that. I put a
Yeah.
draft, which
Yeah.
is it's super easy. It's just 2 chamfers, but I was just like, oh yeah.
Yeah, that's awesome. Yeah, that's awesome.
And for someone else to be like, I like this enough for you to do something else for me, I was like, all right, I'll try, dude.
Yeah, that's
So-
sweet. That's sweet.
So how did you get into like start working in with other people and start sharing ideas and stuff like that? Like you've done plenty of work with Unseen Killer and stuff like that. How did that go? Like meeting other people in the industry and whatnot.
Well, once I found out there's an actual community of people doing this, I'm still not super into any of the groups. I'm kind of just there, and anyone who messages me, I always try to respond to like every comment and every message. So I still talk to a lot of people from all the groups, but I've never been like in them. So I still feel kind of removed.
Mm-hmm.
But going to some of the events, so Maker's Match,
Mhm.
that's a pretty big one. Maker's Match is a shooting competition. So if you like competition shooting, any DIY gun, you can bring it. There's different, I forget what they call them, but there's different classes.
Mhm.
Like they got ones for fully DIY guns, ones with parts kits, ones that are like AR-15 upper, but you have a printed lower, that kind of stuff.
Mhm.
The divisions, I think, is what they call it.
Yeah.
But you get to go compete and you win a bunch of free stuff and you get to meet all the other people. So going to those types of things, especially with the homies from Out of Battery, having the gamer houses where people would come and party afterwards, and like some people would stay with us and stuff. I mean, you meet a lot of people and you get to see them in their true form after they've had half a bottle of JMO. So,
Yeah.
meeting a lot of people like that. And then on the design side, shout out to 3D Arms. I mean, he was always a huge help. He was one of the first people to ever collab with me. We did the apple pie and the apple fritter, which are the pump action versions of the semi-auto like apple pie. So apple pie, because nothing's more American than an AR-15. We have Grandma's apple pie, which is the more traditional recipe. That's the semi-automatic one. Grandpa's apple pie will come out at some point. That's the 308 version.
Oh,
Mm.
nice.
That's a little bit more stout.
Nice.
And apple fritter is just the short version of the apple pie. It's pump action, works in all the states
Nice.
because it's not semi-auto. So
Nice.
but 3D Arms is the first guy to like, let's do a big project together. It was pretty cool. People always seem to come to me for the aesthetics. They're like, I got this really cool thing. Can you make it look good? I'm like, let's do it.
Nice.
Like, that's the fun thing I like doing. so.
Nice.
Yeah, you're really good at that. Like your designs, in my opinion, like some of the coolest designs in the 3D printing industry. Like,
Thanks.
I mean, there's other people that make good stuff. Like, I mean, Hoffman makes awesome stuff, but your stuff looks just way cooler than everybody's
I will
stuff.
definitely say, especially when you, in regards to Hoffman, I'm outclassed by a margin as far as wit goes. Having met him and hung out with him a few times, he is a very intelligent young man.
Yeah.
Beyond anyone else that I've met in the community. He's very, very smart.
So is he kind of like the guy in the? Because I'm more of a casual when it comes to like the 3D printing stuff. But like I've definitely heard his name and
Mhm.
like
He designed the super safety.
right, yeah,
Yep.
yeah. So is like he kind of like the guy in the industry, or like who was like the first one to really?
Jay Stark would be like the guy that kicked it all off, I would think, right?
I would say so. There's a few notable names in a timeline. The first would be Cody Wilson. He was the first one to like make news in like I think 2013 with Liberator. Um, that one blew up all over the news because like 3D printed guns, it's gonna ruin your schools and blah blah. Like that was the thing with him. And then probably Jay Stark, guy in Germany who allegedly had a heart attack in police custody. He did some remixes of I think a Durwood design and did the FGC9, which is one of the most prolific DIY guns, 9mm PCC. And I'd venture to say Hoffman's probably the most current big name, and that's because he designed something that extends out of the 3D printing community. It's something that you could put into a lot of different platforms now. It's an AR-15, yeah, it's an AR-15 design part, but it fits into other things because people have retrofitted it. Now there's other companies making their money off of it too. Most notably, like Atrius and ASD, they're doing like actually rotating safety, so you don't have to have the push button.
Yeah.
So I mean, he's made it. His intellect has made it outside of the 3D printing community by a lot, and even to the point now where companies like Rare Breed are suing him.
Yeah.
Even though
That's a whole deal.
that's a whole thing, but he's made it far enough where other companies are intimidated because of him. So
was he the first like super safety guy, or
he's the super safety guy. He's not the first FRT.
Okay.
The first FRT I think was in the 80s. I think that was in 1911.
Okay.
So that's been a thing for a little bit. It hasn't been popular until like Rare Breed, and they came out with like the cassette style triggers that would force the reset. I think the first notion of that though was the TacCon 3MR. That was an assisted reset device for your trigger. I was faster with a Geisley still, but like upon the recoil of the bolt, it would do something with a lever where it would help your trigger reset so you could pull it faster. It wasn't a forced reset, but it was an assisted reset. So that was like the first concept of it. And then after that, many years later, there was the actual forced reset triggers and stuff like that, where the reset of the bolt back into its home position actually lets you pull the trigger once again. So
yeah, Hoffman created the super safety.
Yeah. I guess FRT and super safety have become like the words have been interchangeable.
Yeah.
But
a lot of people use them interchangeably. I will say that I think I've argued with Hoffman about it. I disagree with the notion that a super safety is a forced reset device on principle, or a technicality, not on principle, because the way that it puts it on, excuse me, the way that it puts the trigger back forward is because it's putting it back on safe. The trigger for an AR-15 can't be depressed while it's unsafe. So when the lever is forward, down here, don't worry. When the trigger's forward, or when the lever's forward, you can pull the trigger. The bolt goes to the rear. Your trigger now has to be forward. It's unsafe. It can't be in the fire position. When the bolt comes back home, now it can go on fire again. So it's not forcing the trigger upon rearward movement of the bolt. Or it's not being forced on that because of the rearward movement of the bolt. It's because the cam is being rotated automatically. Like your safety, if you flipped it to safe every time you fired, it'd be the same thing. It'd be incredibly inconvenient, but
Yeah, the super safety is such an interesting design because it's so simple, but it's so effective at what it does. I remember when I got my first one, I was just like looking at it and I'm like,
how
this is
the
crazy.
hell did that guy come up with this?
How did you do that?
Yeah.
Yeah. So
I was fortunate enough to be in the beta for the super safety, and that was the exact thing. When we saw the files and when he eventually shared it with us, I was like, how? How did you figure this out? Like, this is way different than any path that any of us were on. Like,
yeah, that's funny.
how long ago was that?
that's a good question. I want to say like 2019, but I could be completely wrong. That's just a shot in the dark.
Sure.
It's been a while, so.
So then, For the mac and cheese, you have V3 is coming out soon.
Was
Was.
Yeah, V3 was nearing completion, and V3 with the mac and cheese, it was really cool. There are side plates, kind of like the DB alloy,
Mm-hmm.
but much different than the DB alloy in that they were the technical firearm component because it was the only component that held more than one thing and did more than one thing.
Mm-hmm.
It held all of the components together. The fire control group was separate from the magwell, which was also separate from like the tail cap. Everything was its own part that interlocked into the side plates.
Mm-hmm.
I had different magwells. I had a MP5 one, and I had an Evo. I had Sten, Glock, and I was working on I think it's a PPS 43. V sent me a mag, and I think it's a PPS 43. It's a really weird mag. But I had all those working, and we have a double feed bolt and modded uppers for the double feed one. So you could run Evo mags and MP5 mags in a Mac 11. So it's like we're really taking the ghetto out of that gun at
Yeah.
this point, which is really cool.
Yeah.
And then I found out that my file got corrupted. So the whole assembly for the V3 assembly was corrupted. I was like, okay, whatever. I'll go to the backups. My backups folder was empty. I'm like, excuse you, what? And I recently remembered that SolidWorks had a update, and it was a pretty significant update. It was like basically a whole new reinstall, and I'm like, I didn't check to see if my backups were safe before or after, and I didn't save them or anything like that. So I'm like, fuck. And the first time that I needed a backup ever, it happened to that and one other thing, one other file, but both of them are just corrupted. So I'm gonna come back with V3.1, and we're gonna. It's completely. I don't have any of the actual CAD files, so I mean, I can't
So you
make it
gotta
the
start
same.
fresh.
Yeah, I mean, I have some previous files from like V2 and V2.5 and all the other ones, so I can pull references, but I don't have any geometry. I don't have any CAD for the new one. I have some step files, but working from step files is okay, but working from the actual CAD file is like. That's where it's at. So if I need to move something just a teeny tiny bit, I can move the whole thing versus shaving part of it off here and adding it on right here. So I'll just start new. Probably doing that this week.
Nice.
So.
Yeah, so I guess for the normies anyway, kind of explain what 3D printing is and like what the process is and like what kind of materials are you using, because that's
Sure.
the thing that I'm most interested in, like from the outside looking in and just like being kind of fresh on everything is like we hear 3D printed suppressors, we hear like all that stuff. So what kind of does that like look like?
So 3D printing in the home at least is FDM or FFF. Basically, FDM 3D printing is all the commercial ones except for resin for the most part are going to have a filament, which is on a spool. It's just a plastic wire basically that's fed into a tool head. That tool head gets really hot and it squirts out the plastic. It does it in a layer by layer step, which is determined by the slicer, which is the program that takes the shapes that you want to make, tells the machine how to make it with some code. And from there, it's cleaning up and assembling and all that kind of stuff. For the most part, you're using very cheap filaments called PLA, polylactic acid. PLA plus is what most of the people in the gun community are using. But there's some other nylons that are just like the normal grips and things like that people are using already, like the same material that Glock uses. There's a company that has that formulation out there. It's not injection molded, so it's not exactly the same when you're using it, but it's the same nylon and the same blend and everything. You can get into engineering filaments with higher end machines too, where you're doing things like Peak and Ultim and that kind of stuff. But I mean, those are a little out of the everyday person's stuff. But it's all just pretty easy to obtain, very inexpensive filaments that aren't the strongest, but if the design is done well, it'll be good enough to suffice. The machines themselves aren't very expensive either. You can get some really nice expensive ones that do make it a lot easier and a lot faster. But I mean, you can get into the hobby as long as you have time and the ability to learn, because that's really what it comes down to. Is you're gonna mess up a few of them, and they're gonna look bad, and they might even break. As long as you have the time to go through those things, I mean, in $1,000, you can be like off to the races and not be like hating yourself. If you have $300, you can still get in, but you're gonna have a lot more learning and a lot more waiting.
Yeah.
That's,
You might hate yourself more.
That's how I started. I started with like an $80 Ender 3
Yeah.
and like some absolutely trash like glow in the dark, I think PLA.
Oh my god!
And it was the most nightmarish learning process I've ever experienced of any hobby I've ever picked up. And I figured it out though, but a lot of trial and error, lots of messed up prints, lots of mornings waking up and there's just a spider web all over my counter and all kinds of stuff. But
there are multiple times where I made the move to. I mean, the new brand is Bamboo. Everyone's going to Bamboo. Where I had my old printer, my Anycubic, and I was like, these are the printers. And then Bamboo came out, and I had one of those. And she's like, you haven't touched that one in forever. And I'm like, well, because in the time it takes me to print one thing on this one, I can print it and test it. And if it doesn't work, print another one by the time that one finishes one. So I'd rather just use this one exclusively and not even. So, I mean, it's a huge savings when you get to the nice ones.
Yeah.
I've thought about getting a Bamboo for a while, and I'm like, man, it would be so nice. It would make my life so much easier, but
it's so nice being able to print something like, I don't remember the exact time, so printing like a Glock frame in 6 hours or something or less, like
that's crazy because it's like 18 on my Ender 3, dude.
Yeah,
it's rough.
And you can do it with multi-filaments. If I did it with multi-filaments, so I had like the support material and stuff just fall away, that would probably be around 18.
That'd be so nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, 3D printing in just a concept in it of itself is really cool because, like, coming from like the construction world, like we like when you do CAD classes when you're younger, it's like you design a house or a building, and like you make it.
Yep.
But then someone else has to go and build it, right? But with 3D printing for stuff like gun parts, like you can just make it yourself and it just prints it out. So it's just really cool process and very interesting. But as far as like the finish goes, like I think from the outside looking in, like that's kind of been like the thing that most people, talk about or bring up when it comes to 3D printing is like the finish side of things. Obviously, like as gets more popular and as technology gets better, like do you see that being like the norm in the future where like, or is there anything you can do to make the finish better on your end, like what you're saying?
I think because of the accessibility of 3D printing and the variety of colors, a lot of people don't go through the same processes that they would initially have if it was traditional manufacturing. Because if you were to have something milled out and made for you, you'd be like, what am I going to do with this raw aluminum? Can you anodize this or put powder coat this, please? Like do something to it so it's not raw. I think the same thing happens with 3D printing is they're like, well, it's blue, looks cool, whatever, good enough. Like they stop there. They don't take the time to sand it, polish it, finish it, paint it, or anything like that. If aluminum came in all those different colors just out of the bat, I bet you people would be doing the same thing where they'd be like, I mean, I don't care that you see the tool marks. Whatever. I don't need to sandblast this. Cool. Like,
Nice.
But I do think, especially with the filled filaments, it hides a lot of the layer lines. It makes it look almost injection molded, depending on the design and how well the print is done. There's companies selling 3D printed parts on FDM printers, just normally, like stands and stuff like that for your guns and suppressors I've seen. So, I mean, if you go to SHOT Show, I mean, you can't not see companies using stands in their booths that are 3D printed, displaying whatever they have. So we're even getting into metal now too. I mean, I'm designing
my compensator on my P211 is 3D printed.
Yeah.
Yeah, so 3D prints those.
That's cool.
Yeah, this thing right here, you can actually see the layer lines a little bit on it, but
Do you know what they made it out of?
I don't know. I'm sure it's
Can you look that up, Luke?
yeah. Look up what the Sig P211 compensator is 3D printed out of. But yeah, I bought
But even like suppressors and stuff like that, it's
Mhm.
all 3D printed. So
So that's one of the things I do the most lately is there's companies that want suppressors designed,
Mhm.
and there's 2 companies I'm working with to have them made. And I mean, literally, if you have an idea or a desire to have a can made, and you're like, I need something in a week, I can have a design for you done in a few days, and my guy can make it for you, and boom, you're done. And now, especially with tax stamps, you still have to register and all that stuff, which sucks, but having not to have to pay for it, I'm like,
Mhm.
bro, like,
It's such an easy barrier to entry now at this point because like, oh, I
Yeah.
don't have to pay an extra $200 for it.
Mhm.
Sweet.
Well, now my thing is, I think people haven't even caught on yet. Yeah, cool. You can pick up all these cans for whatever, like they're whatever those guys designed it as. But like, if you're like, well, I want one that has this on it. I want one that has freaking toenails on it or something. I want something real weird, real
Yeah.
niche for my friend group.
that is the thing with like the 3D printing is like it just naturally like there's just people doing weird stuff with it.
Oh yeah.
Like
I've I've upgraded some of the gun designs that I
Oh,
popped them
no.
into Ultimaker with a couple of interesting things attached to them and
Phallicize this.
Yeah, there's been a couple where I've like, oh, we're just gonna put a little PP texture on here and
Yep.
send it off to Ultimaker.
Well, so for instance, I'll name drop here a little bit. One of the people I'm working with that's open about it, Tuna Cans is
ooh.
making an additive can with me and MK Machining. They're the ones making it.
Oh, nice.
That's super cool. I'm actually gonna buy one of those 9mm cans this week.
Dude, tuna's cool. I mean, they're making cans that are cheap. So like your barrier of entry is, can you wait a little bit and
Mhm.
put a little bit of your paycheck into it? Now you can have a suppressed gun. It's so cool.
Dude,
Mhm.
you can buy a 9mm can, which is what I'm gonna buy for the price of a tax stamp, dude. It's
Yeah,
crazy.
I was like, I'm pretty sure there's like 230 or something.
No, it's $200.
There you go.
It's $227 with tax.
So it's like, yeah. So I'm just like, it's so cheap.
Yeah.
And
Mhm.
I mean, they're the ones making it super affordable. And
Yeah.
then even this printed can, that's their same thing too. People are like, oh, it's going to be $1,000. He's like, half that. Like, nice.
Yeah.
But all the comments are like, oh, you should do this, you should do that. Because I left the texture panels blank. And they're like, we're going to get some interest on those. And like, people are like, oh, you should do fish scales, you should do tunas, you should do
Oh,
whatever.
Oh,
And I'm
yeah.
like, literally any of that we can
Nice.
do for you. Then they started collabing with a guy. I think his name is Warm Fuzzy. He's pretty
Oh
big
yeah, I
following on
follow
there.
him. Yeah, I follow him on
So
Instagram.
his the chick's head that is his icon is
Yeah.
on the side of that can now. So I'm like,
Cool.
imagine there's no other industry where you can just be like, oh, can you add this little change? Done.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
if you had to do that to an injection molding thing, you'd be like, it's gonna cost like 40 grand and I can
Yeah.
add it in. This has to be like a really big collab.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah, that's sweet.
Yeah.
Yeah, so as far as like the metal, like 3D printing metal, what is the like barrier to entry for something like that? And do you see that like how far in like in the future, like what is this gonna look like? Because I'm like sitting here thinking like, are you gonna be able to like 3D print like an actual gun like one day like out of
like metal
metal?
receivers.
Yeah. Or
Probably, but not in our lifetime. I
like
wouldn't
a far in the
imagine.
future.
I think there's 3 levels to 3D printing as it sits. There's the entry level, which is like the bamboo machines, and lower than that, bamboo is like prosumer. Then you get to the middle level of 3D printing where you have like the machines that cost like 30 grand, and those ones can do in this instance like SLS and MJF, or SLS for 30 grand machines, but you're doing powdered nylon instead of filament nylon, where a laser is sintering it and melting it together. And then, I mean, you go to the even higher end than that with like MJF, and that's when you start getting into the metal. Metal is at the high end. I mean, those machines, I think the cheapest metal machine is like 250 or something like that. So $250,000, like you're not getting into that very cheap. Then the powders and all kind of stuff are very expensive, and it's not something where you can just like, I'm kind of curious about this. I'll try it. Oh, if I don't like it, I'll sell it. It's like
yeah.
you can't
No-
buy it and sell it the next day. No pawn shop's going to take your
Right.
your
Yeah.
metal 3D printing machine. But the good news is there are a lot of services out there, and there's a lot of companies out there who are eager to earn that business. So I name dropped MK Machining. They're really good at that kind of stuff. I mean, if I say, hey, I got someone who wants to print XYZ. All right, cool. How many do they need? They want it. They need this many and they want this material. All right. And they'll just do it. So it's like, instead of having to go through a normal process for product design and then prototype and have a machinist actually CNC it out and take all that time, which I'm learning now, it's almost impossible to get low number prototypes of something. I have a muzzle brake that I'm like, this would be really cool. And they're like, I'm not doing 5. I'm like, I need 5 first. Then we can do the big number. And like, no, I'm not doing 5. And I'm like, but I can get 5 printed.
Yeah.
So I'm like, maybe that's the route to go.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
There's desktop CNC machines that people are doing AR lowers and
Mhm.
Glock frames and stuff like that. What is it called?
the one in our community is the Ghost Gunner.
That's what it
That's
is.
the most popular one for
Mhm.
ours. Right now, it's the Ghost Gunner 3S, which is the one that can do steel.
Mhm.
The Glock one is the G80, so it's a 80% Glock. It's kind of like the P320 fire control group. You mill all that out, and it fits into a drop-in grip module. They're pretty cool. They have G100s too, which are the finished ones.
And that basically is where the design is like in the firmware, and it's you just press a button, put your stock in.
They've
Go.
set it up really well where it's not like if you get like a Makera Air or something like that, you actually have to be like, all right, now I need to go into Fusion or whatever I'm doing and do the cam for this and figure out all the different things. The way that Defense Distributed did it with the Ghost Gunner was they made it so when you have the DD software running, you say, this is the thing I want to make. I have the parts for this thing. I have all the things that are required to make it. So step 1, you follow step 1. Step 2, all right, screw this in. Step 2 is done. Step 3, you just follow the instructions literally on the screen as it is, and you hit next every time you're done. As long as you follow those instructions, it'll do the whole thing for you. And then, I mean, even doing steel and stuff, it'll tell you like, all right, this one's going to take 60 minutes. All right, boop. And it just does the whole thing for you. And you just watch, make sure it doesn't mess up. And if it does, hit the stop button. But like, they made it incredibly easy to do anything that's in their library. So
Mhm. Yeah. It's,
Yeah, those are super interesting to me. I've thought about getting one for a while, but it's a lot of money for.
they're a little
Right.
underpowered for what they could be. I really hope they come out with a more powerful, full-fledged one. But
Mm.
the thought behind it and the intent behind it, I think that product is exactly where it should be.
Yeah.
But I'd love to see a more prosumer version of one that has like a little bit of like power and cooling would be really cool, so you can do steels a little bit faster and stuff. But I think especially for people who are just doing 80s or knocking out some parts and knickknacks and stuff like that, little accessories, it's a really cool machine, especially for like someone like me. I don't know cam very well. Like I understand the concept of it and I can hit some buttons, and in Fusion I'm like, it looks like it's gonna run. Like it's cool to have something that's set up where the library is. If you want to make this thing, just follow those instructions. All right, cool.
yeah. So you said that you were in the Air Force for a little bit,
Very short time.
in our break period. Do you have like a engineering background at all or anything like that, or you just
I literally learned CAD because I wanted that RMR riser, and I was too broke to buy one. I thought it would be cheaper to buy a printer and be able to print all my gun accessories. I taught myself CAD with SolidWorks and a lot of trial and error, or sorry, YouTube and a lot of trial and error.
YouTube
And
University.
I learned a lot of bad habits, and then I had to unlearn a lot of bad habits. And it's still a process I'm going through, but no, I don't have any engineering background or anything like that. I think a lot of the brightest minds in our community don't have a background in it. They just kind of started doing stuff and figured it out. Man, not to bring up 3D arms again, but seeing someone like that, he doesn't have an engineering background. He makes some cool stuff, but he is wild. He's feral in CAD. Like he does it in Fusion, and it's completely different than SolidWorks. SolidWorks, everything has a relation. Everything has a number, and it's all defined. I can, if I need to change a definition, it'll change the whole thing. Everything will update automatically. He's just out here pushing and pulling on walls and like,
Yeah.
he's like molding it like, and not quite like clay, but I mean, he's just moving stuff around. And I'm like, this is wild. You're animal. How do you go and change this? Like, how do you go back? He's like, you don't. And I'm like,
yeah.
ah.
Yeah. Yeah. I have SketchUp, which is more geared towards like construction, like stuff like
Yep.
that. But it's weird because there's like so many different like processes of how you can go about like doing things in CAD. Like you said, like you can draw things out and like build it up as you go. And then you go on another video of this other guy and he's like, yeah, dude, I just outlined this and just pulled it up and then I cut out this thing right here. And it's just like, dude, how does your brain like just like visualizing something and then just like molding it out of like nothing is it's crazy. So like what would you like say to someone who like wants to get into it? Like how would you like go about learning? Is it just like sheer will and just creativity and that's just what you're kind of going off of?
I'd say that at least in our industry, I think it depends on your motivations. If you're doing it just for the love of it, you have to have a creative mind at heart in the first place. Otherwise, you're not going to have fun doing it because you're going to be like, all these fucking shapes are killing me, man.
Yeah.
Like
The numbers, Mason.
the numbers, Mason. But I mean, if you're trying to do it as something of more of a stance on the 2A in general, like you're doing this for the idea of it. I mean, if that's a good enough motivation to actually like learn and do stuff. I mean, regardless, I mean, it depends. It doesn't really matter what kind of mind you have. There's going to be a method for it, and there's going to be a software for it. So, I mean, I like SolidWorks because it's very defined, it's very structured, it's very organized. Fusion is also a lot cheaper, and it's a lot more chaotic. You can do some of the structured stuff. It does have a lot of those tools in there, but there's a software out there for you.
Yeah. Yeah. I think when I did this stuff in high school and I used to be a plumber.
Don't say Autodesk.
Yeah, that's what we
Son
use.
of a
AutoCAD.
bitch.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's a whole like that was like a lot. But,
AutoCAD was a lot.
yeah, it's
I
like
remember that.
it's like just like we were talking about like the editing software. It's like you can get some where it's just like it's just
Yep.
raw, like just raw, just throwing stuff at you, and you're like, I don't know what any of this means.
Yep.
But there's definitely some like SketchUp, going from AutoCAD to like SketchUp. I was like, it just feels nicer. Like
Yeah.
it's just looking at it is just nicer because it's not like so aggressive.
I mean, to the note of there's a software out there for you. There's a guy named Nopal, very intelligent man. He made basically a Gatling gun in Blender, which is a mesh software. So there's nothing that's defined in that. It's all mesh. Like you can't go back and do anything. There's no solids. It's all just. It's defined when you do it. It's done. Like you've changed it. There's no changing it. Like you can mold it again, but that's what it is. So it's just like the fact that he was able to come up with a Gatling gun in Blender.
That would
That's
frustrate
wild.
me so much. Just from the little things that I've done. Like I don't know if you've had this experience before, but like you're going through something and then you get so far into it and you're like, this is not going to work, but I've gone too far now and I can't stop. And it's just, I either have to trash this whole thing or figure this out from where I'm at.
I've done that a few times. A common question on my schnitzel, which is a Glock 19, is why is there a little hole in the back of it? And everyone's like, oh, it's a lanyard loop. I'm like, well, no, it was going to be an attachment point for the PDW brace that went on it. And then I designed the whole PDW thing for it, and I'm like, I'm not really into this. This sucks. Fuck it.
Just leave it in.
Yes, everyone's like, there's a lanyard loop on the back. I'm like, sure.
Yeah, I totally planned that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I saw you say that in like a comment section or a post or video or something a long time ago, and I was like, oh, okay, that makes more sense.
Yeah.
But
It was so cool too, because like, what do you put on schnitzel? Gravy.
Yeah.
So the PDW was the gravy train
yeah,
because
Nice.
it kicked out and everything too. It had like the button where and it shoots out. And I was
Yeah.
like, oh, that's gonna be so cool.
Nice.
then you lost interest.
It just one of the things that I realized when you're using a pistol, especially with one that attaches at the bottom, like I had down there,
Mm.
you don't get to put your wrist where you want. So like when you fire a handgun
Mm-hmm.
and you kick it to the side,
Mm-hmm.
I couldn't reach my thumb to the mag release. I was
Yeah.
like, oh, that kind of sucks. So then I have to like actually PDW strip the mag, grab the new one, and insert it.
Yeah.
That sucks. And I was like, so no matter what I'm doing, I can't reach my controls over here. Where's your slide stop? The same fucking spots. I'm like,
Mhm.
damn. Like, that's the thing I hate about how people do the ARs. Like, I don't think you should have to claw it to do it. So I was like,
Yeah.
if it's not ambi, it should have a bad lever. Bad lever is not a good answer, so it should be ambi.
Yeah.
So it's like, same thing with handguns. You're making the handgun, well, in this instance, I was making the handgun way more complex. For what? A solution that already exists on other platforms that are better at that point. So I'm like, fuck it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna get people to build this and be like I was. So
Yeah, the PDW market is so interesting. Like I feel like everyone wants one,
It's
and
a hot topic right
and
now.
no one's made a good one yet. And like in my brain, like I know like what it should be, but it's like no one's made a good version of it yet.
It's
You
the
know?
TP9 that's like reliable.
Like I want the TP9 to be
Mm.
so good so badly, and I've teetered on getting one for like so long, but everyone I've seen like a review on it, they're like, yeah, it just sucks, and it's just such a big bummer. But yeah,
I have so many reservations. Like, I want something that is super compact but also holds a lot of ammo. The best situation I have right now is I have a 8.5-inch 300 Blackout with a dead foot arm system. Also, shout out to a Wisconsin company. That's
Yes.
cool as shit. 2.5-inch buffer. So if I'm wearing a jacket, I can conceal it, and it's a pistol because it has a brace. I'm like, all right, here we go. I can conceal. I usually use a 20 round in there for any instance, but I'm like, that's a lot of 300 Blackout for
right,
whatever it
yeah,
would be. But also, that's still huge. Like, I want to be able to hide it under a hoodie, not a jacket or something like that. So, I want the MP7 to be cool.
Yeah.
Like, it looks really cool, but I don't really like 4.6. So it's just like,
If we get the MP7 in like 9mm,
Well, even 9mm though, it's like that's the thing that's tough about those PCCs is you're not really getting that much more capability out of your round versus just carrying a handgun.
yeah,
Yeah.
I think it's the only thing that makes it interesting is being able to shoulder it.
yeah. I will say shouldering a pistol or PCC of anything, you get a huge advantage as far as your stability and your time to target. It is
Well,
so much quicker.
Right.
So-
Ballistically, you're
I-
not gaining that much though.
Yeah.
And that's the unfortunate thing. It's like, yeah, you'll be able to shoot it more accurately and easily, and that's what we all want. But ballistically, I mean, you can just overtrain on
Yeah.
pistol and really close that gap where you want to see like I've heard people talk about like doing like 5.7, which is interesting, but it's also kind of a weird round.
Mm-hmm.
And like 4.6 is also interesting, but also a weird round but there's just not really that. We don't have a gun to really like
Yeah.
test that theory on besides like MP7, but who can have an MP7, you know?
Well, there's a 3D printed one.
Is there?
Yeah.
Is it any good?
I don't know anyone that's completed it, but I know the files are there. So
Yeah. Well, it's the same thing like the Tommy built. They have a cheaper version, but it also is kind of.
yeah.
And I also heard like the actual MP7 isn't that really great either.
I think the people who get to use those things regularly probably would say that. I think any of us just getting a mag through it, we'd be like, this thing's fucking
Dude,
sick.
I mean, I would take one. If someone wants to send me one, I'll take
Like
it.
those
for
tier 1
sure.
operators are retards. Thinking this thing is
They have
dumb.
no idea what they're
So
talking
dumb.
about.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, dude.
I will
but-
say, I think if for 9mm, a longer barrel with plus P ammunition, I think that's where it's at. So here's the controversial topic. I've started the files already for a bullpup MP7 or MP9. Excuse me, MP5. You get longer barrels than that. So if you're shooting plus P, I think that's viable. The downside is the MP5 is heavy as shit already.
Mm.
It's like 8 pounds or something already. So it's like for a small little gun, that sucks. So I think if there's an alternative gun that's similar, has a delay mechanism, can shoot plus P, as long as you can get 9mm with a longer barrel, that's really where it's at. Because if you can shoot fast and powerful ammo, that's what you should be using in a defensive gun anyway.
Mm-hmm.
Then you're meeting the criteria of actually putting someone down with something that might do a little bit more speed and a little bit more damage than a normal handgun with a 4 or 5 inch barrel.
Mm-hmm.
But I think that's really the limitation is you can't get the speeds in order to dump that energy out of most barrels that aren't 8 or more inches. So
Right.
Dude, I think the meta is a G17L with a brace and an
You
FRT.
gotta get off the G17L, dude.
I have a 34.
Yeah, I had one. I want a 17L though,
Yeah.
just because it's so silly. I saw one in a gun store one time years ago, and I'm like, yeah, I just gotta have one of these. It's so goofy.
The FRT stuff is interesting with Glock because if it's going off the tilted barrel, all of them tilt at a different amount, like a different degree. So in CAD, when I account for like a 19,
Mhm.
it's way different than a 17, and it's way different than a 34, and it would be way different than a 17L because they don't have to cant that much as the slide goes all the way to the rear.
Yeah.
The 34, I couldn't get to FRT.
Mm.
Like, I couldn't get it to go. I had the hottest ammo, and we bam, fuck, bam, fuck, like every single time. The 19s were just fine. 17s are pretty okay, but I think just the length of them
Yeah.
just sucks.
So who's making a good Glock 19 FRT file right now?
It's a good question. I haven't dove into the current offerings. I gave up on mine for a while to work on other things. So I think the two that are most notable out there is Pimbleton. He has his Pimbleton and Sons, and then Appalachian or Advanced Reset Technologies or something.
Okay.
They're the other ones. Pimbleton's I think is the most popular right now.
Sure.
His is pretty good. There's a guy named Blake. He doesn't have an online handle though, so just find a guy in the groups on Facebook named Blake. He's a pretty cool dude. He also has a very similar design to everyone else's, but his is unibody versus multiple components.
Mm.
And he's even like lasering the fronts of them with like cool things in the face, so you can have like Jason and Freddy and all the scary dudes in the
Nice.
front of it. And I'm
That's
like,
awesome.
all right, it's kind of cool having themed FRTs. Like,
Yeah. Why not?
haven't had limited drops on stuff in a while, so
Yeah. Dude,
Um,
someone's got to name them after like politicians, like especially like the Glock FRTs. So like you said before, with like the politicians talking about banning someone, like we gotta
ban the Chuck Schumer.
we gotta ban the Nancy Pelosi.
dude, you got to be careful. Those guys are so vindictive. There's guys who made some plays on the Everytown group people.
Mm.
They got sued for
Dang.
that. So
Oh,
they'll take you. They'll go for you. If
Oh,
they
I
have a
believe it
likeness,
too.
they'll
is
go
it
for you.
is it after the one guy? Did they name it after the one guy? Was that Everytown or
You know,
David Hogg or whatever his name?
Oh,
was?
oh no, not him. It was like the moms demand action and all that kind
Oh,
of stuff. Every town is a huge thing, but I forget exactly what they did in order to get sued. But Everytown is an organization that's anti-gun lobbyists,
yeah,
basically.
yeah.
So
Yeah, every time for gun safety.
Yeah.
Oh, I was gonna go back to kind of what you said about like designing if you have a passion for the 2A and stuff like that. One thing that I find really cool that you don't see hardly anywhere anymore is, especially with the 3D2A community, is the open sourceness of, everybody's projects. Everybody, it seems to be like a unspoken rule that, you're creating stuff and you let it out for free for everybody to use.
Yep.
Like, there's no expectation of like, oh, I'm going to sell my design or whatever. It's like, hey guys, here's this. I made this,
Yeah.
let me know what you think.
There definitely is that where everyone in the community, I won't say everyone, a majority of the people in the community feel entitled to everyone's files at no cost.
Mm-hmm.
I'll say to a fault.
Yeah.
There's a couple files that I've designed that I haven't released them because I'm like, this is a good product.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
Yeah.
I want to be able to actually sell it.
Mm-hmm.
And those things I do sell, and they work really well.
Mhm.
They sell well. But there's also certain things that I think are geared more towards the 3D2A community. So,
Mhm.
like, if it is something where, so for instance, my Sten adapter, it's an AR-15 magwell adapter. So if you have an AR-9 upper, you can use your AR-15 lower and run it with Sten mags.
That's sick.
As a printed thing, it'd be really cool. But if you're already having an AR-9 upper, you probably have the money to buy the adapter.
Mm-hmm.
If you don't have an AR-15 lower receiver, but you have an upper, because you can get those from like Bear Creek and places for like dirt cheap.
Yeah.
You might still need a lower. So having an printable AR-15 lower, that has value to it. That's a good thing to open source.
Mm-hmm.
I think open sourcing everything could be helpful, but I think the entitlement of it actually turns people away from it. Like
Mhm.
people who would have given it out for free when someone's like,
Yeah.
where's the step files? Where's the step files? Like,
Mhm.
they're not your files in the first place. You could ask nicely, maybe. Like, you're not entitled to other people's work.
Mhm.
Like, Tommy.
Mhm.
Like,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is. It is a very interesting, like, because that's not how like other.
There's no other industry
There's
like
no
that
other
that I know
industry.
of.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's just kind of like, and on one part it's like collaborative, like a community thing, and on the other side it's like, yeah, it makes sense that people don't want to give out, their files that they came up with,
Yep.
especially
Yeah.
for, like you said, for products that you're like, this is a good product.
Well, so even like the 3D printed designs, like the mac and cheese or the schnitzel and stuff like that, like the mac and cheese took a lot of hours, especially the first ones when I
Mhm.
wasn't good, like enough to know what to do and what not to do. I mean, I've probably put over 200 hours into the whole mac and cheese line itself at this point. I still open source it, but there's people who are like, where's the CAD file for this? I should have that CAD file. Why aren't you
Mhm.
putting out? You're not true to that. And I'm like, I don't care what you think. Like,
Mm-hmm.
I spent all that time on it. Like, that
Mhm.
was a job for a while. Like,
Mhm.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
the whole time you were at work, I put that into that.
Mhm.
Like,
Yeah, it's like you're not entitled to my time.
correct. Yeah.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Or like it's funny because like I call everything shapes and I'm like, those are my shapes. Like, if it's so easy to come up with those shapes, you do it.
Yeah.
And honestly, like, no shade, you do it. I would love to teach you how to do your own CAD because the more people that are doing it,
Mhm.
Less people have to ask me for my shapes.
well, that, but like, I mean, imagine all of if you guys could just be like, oh, you know, it'd be really cool, this thing, and then just have it done by the end of the day and it's on a printer. Like, that's powerful.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I tell my wife that all the time. I came up with one of the muzzle brakes and I was just on the printer and I could test fit it that night. And I was like, this is cheating, man. Like, I would have had to send this off to a machinist, paid so much money to have a one-off done.
Mm.
And now I just have it at home right now. I can test fit it and everything. No, I can't shoot it. I actually did test shoot it today. PLA muzzle brakes will explode. Pretty cool. But I could test fit it. I could see how it looks. I could see how it fit. I could see where it matched up or it didn't match up. I'm like, all right, here we go. It's a cheat.
Yeah.
I think off of that it's a good thing to mention. Like, you have a buy me a coffee.
No.
Not anymore.
All of the support platforms have
They
taken
nuked
me
ya?
down. Yeah.
Bummer.
So I had Buy Me a Coffee for a while, which was a Patreon like service.
Mm-hmm.
Buy Me a Coffee was pretty cool because if someone just wanted to pitch in a couple bucks a month, it was really cool. I didn't have to sell a bunch of kits or try to monetize my time or anything like that. And I could have a little bit more for it. So at that time, I was still working a full-time job and just doing this on the side. It was more incentive, like, oh, if I finish that up, people will be really into it. I might get a couple extra bucks this month. That's pretty cool. They kicked me off for firearm related stuff, even though it didn't violate the TOS. I tried having them clarify it, and they said they're not interested in clarifying it. And I'm like,
Cool.
okay, what am I as a straight white man going to do about this?
Yeah, right.
yeah,
They discriminated against me.
yeah.
Now I might be able to get away with it, but not then.
Yeah.
And then I went to Utreon, which was another alternative, but it was more geared towards media. So they did a lot more video and stuff like that. And then they changed their name from Utreon to Player. Didn't like that change, and I think that change doomed them because who's gonna be like, oh, just go to Player. What? Yeah,
like
watch
a
me on
sketch.
Player.
That sounds like a sketchy website that your
Right. Like,
friend in middle school was telling you about.
Yeah.
have you seen that one video on Player? Like, yeah, I'm on there.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that one was okay too. Like, it was really cool because that's one thing that really humbled me was seeing how people were actually willing to help out. And then between Player and starting to sell my own kits, I actually left my full-time job to do it. So now I do Middleton Made full-time, which is very cool. Very, very stressful. I'm not wealthy. So a lot of people think I'm just rolling in it, and I'm not. But it's really cool to be able to just like make my own shapes and come up with stuff for other people. Where were we going with this? What was the original?
Just like where can people support you, if they would choose to?
So now I've kind of gone away from the donation aspect.
Mhm.
If you want to support me, shop with me.
Yeah, I was gonna say, you brought up two things where, like, it's interesting to like be curious about is like, so you said you went full time with this. So what does
Mhm.
that look like as a 3D printer in the 2A community? Like, how do you turn that into a full time business?
That's a good question. I'm still trying to figure that out, really. But how I'm making it happen is I do a lot of white label design. Right now, that's like the thing that's holding me over is if someone has an idea, whether it's a business or an individual, I can make it for them. If they're like, "Hey, I got this kind of a budget," I'm like, "Okay, I can work with you. I'm not going to spend $500 on it, but we can definitely come up with something." Then we got companies that want like suppressors and gun parts and there's some really cool stuff coming out that I'm working on. One company for a lot of parents, Kinney or Kinesium. It's a little circuit board. I'm working on some products for them, and if it moves, it sends you a text. So if you have it on your door,
Oh,
someone entered the
interesting.
blah blah blah. If you have it on your safe door opened, and you're like, oh shit, who's in my safe? You can for some of the products that we're doing, you can put it in the magwell of one of the guns, like one of the ARs, and be like, someone just picked up that $5,000 gun. Who the hell is touching my gun? Like, you can put on a whole bunch of other stuff too, but being able to receive a text message for all those things is kind of cool.
Yeah.
But being able to design for like companies like that, and that's like a small company. It's a family that's doing that. They don't have an engineer on staff, so like, cool. I'll help. I would love to help your small business do well. Like that's super cool. My passion's always been small business, so
Yeah.
it's super cool to be able to design stuff. Outside of white label, I sell some of my designs and some of the kits. So my grips, my accessories, the build kits for some of the DIY designs, whatever. Some of the cool products that other people have. So there's the FRTs and stuff like that, TX22. There's a lot. Probably more SKUs than I should have as a small business, but there's a lot of cool stuff on there.
Sweet.
So I wanted to talk about you had an interview with Vice News at one point. How was that?
They were
Actually-
surprisingly very cool.
Sorry to interrupt. Are corporate journalists as awful as everybody thinks they are?
I will say a lot of them get a ton of hate, but the particular guy who interviewed me was Keegan Hamilton.
Mhm.
He himself did a very good job of staying unbiased. He seemed very open-minded to everything I was talking about. He didn't seem like he was looking down at anything I was doing. He didn't seem like he was looking up at it like it was like awesome or anything.
Mhm.
He's just very middle of the road, like he's trying to learn everything. I was like, that actually would be how I'd want a journalist to actually do their news, like because that's not how the news is
Mhm.
anymore.
Yeah.
Like,
That's
it's
how it
all,
should
you
be.
should believe this now.
Yeah.
But it seemed like he was just trying to stay very middle of the road and just deliver the facts
Yeah, it
as
kind
it
of
was
seemed
presented.
like that from what I saw.
Yeah, and the video that was eventually edited, it was all factual, and although there were negatives to it because they interviewed like gang people and police and stuff like that, I mean, it all came out pretty unbiased and just here's the perspective of ghost guns from this guy and this guy and this guy. A well-rounded story on how DIY guns are affecting the industry or society and stuff. He was pretty cool. The production team and his director were also pretty cool, but Keegan specifically was like very even keeled, and he kept me informed on the back end of everything going on. So every time that there was like the written articles coming out and all that, he was very up to date. When the P80 jigs got banned and the P80s were going through all that issue, Mr. Snow designed one, and I reworked part of it. He did an article talking about Mr. Snow and I could tell the part that he wrote versus the part that the other person wrote because a good majority of the article was unbiased, very factual, non-emotional. And then there was the emotional component at the end. And I was like, oh, that's the part that the other name that's on that article clearly did. Like, so I would say my experience with that particular journalist has been great. Even though we might not see eye to eye on some things, he's been very professional in his rapport. We did one with the CBC as well from Canada. So
Oh, that's right.
the Canadian Broadcast Center. I think it's Center, maybe Channel. I don't know, but they were a lot more like, like looking down at this guy.
They're trying to get, like, set you up, do like gotcha questions and stuff like that, or
It
not
definitely did
really?
feel like that, yeah, and especially in their editing, because like I remember when we were editing with, or when we were recording with Vice and when we were recording with CBC, both of them asked well, what would happen if a mass shooting happened with your gun? And on both of them during the recording, I remember I was sick during both of these too, which sucked. I remember like sneezing or coughing and like taking a break and restarting the question. Having been in like professional videography for a decade now, I'm like, okay, I know this is an edited thing. If I pause and restart my sentence, you can get a clean take of that full thing. And it was still chopped up, and it was still like, oh, he really has to think about this. Like, oh, he's never thought about this. It's like me looking at it myself. Maybe that wasn't the intent that they wanted to have, but it seemed like they really held on to that. Me, like, my answer, and they held out the whole time right after the clearing of the throat or whatever. So I'm just like, it really made it look like I didn't ever think
Like
about the
Like
consequences.
it caught you off guard, basically.
Well, I mean, yeah, it looked more like that. Like I never would have thought of that on my own. And I'm like,
this guy
damn.
doesn't think about the consequences of what he's doing. What
Pretty
a
much.
monster.
Yeah.
Yeah, so what is your take on that? Like, it's definitely interesting. Like, we see in America, like, people want to go after, like, manufacturers and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And it's heavy in the firearms community.
Yep.
Whereas, I mean, we talk about how, 2A community is judged way more harshly than other industries in America in general. So, is that something that you really think about, or is it like one of those things where, you can't really control what other people do?
I mean, it would suck if it happened. Like,
Right.
it'd suck if it was one of my designs that someone used, because they'd be like, oh, that schizo person used one of my designs, which means I was on their radar. That's kind of weird. But really what it comes down to is two things. One, the people that are looking to do these terrible things are in the mindset of, I'm going to do this terrible thing. Nothing's going to stop me. It's not going to be like, my grandma put her gun in the safe. You know what? Damn it. My plans have been foiled. It's like, they're going to find a gun. They're going to find a knife. They're going to find a bomb. They're going to look up and figure out some way to cause harm. That's how it's always been.
Yeah.
And the other part is, the people that are committing these mass shootings, at least school shootings, 99.99% of them have been on SSRIs. So maybe there's a different thing that's a problem here, and not the tool that they're using.
Yeah.
Because I guarantee if that tool went gone, they'd find another way to do it.
Yeah.
So I mean, hell, Columbine happened during the biggest gun ban in the United States. So
Mhm.
Yeah, I think we looked at some statistic I found a couple episodes ago. We talked whatever department interviewed a bunch of inmates, and like something of like over 90% of them got them from illegal places, or they
Yeah.
borrowed them from a friend, or like they didn't go through the regular process.
no,
Yeah, it was almost all of them.
It was
all
all
of the inmates that they interviewed that had committed a crime with a gun got it through illegal means.
the thing that they don't take notes on are how many people have defended themselves with firearms. They
Mhm.
still count that as crime.
Mm-hmm.
yes.
So
yeah,
you're getting a lot of false positives, and especially in the demographics. If they don't have an answer, like if they don't speak English and they say, "Where are you from? What's your ethnicity?" and they go, "I don't what? No habla." White.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Because they can't answer any of the other ones. So
Mhm.
the demographics and the stats are all skewed on
Mhm.
all that stuff.
I think we pulled up pictures at one point of all like tons of
Yeah.
inmates pictures, like black guy,
Their
black guy,
mugshots.
Mexican guy, and it's like white,
Yeah.
white.
yeah.
Like something's going on here.
Yeah.
Well, even to further your point, even like if you could, like, snap your fingers, all the guns are gone in
Mhm.
America, which we all know that they could never do. But if they could, it's not really addressing the root problem of these people are going to use other means to
Yeah.
cause damage. And that's something that doesn't get brought up
You know,
ever in the media. But
look at Europe. I mean,
Yeah.
people are getting stabbed all the time. People are getting
Yeah.
run over by vehicles all the time.
Well, there's a lot of issues with mental health, and there's a lot of issues with people who are incompatible with Western civilizations,
Mm-hmm.
all interacting with each other. And when you have people who are prone to being violent because that's the answer in their country, that's the
Mhm.
answer where they come from, and
Yeah.
they're not working to assimilate, they're
Mhm.
just trying to be how they were back home in their new place of residence, it's not gonna work.
No.
So
I've heard enough. Import 5 million more Somalis.
you know what? That's right. 10 million to Israel.
oh, don't worry. Don't worry. We're going to be getting a bunch of those Iran refugees. You just wait.
Bro.
Yo, it was that meme? It was like the Office meme about sending the Iranian refugees
I
here.
see it.
You know what I'm talking about? I was like, where Clark? Where are they? I think you know where. Or where, Dwight?
Oh.
yeah,
I think you know where. It's like a USA talking to Israel.
Not to Saudi Arabia, not to Israel, not to
No.
any of the countries where other people are like that.
Yeah.
That's always an interesting thing where we're required to take everyone's refugees, but
Mhm.
yeah.
It's on purpose.
Oh yeah. That's
Yeah.
I mean the replacement theory is a real thing.
It is.
Actually,
It is.
NATO, was it NATO? Pretty sure it was NATO actually finally like did an article on it. They actually said the replacement theory is real. Here's how you combat it. Here's the whole thing on it. Like this is the thing.
Well,
Like,
the thing is
I'm
like,
validated. Conspiracy theorists win again. Like,
the thing that's like crazy is like they make all of us like, feel crazy all the time. But like if you're just half paying attention, the people that are like in doing this,
mhm.
they're not like shy about it. They've been straight up telling us this for years.
Yep.
Like, how many news interviews have you seen where Muslims were like, "We're just outbraiding you"?
Yeah.
And it's already happening in
Yep.
Canada. So it's like it's not like it's a big secret. Like they're just straight up telling us on the news, but like no one wants to acknowledge it here. It's
I think if anything
infuriating.
good came from COVID, it's the fact that the things that were once seen as crazy are now just common knowledge is true, and that information gap between okay, this is a conspiracy theory to oh, that's real has started to get shorter and shorter
Mm-hmm.
because it's like okay, we assumed maybe that I don't know, like maybe the moon landing was fake or maybe 9/11 was an inside job. It's like we're never gonna like know that, but now it's like oh yeah, this thing with COVID, this the lab leak theory, whatever, the information to the act has started
Mhm.
to get shorter. I don't know how to
Well, even
Yeah.
with all
but
of
yeah.
that, they've come out with the evidence to say, like, we know definitively how it was created, where it was leaked from, and all this kind of stuff. And it's still like, you're just a conspiracy theorist. It's like, no, it's unbiased. The same places that said it didn't happen from the lab in Wuhan, China, at the COVID research factory.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like,
Well, dude, it's even like you can. There's people still wearing masks.
yeah.
And even like the CDC has like already admitted, like, yeah,
It's actually way worse for you to wear a mask.
they never worked actually.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's crazy.
That's
but,
how everyone. So like the long COVID, I know someone who had that, and then turns out long COVID is from the vaccines. It's
yeah,
like, oh, damn, you got fucking played.
yeah, yeah.
Well, it's like there was
crazy.
an article that recently came out about the vaccines. Like, oh yeah, actually they are linked to myocarditis, and it's like, yeah, bro, we knew that.
Yeah, when all the people who were perfectly healthy, even the kids, started just dropping dead.
Yeah, we got
Weird.
pro athletes having heart attacks on the field. Like, what's that from? I don't know.
This experimental drug that they were forced to take.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
Yeah, but we're all the crazy ones. Yeah, like it's
course.
like the jump from like back in the day where it was like the Bush did 9/11 jokes were like, and the moon landing. You're just edgy, and it was like almost like
You're just
joking.
trying to be cool.
Yeah, you're just like almost like in a joke manner where you're just like trying to get a reaction out of people. Where today it's like, yeah, if you believe either one of those things, like the moon landing and that 9/11 like happened from the Arabians or whatever, then you're just a moron.
Now the conspiracy is how far down does it go?
Right? Yeah,
Like,
you're like,
oh, you're only halfway there.
Which
bro.
level are you? Which level are you? Hold up, let me educate you real quick.
It's like, oh, you believe JFK was assassinated by like the CIA, but you don't believe Hollow Earth? Okay.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
If you're still like the one shooter, like it was just Lee Harvey Oswald on JFK, you're just kind of like it's
It
not
was
even
one shooter.
what?
It was the driver.
Yeah, I mean,
It was just one guy.
It was just one guy. But yeah, it's like it's not even worth wasting breath talking to you right now. You're too low IQ to get it. Like,
Yeah.
it's just
Well, one of the things that a lot of people fail to realize is the same people that are behind a lot of those things are the same people who wrote their history books that indoctrinated them in the first place. So they're like, I learned all this. There's no way that in the history books that are in all of the schools that they would teach that. I'm like, actually, so how like Jeffrey and Ghislaine, they're like the bad guys. Ghislaine's father wrote those books for you.
when I
So it's like,
when I found out that he was the guy, because I don't know why, but the name McGregor Hill has just been burned into my brain.
McGraw Hill.
Or McGraw Hill,
Sir.
whatever. Sorry, but the hyphenated word like
Yes.
is on. It's a big name on
with
every.
the big ass colors and the white font, and you're like, how can I not? I can't forget this.
As soon as I saw that, I was like, just like the conspiracy meme where it's just all the flashing colors. It just like changed my whole
Yep.
life. I'm like, dude, it's over. Like, we know nothing about history.
Yeah, it's all written from the perspective of the people who own everyone else.
Yeah, history is written by the victor.
Yeah. So I got a real black pilled take. Same thing with the Bible. Like, Lucifer Morningstar seems like the good guy in the Bible, even though it was written by the good guys. He doesn't seem to do anything bad. He punishes bad people. He gave us intelligence. He's the one who tries to make us good. There's the other guy acting like an abusive boyfriend, though. But he was more powerful. Do you think history is written by the victor on that one? Like, the guy who flooded the world? Made people kill their firstborn sons? Uh-oh. I grew up super religious. Like we went to church 3 times a week. My family worked at the church even, so it was like one of those big things where like we read all the stories and everything, and I love playing devil's advocate. Well, literally in this case, devil's advocate, and it's just so fun to like. If you have a good faith in something, whether it is actual faith or an ideology, push back on it, even with your friends. Like have someone play devil's advocate. It's a fun way to test your own theories and be like, am I just being biased because I've been indoctrinated into this or not?
Well, right. I mean, if you do truly believe in something, you should be able to defend it.
Completely.
And if you never not explore, but you never challenge your belief, like how can you really say that you believe something?
Yep.
You know,
A lot of stuff too. It genuinely does just come down to faith, and it goes down to what you believe in. You know, whether that be you have faith that COVID mask is going to prevent you from getting a virus, or
Yeah.
if you do believe that Jesus Christ is Lord, then you're going to
Yeah.
go to heaven if you
It's
believe
what
in
the
Him.
people
It's like,
who know better than you have told you, and the reasoning that they've given you, is that good enough? And the research that you've done for those things, is it valid enough for you to at least believe that?
mm,
So,
yeah,
with religion or science, right, that kind of stuff.
yeah, it goes for anything.
Yep.
All right, guys, I'm back for another break. I just want to remind everyone that we are on Rumble. We're about halfway through uploading all of our episodes up there so far, and we're continuing to work on getting caught up there on Rumble. And that link is also going to be in the description. So if you don't want to miss any of our content, just because, as you'll see in this next portion with some of the things that we talk about, YouTube overlords don't really like it that much. So it's almost inevitable that we'll probably end up getting kicked off of YouTube at some point. But we do want to talk about things that actually matter in a way where we're not being censored. So if you don't want to miss anything, head over there, subscribe, hit the notification thing, and we should be good to go. But yeah, really appreciate your guys' support, and we'll see you on the next episode.
when we were talking on Instagram, I was planning on taking the dead pedophiles don't reoffend flag down just
Fuck
because
that, dude.
because some people are, I don't know. My wife came down here. She's like, "Do you really want people to see that?" I'm like, "Well,
Yes.
I love that, but some people get upset about it." But I saw you were wearing a shirt in one of your videos. I saw it was like the same shirt I had, like shoot your local pedos.
Yeah, I sell a shirt on my site. Kill your local pedophile. And I wear that every Saturday to the farmer's market.
Yeah, I have a shirt that says "Shoot your
That's
local
awesome.
pedos," and I was like, "All right, I'm gonna leave it up. This guy's sick."
Dude, anyone that has any sort of sympathy at all for someone who hurts a child, hang them. Town square,
I
public
can't.
execution. I want to see them hang.
I can't.
I have no sympathy, and I firmly believe that we need to bring back capital punishment and public executions for those people.
For real.
Deter.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Can you move your mic a little bit closer?
Oh, yeah. There you go.
Yeah, I totally 100% agree. Like I can't even fathom like even justifying it in any sort of manner or justifying a lighter sentence. You know what I mean? It's
Well, we talk about sentencing. I mean, when you're talking about issues with any of the violence that we have in the country, I mean, that's the thing is a lot of people are getting out and reoffending and getting out and reoffending and getting out and reoffending. Half of the freaking people that have died due to immigrants, those people have been arrested like 17 to 45 times. Like, I think one of them was 48 times that I saw recently. And I'm like, how do you get arrested and released 48 times?
it's a topic that we've been wanting to tackle, and getting someone who's like in the know about this kind of stuff. Like, we have a huge judge problem in America.
Oh yeah,
Huge judge problem. Like you said, everything we see, like it's weekly at this point, where you see someone die, like just innocent, just random bystander, just murdered,
a
like
random
in
killing. Yeah,
cold blood, and it's like, oh yeah, immigrant or basketball American that has been let off 40 to 70 times by ex judge who is black and
or woman.
and it's just like, no, there needs to be some sort of like repercussions for this judge.
So
like,
even the one that killed Irina, I believe her name was, on the subway,
Irina Zurutska.
yeah,
he was released.
Yeah. The
There's a video of him killing this woman.
yeah,
And he was released.
yeah.
The guy that lit that lady on fire in the subway in Chicago, I think he was let out like 17 times on aggravated assault. Like, why? Why is this guy out on the street? He's been arrested 17 times for aggravated assault. What do you mean he's walking free amongst the normal population?
Asylum or public execution. My thing is, and this goes in with felons' rights too, is if you're too dangerous for society, you shouldn't be in society.
Mhm.
If you are okay to be in society, you should have full rights. So like felons having the gun rights and voting rights and all that, if they're safe enough to be in our community, they're safe enough to participate. If they're not, if they have such a bad outlook on life, they shouldn't be in the community in the first place.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So whatever that looks like, whatever not being in the community looks like, that's
asylum, prison, death, whatever you
Yeah.
want.
Yeah.
You know.
There,
But
we did have that conversation too. We talked about transgenders, like, because that's a big discussion in
it's going down now.
Is
Not as many people.
should should they be allowed to have guns? You know, and like the whole felons and having their rights. That topic came up, but it's the same thing where it's like, yeah, the justice system is just not working. You know,
Yeah.
just because, you know, someone loses their rights temporarily, does that necessarily mean that they can never have them back? No, because that doesn't offer people a chance at redemption.
Yeah.
yeah, that should be the point of the justice system.
The
Every
the-
time I say justice system, I always have
Yeah.
to put in air quotes because it doesn't feel like it.
Well, there's no
Especially when,
rehabilitation. It's just a punishment.
Yeah.
But like even to that effect, like when you punish your kid, you don't punish them for the rest of their life.
Yeah.
They're not permanently punished. Like, oh, you messed up, you get your TV or your tablet or whatever taken away for tonight. You're not like, now you're done with tablets forever.
Yeah, I'm smashing and throwing in the dumpster, and the garbage man's gonna come pick it
If
up.
they did something so bad with the tablet where they shouldn't have it back forever, then maybe they should never be able to have screens forever, ever again. Like maybe they shouldn't have that in their life.
Mhm.
Same thing when it comes to like, oh, he was a violent offender. He keeps killing people. Yeah, maybe he shouldn't be able to have access to killing people.
Yeah.
Yeah, and there's like no way to even figure
there's
that.
there's no recourse for that kind of situation. Like nobody gets punished for that. It's like, oh, okay, well that guy's been let out a ton of times. He's killed somebody. It's like there's no recourse for that. I mean,
Yeah.
if the guy gets thrown in prison, like, cool, he's in jail now after somebody's died.
Yep.
There's no way to reconcile that. So I think that the judges, the DAs, whatever that punishment is that we decide, like, this guy that you've let off a dozen times has now murdered somebody, you also get to serve that sentence too.
Yeah. Well, I mean, there's now, especially with AI, but there's ways that you can look at someone's career and say, okay, you've let out this many people after this many time. These many people have reoffended, and these many violent offenders have reoffended. It's like you can look at someone's career and be like, it wasn't a statistical anomaly. You let out a lot more people than you should have.
Mm-hmm.
Be it because there's overpopulation or whatever. Those aren't the people you should be letting out. If there's overpopulation, find a different solution. Letting out violent people who are going to kill again isn't the answer.
Yeah.
So it's like,
Trade out the guy that got arrested for, like smoking weed or, like selling drugs to his buddy or whatever
Yeah.
out. Like, whatever.
Here again, though, God forbid if a white guy gets his paperwork wrong when it comes to guns and he's gone for 20 years. And it's like, it's just, the whole system is messed up.
mhm.
And like, how do you even go about like trying to fix
Well, it's
it?
because people are afraid of being mean now. Being mean is
Mhm.
looked at as whatever ism you want it to be.
Mm-hmm.
So, in order to say or do something that's inherently mean to someone, you're like, oh, I don't want to be portrayed that way. So, fine, we'll let him go. Like, guess we are full, and he did submit for parole 15 times, even though he's not eligible for it. But whatever.
I wonder if that'll change in the near future because, I mean, like with our generation, the younger generation, I feel like we're basically immune to the isms and, obias.
Yeah, that's going away real fast.
Like,
The generation below us is fucking finally owning it. It's awesome.
yeah.
They're,
Well, I mean,
they're
like,
going way hard.
So,
Yeah.
like, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, dude, what happens when like Gen Z, Gen Alpha get into politics and, you know, like government and stuff like that? Like, what happens then, dude? Is it just going to be like, all right, we're going back to the Crusades, dude? Like, whatever, you know?
I would be so sympathetic for a crusade right now. You have no idea.
Dude, say the word, dude. Say the word.
There's a
Bring out
meme.
the Jerusalem cross, boys.
Dude, there's a meme where it shows like a person who's clearly a Christian and someone who's an atheist and like a crusader or something in the background. And he's like, yeah,
Yeah, I've
I'm with
seen
you.
that. Yeah,
I'm
I've
with you,
seen-
bro.
I got
I've
you,
seen
buddy.
that.
I
I've
get
seen that.
it.
Yeah, dude. It's crazy.
My question that I was going to ask previously. So, what is your least favorite gun design that you've ever played with, seen, like something that you're just like, this is awful. Somebody came up with this?
I don't necessarily have one for 3D printed stuff. I
Just
print
in general,
Yeah, I
yeah.
print most of my own stuff, so I don't have a whole lot to go off of on those ones. But out of all of the guns, and I've had a lot of them cross my path that were kind of cheap or low quality. I want to see how they did it. I thought High Point was going to be like the worst.
Mhm.
It's actually for them trying to be as affordable as they are. It's pretty well thought out for that.
Mhm.
All of the 22s, like Jennings 22s and things like that, bro, those are liabilities. I don't know what they go for now, but I remember buying one for $60. It's a little tiny 22. You could fit like your middle finger on it and pull the trigger like this.
Nice.
You couldn't actually get any other fingers on it, and I think it held like 4 or 5 rounds. It was assembled like an airsoft gun. It felt like an airsoft gun that they just put a barrel and a pin into. The spring that was in there was weaker than the airsoft gun I had at the time, so I'm just like, damn. And I mean, it was a very violent recoiling 22. And like, the smaller the gun, the more recoil you feel. So
course.
I'm just like, this is like a purse gun, and it's a 22, and it sucks to shoot, especially with only having one finger on there. You're like,
Yeah, you gotta like
"Ugh."
pinch it.
Dude, literally, this is how you'd hang on to it, and you go,
Dude, have you ever used like the lifeguard thing?
I've not. I'd like to I'd like to get one though, just to learn how it works.
Yeah. Yeah, it looks interesting, but also looks, I don't know if I have the words to explain on like how, I don't know if I'd want to shoot it, to be honest with you. It looks all plastic.
I think the concept of it is inherently not great.
Anything with an exposed trigger is kind of like a, I don't know if I really dig that.
It shouldn't be exposed until you need it, though. It shouldn't have an exposed trigger until you pull it out
Right.
of your holster.
In
or however
theory,
it is.
right?
Yeah. I think anything that is not or that's designed not to look like a gun, you're already adding a step on top of having to conceal a normal firearm. So you're like, it's not a gun.
Mm-hmm.
Also, let me unfold this. Like,
Yeah.
like it's an extra step. And then you also have the detriment of whatever it is inherently not going to have all the features and everything of a modern firearm. So instead of just being like,
Yeah.
like,
Yeah.
I have this weird thing that unfolds.
Yeah.
Like,
Exactly.
I don't
Except for
know.
the Magpul FMG. That thing's sick.
You know, it was really cool when it came out originally back in what, 2003 or something.
Yeah, a long
Mhm.
time ago.
Now, it doesn't look like a lunchbox anymore.
Yeah.
Like everyone knows what that looks like. So it's
Yeah.
like it's been in enough video games.
Yeah.
When it originally came out and it could be passed off as like, I'm just taking my dog for the walk, like
Mhm.
with this big flashlight. Like maybe.
Yeah.
Now I'm like, I mean, it's kind of cool that it like does this little when you unfold it and stuff. But
Yeah.
Oh, I definitely want, dude. My TISM, I
Yeah.
totally want to just unfold and fold that thing all the
Dude,
time.
I would wear that mechanism out just by doing it all day long.
Just a fidget spinner. Take it to work.
well, especially if you could figure out a way to spin it safely,
yeah,
like
yeah.
the fucking lever guns
Oh yeah.
with
Yeah.
a carry handle.
That's the only reason why I want a lever gun is just to do that, and it just looks sick. Just the
Yeah, when I got my Henry, that was literally the first thing I did when I got home. I was like, all right, dude, we're flipping this thing.
yeah,
I will say that's the
Smack
one thing with the
myself in the
FMG. They have a big carry handle on it.
dude, carry handle gang.
That's cool.
Are you
Yeah.
part of Carry Handle Gang?
Yes, but no. I don't like any of the options out there. I might actually see. So I saw Nick Chen, Solsked 02 or something. There's a company making like is it the it's whatever the British bullpup is. They make a carry handle that you can put on your AR and other.
L85 or whatever.
Yes,
Yeah.
that one. They make a carry handle that you can just put on your guns like that. And I'm like,
Mm.
okay, maybe I'll mess with that because like Day 2 style, I don't know, unless it's like built into the receiver. But I also don't want to have.
It's iconic.
Yeah.
It
Looks
is,
cool,
but like
it's not like,
Functionally, it is a issue. Yeah, for sure.
especially with the can on the front, it's like so front heavy. It's like it doesn't do its job.
Well, see, what I'd want is the original style with a charging handle inside of it.
Yeah.
I'm like, instead of having this stupid claw thing at the back.
Yeah.
One company does make that, I think, but it's an AR-10, which was the original one anyway.
Yeah.
But I'm just like, that's how it should have been in the first place. Like,
Yeah.
that would have been cool. It's ambi and everything. Like,
You
done.
get like the HK like G3, where you got like the, right? Am I thinking of the G3? Where it's got the side charger all the way up front, and
G3's big MP5 308.
right, those had a carry handle, right? Like right between the barrel and the receiver. Or am I retarded?
Oh, I think you're thinking of the FAL or the G or the HK21, which is the LMG version.
Maybe
of it.
that's what I'm thinking of. Yeah.
Yeah. The FAL has one, and it's just a normal battle rifle. FAL's a cool gun, very heavy, but
Yeah.
very cool gun.
Mm-hmm.
Weird, but like you feel like a man carrying that and shooting
Yeah.
that.
There's a guy that shoots at my local matches when we do 2-gun days. That
You know when he's running it.
It's so cool, dude. It looks awesome.
Everyone's like pop, 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 and he's like, bam,
Dude,
fuck.
Everybody's out
Yeah.
there with their 9mm PCCs
Yes.
and
Yeah.
stuff. And he's out there with this ginormous FAL. It's so cool, though.
Yep. Right
Dude.
hand of the free world.
That's right. Gosh, we should have chose that over the M14, dude.
For Rhodesia.
Yep.
So what's your favorite gun design then? Like the coolest, most fascinating one that you've been able to experience, or just something you think is super rad?
I mean, my unicorn gun is the FAMAS.
Mm-hmm.
The lever action. I mean, just seeing how that works. Someone had to come up with that. Like, it's very cool. Biggest carry handle that I've ever seen, so it's very cool. I will say for the DIY stuff, I am very interested in the Decker 9. It's fully DIY. It has a built-in FRT. When that comes out, it's in beta right now. When that comes out, I'm going to remix the shit out of that, and I'm going to make a Middleton Made version of it. I don't know what I'm going to call it yet. We'll come up with a cool food name for it. I'll have to learn more about the guy who designed it, but a fully DIY 9mm with an FRT, sick.
Do you think that's going to be the standard going forward for gun companies? Is a FRT from the factory option, or in the future maybe?
I think some companies are still shy because there's companies like Rare Breed who are very litigious and they're trying to cease and desist everyone and sue everyone that they can. They're even selling people who are suing people who are selling the FRTs and like the super safeties and stuff. They're going after not even the manufacturers. They're not even going after the people who came up with it, other than one case with Hoffman. They're going after the people selling it even. So it's just like they're literally trying to hit everyone involved in it and dissuade people from entering the FRT market, even if they don't have a legal leg to stand on, which in many cases they don't. But I think there's some companies, like I get emails all the time with 2 companies in particular that have AR and AK and a handful of other FRTs, and they're openly like, we got them, come get them. They probably also make enough money where the lawyers will be like, come at us, bro. There's also a lot of companies I don't think will mess with that, just because the headache that would ensue. Now, the DIY people, yeah, if they can FRT it, they're going to. Specifically, if they can super save it, because everyone in the DIY community that I've ever talked to is hugely supportive of Tim Hoffman. And for instance, he actually had he put up a thing to donate to him, which I think is still live, for his legal fund. And when I donated, I think it was like 20,000. I'm like, man, I hope we make it. Like he was hoping to get 180 so he can actually fight rare breed. He did that in like 5 days. Like,
awesome.
damn. Like the
Yeah.
whole community is behind him. So.
Yeah. The downturn that rare breed has had.
That was a legendary fall off that dude had.
Imagine actually beating the ATF and then fucking yourself like that. Like,
Well, I think that was part of his deal. I think that was.
It was, but it wasn't. The patent that he's suing everyone for wasn't even the one that he has to enforce. He's suing
Oh,
people with a
really?
different patent.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Like the one for the Hoffman case has nothing to do with those at all.
So he's just a POS for the love of the game.
100%.
Yeah, that's
Ego.
why it's such a problem. Is
Dude,
because it's not even the same thing.
This whole thing, the whole time, I was like, yeah, he's a piece of crap. And then, but also the ATF made him do it to get off. But no,
He said in an interview with James Reeves, yes, it was part of our deal that we'd have to go after people for this patent, but we were already doing it beforehand, so why wouldn't we have taken it? Of course we're going to continue doing it.
Oh, yeah. Now I hate
So
him
I'm
even
like,
more.
fuck that guy.
Yeah.
He got booted from SHOT Show this year, didn't he? Because
Yeah.
he kept on handing cease and desist.
It wasn't SHOT
Yeah.
Show, it was Goals. So,
No, he got kicked out of SHOT Show.
no, it was just rumor. I was there.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I talked to, so people took a picture of him at the FRT 90 booth.
Yeah, I
with
see.
Big Boy?
Yeah. So Lawrence and whoever the big guy is, I forget his name, but they were at the
Gosh, those
FRT
names
90
are so
booth, and I actually talked to the FRT 90 guys.
Yeah.
I was like, other related stuff, or other stuff unrelated, but then I was also like, hey, these guys came by and I had a handful of people asking me through DMs and stuff, were you guys served like at SHOT? And they were like, no. And they're like, okay. I had a couple of people posting this picture of them over here, and they were claiming that you guys got served, and they're like, no, they were cordial, they were polite while they were here. We had a couple conversations. They came back the next day even. They were nice and polite that day too. I think they talked to them like 3 times throughout the show, and they were nice and polite the whole time. So at SHOT, at least, they didn't do anything.
What were they talking about?
I mean, they're in the same FRT space, so who
just
knows?
general stuff, yeah.
I didn't inquire further, but at SHOT, at least it seems like they were behaved. At Goals, yeah, I don't know if they're going to be welcomed back. They were at least
GOA show.
yes.
Where's that
Which
one
Hoffman and I were at. That last one was in Tennessee. Yeah, it was in Tennessee. I think it was Knoxville. That one was wild. He came and talked to Hoffman and tried intimidating him, and Hoffman was so polite and also like, you can't intimidate me, bro. Like,
Dude, everything that I see about Hoffman, he just kind of seems like he's just a nice guy, and he just doesn't care. He's just gonna do his own thing, which is really cool.
he didn't
And
grow up in the same world that we grew up in. He's a character that you'd probably see like back in the day, and he actually has his wits about him. He has his own. He knows who he is as a person, like a man. He won't let someone push him around. So like when Lawrence showed up, big guy getting super emotional in his face and yelling and being loud and stuff. He's like, I'd love to work with you as long as you don't do this. Like, I'm willing to try to work with you and make everything happen. You just can't try to swing your big dick at me. He didn't say those words, but that's essentially the
gist.
the feeling of what he was saying. And as Hoffman has like a super safety there, he's like, are you selling these? He's like, not yet. And he's like, so should I give you the cease and desist now or later? And he goes, you can do it now. He didn't have a cease and desist to give him. So it's like, well, he called your bluff.
Nice.
Now, he did have one for the ASD guys, though. So that's where he served the ASD guys, and that's why he's not allowed back, is because Lawrence and his crew went over to the ASD guys and was like, meh. And then Goals is like, this isn't the place for that. Like, you don't come to a...
Nice.
The cool thing about it is Goals is like a family thing. It's not just like a SHOT Show where it's business to business. Like, you can bring your family and your kids and stuff like that. They had a
Nice.
kids section and everything.
Nice.
Goals, if you've never been, GOA does a really good job. It's like a mini SHOT Show. It's really cool. But yeah, not the place. That's the only place I've ever heard of him getting kicked out of. Yeah.
This is their second year doing Goals, right?
This is my first year. I think Hoffman's second. I'm not totally sure.
I thought it was relatively new, if I'm not mistaken.
I'm not
Goals.
sure.
Maybe I'm.
This year, I
completely
do know
off
it's in
base.
Idaho, though, so it's a little bit closer to us.
Mm.
I do plan on going to that one,
Okay.
depending on Hoffman's plans. We'll see if I can bunk with him again as far as a booth goes, or I might get my own. Who knows?
Mm.
But
Is he still kind of in the
he's fully in
litigation?
litigation right now. Like,
Where's it out of?
where's what?
His suit. Like, is he being sued in a specific state?
I think you always have to have a state that resides in, but I can't recall.
Mm.
If I were to give a state, it would probably be wrong. I'm not sure.
Sure.
So his goal's like a invitation thing, kind of like Shot, or
So
you can buy tickets to Shot, but it's kind of still like a invitation thing.
there's a big difference between the two. Shot is set up as a business to business. So like there was a year that 3D printing had a whole issue and everyone thought 3D printing was banned. It comes down to it being business to business. It's not made for consumers to come in and shop and be like, I'm going to go to your website and buy this. It's made for you to either network or find other businesses that you could work with, maybe sell their products, maybe help with them with their products. Anything that's B2B, that's what Shot's for. Goals, on the other hand, you can actually sell stuff on the floor, which I didn't know until we were already there, and I didn't bring enough to do that. But you can actually have your products there. If someone's like, I have $80 right now, here you go. Like,
Nice.
cool, walk away with it. That one, all you have to be is a GOA member. You don't have to have an industry inside track or anything like that. You don't have to have a company to get in. As long as you're a GOA member, which they're already doing cool stuff anyway, you can get in. And a lot of the big businesses, they're at Shot. They're there. A lot of the smaller businesses that can't get into Shot because it's very expensive, those guys are there too. For instance, I mean, Hoffman was there, and he actually was generous enough to share space with me. So, I mean, having a booth at either of those is really cool. But Goals is a lot more oriented towards the small guy who has something really cool. The big guys are there to kind of fill in those empty spots too. But like my daughter came with me, so it was awesome bonding experience to drive to Tennessee with my daughter and like go through all that stuff and just go through all the problems of driving 2 days to a different part of the country with a 5-year-old at the time. So it's like
I cannot imagine, dude. I can hardly go, I don't know, max hour and a half. We gotta do something, dude.
I will say we have a different relationship than most like families and stuff. I'm with her a lot. We are definitely like best friends. If I could spend all my time with her and homeschool her and run my business and everything, I would totally do all of that and just have her with me all the time. Very cool kid.
So you just have a daughter?
Just a daughter right now. We'll see what happens in the future.
Okay.
But yeah, I mean, she was able to come all the way down with me. She was able to hang out and do all the cool stuff with me. Got to go to the range day and see all that kind of stuff. Pick up some cool brass that was like shinier than the other stuff, and get slushies. And the cool thing at GOA is they had all that stuff. They had slushies. They had stuff for the kids.
That's
they had
cool.
like ATVs or UTVs to drive us back and forth, so kids didn't have to walk super far. And then at the show itself, they had like a kids section where they could play like laser tag and do all these different games. Like if you could shoot down these little things with the little Nerf guns and draw and all these other kinds of things.
Yeah, that's really cool.
And the funniest thing was the lady who was helping her out the whole time and encouraging her to do all the different things. And I was like, is it okay that she's here for like an extended period of time? Like I'm doing stuff at my booth. And she's like, yeah, she's more than welcome. Blah, blah, blah. Keep her over here if you want. We'll keep an eye on her. I'm like, you guys are awesome. Thank you. The last day of the show, I saw her walking out. And I'm like, I hate to ask. I didn't have the time to come bug you about it earlier. You guys were like invaluable having my daughter here, being able to just like when she gets bored to come play and stuff. Awesome. Do you have a manager or anyone that I could like talk to and like be like, this chick's awesome. She helped me be able to run my booth this year by facilitating like watching my child. And she goes, oh, well, my husband's this person. And I didn't know who it was. And I was like, oh, blah, blah, blah. I'm sorry, I don't know who it is. And she's like, oh, that's the president. And I'm like, Oh shit! So the president's wife was actually working the event. She wasn't just like some bigwig off in an office who's like, "Oh, we're making money off of this." Like,
Yeah,
she was there.
that's cool.
Not only was she there, she was there working it with my daughter. So
That's
it's like,
super
That's
cool.
so
damn.
Yeah, that's super cool.
Super awesome.
GOA, dude. I mean,
Yeah, I mean,
they're awesome.
I think out of all of them,
Yeah,
they've
GOA
got to
for
be
sure.
the best.
GOA and
Yeah.
FPC are like the two
yeah,
that I'm really into.
yeah, for sure. NRA can kick rocks,
Mm-hmm.
100%. Yeah, the daughter stuff, dude. It is such an interesting relationship. Like father and daughter, like I've always wanted a son. Like I was lucky enough to have a son for my first child, and it was like super cool. Like
Yep.
obviously, like dream come true for me. But like when we found out we were having a daughter, it was like kind of like weird. It's like I didn't know if I was gonna like connect or whatever.
Yeah.
Dude, it is one of the best things that can happen to a dude, in my
Yeah.
opinion. Is just like, dude, she's just my little princess, and it's
Yep.
just like, it's the best feeling ever. It's hard to describe to people. Like even like having kids in general is like can't really describe
Until
it to
you have
people.
it, yeah.
Yeah, and then people ask me, it's like, oh, well, you had a son now. Like, what's it like having a daughter? Is like it harder? I'm like, no,
Completely different.
it's so much easier. It's way easier. It's just you don't have to worry about hardly anything, and just like I wish that for everyone
Yeah.
to experience, like especially for men to experience, where it's like come home and you just have a little like daughter who's just like so excited to see you is like
Yep.
there's no replacing that feeling.
Like I said before the show, that's like one of the things where like after you meet your daughter, you're like, I understand how the Crusades could have happened. I would do anything
Oh yeah.
to protect this little child.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, 100%. It goes like we talked about it before with like the whole like thing that's going on with the government right now is like I can't like
No.
there isn't like a place that I wouldn't go for my children.
Yep.
And like there's no excuse for that type of thing to be in our society at all.
There's other languages, I forget which ones, but there's other languages that have words for it. But there is a different type of word for the love between like a husband and wife or something like that, and a husband or a father and a daughter. Like, and as you probably have experienced, oh yeah. Because like before you get married and you're like, oh yeah, this is the chick. And then you get married and you're like, fuck yeah, dude, I'd do anything for my wife.
Yeah.
And then you have your daughter and you're like, I love my wife. I'd do anything for my daughter.
It's like it's like that scene from Game of Thrones where like Jon Snow's going against like that entire army. It's
Yeah.
like, yeah, dude, that's me. Like I'm ready to go right now.
Yep.
And it's so like different with like a son too. Is like the type of parenting is like different because like at least from a father standpoint, you're like, okay, I love this kid,
Yeah.
and like I know what he's experiencing because I've experienced the same thing that he has, but I also have a responsibility to make sure he turns into a good young man.
Yep.
And that comes with tough love, where sometimes you have to have tough love. Like, dude, you can't be doing this type of stuff. Like there's consequences to your actions.
Yeah.
And there's like a responsibility type thing. Where it's like when you have a daughter, it's just love.
Yeah.
And that's all you have to dump into her in that relationship is just I don't even have to try, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And it's just you have to just be there.
Yeah.
And it's not hard.
I think one of the most masculine things you can do is raise a strong and independent woman who thinks for herself.
Yeah.
And like I try to foster that every day with my daughter. Some days are better than others, as a young kid would be, but yeah, dude, when my daughter was born, I think it fixed me. Like the moment I saw my daughter's face, her body was still inside of my wife. I saw her face, I just started bawling. I'm like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
I was like, I haven't cried in like 10 years. What the fuck?
Dude, that's one thing I noticed immediately after having children. Like, even
Those
with.
dumbass movies get you all teared up too?
Dude, oh, yeah. Dude, I remember. Because Because with my firstborn, with my son, my wife was like playing music in the background. And there was a certain song that like came on during like the birth of my son. I can't listen to that song
Yep.
without like I'll just be out mowing the lawn and that song will come on. I'll just be like crying when I'm
Yep.
mowing the lawn. I'm like, dude, I look like such an idiot right now. It's like this never happened to me before.
I got a
Yep.
piece of grass in my eye.
Yeah. Yeah.
The pollen here is crazy. It's
Yeah.
December and you're mowing the lawn. It's okay.
Yeah, it's awesome. But yeah. I don't know, you just started talking about your daughter and it's just like yeah, it's awesome. And it's
I'm-
super cool for like places like goals, like family oriented stuff is
Yeah.
like that's the best. That's what life is all about.
Honestly, it's one of the, I think, it's one of the things that makes me look back at history and be like, how did that even happen? Well, if you thought that would save your daughter and your family, yeah, I get it.
Yeah.
I would do it too. Like,
Yeah. Yeah, and with society today and all the things you see in like public schools and stuff like that, it's like
hell to the nah.
yeah. Like you can't. You
Nope.
can't like subject your children to that type of stuff. And I just can't wrap my mind around some of the stuff that's going in society right now. But yeah, I don't know where I was going with that, but
Well, the cool thing is now you have someone you can raise that will hopefully have some of the same ideals as us. And with those same ideas in mind, like I have firearms all over my office. My daughter knows and asks, and like, if she has something in the way, she'll be like, Daddy, can you please move this gun? I'm like, sure. Like, I want to use the fireplace ledge for my stuff. I'm like, sure. Like, whatever. And then she asks questions about like the 3D printing and stuff. And she's like, ooh, what is this one? Can I feel it? And I'm like, yep, you can touch it. Like,
yeah.
because she's raised in it, I know that she'll always be safe with it. So, like, children around firearms, I trust her with her friends because if they ever come around a firearm, she's gonna be like, "Don't touch that. Go get your dad."
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, that's huge. And that's something that like is lost on today's society is like, oh, you can't have children around guns. Like it's so dangerous. Like no. You're supposed to teach them to have respect
Yeah.
with guns. Because if you look throughout history, like children have been around guns forever. And
And
like
weapons of all sorts, even back to the medieval ages.
even back in like the 80s, they I've heard countless stories of people yeah, like I had my shotgun like hanging in my back window in my truck when I drove to school. It's like
I graduated 2008, and in hunter safety, it was at the middle school, and I brought my shotgun to the middle school, and that's where we did hunter safety in the library. So, like, in my lifetime, even I've brought
Right.
guns to school
yeah.
because I was supposed to.
Yeah.
Like, that's gone now. There's no way.
Yeah, and you have to okay, ask yourself what has changed between that period and now. It's
We're
not
afraid
the
to be
guns.
mean. We're afraid to be mean.
Mhm.
People are like, it scares me. Fine. Not. Maybe you should get a little tougher. Maybe you should buck up a little bit.
Or maybe you should get your children off of SSRIs and all kinds of pharmaceutical drugs. And
Yep.
dude, the thing that I keep hearing because we keep, I mean, we're pretty open about it. Is we're planning on homeschooling our kids, and like my wife's friends will be like, "Aren't you worried about, exposing your children to diversity?"
No.
Like,
No, I'm good.
I'm not
I'm good,
really
bro.
worried about it. Like they're going to see people that are not of the same race as they are.
Yeah.
Like they're gonna see it. Like they already do. Like that's not really that big of a deal. And if you're talking about going to school and being exposed to the diversity that's in the school, like no, I really actually don't want my children around that.
The diversity I experienced in high school was fist
Formative?
fights and
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, I mean, we grew up in a pretty rural area. It was pretty farm family oriented, and there wasn't a lot of Wasn't a ton. There still was some, but yeah, most of the fights that broke out, they weren't the white kids.
Yeah. I grew up, so elementary school, I was the only white kid in class. I was the only one, like, the last year I went to that elementary school, there was 3 of us. That's it. And then I moved to a white school, and I didn't know I couldn't say certain words. I didn't know I couldn't do certain things. I was like, oh, wow, this is a totally different life. Like, yeah, it's definitely different.
You're the OG white boy going hard.
I definitely figured out the hard way by going to the principal's office. Like, you can't say that word. I'm like, I said that word all the time.
It's actually the most frequently used word.
Yeah.
Miss Thompson, have you heard of Wangaff?
Oh, in the future, you're going to know of a white guy named Fuentes who's not really white, but.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, that guy.
That guy's another interesting case.
Yeah.
Seems like he's going soft lately, though.
Yeah.
Dude,
He's always been weird to me though. The whole like
I can't get a read on him, to be honest. Like,
He's-
I never like really watched it like full.
I just see his clips.
Yeah,
just
clips.
see
It's
the
like one
clips.
clip says one thing, and then the other one's like, no, that was just a joke.
The only thing I've seen from him, like, fully was the Tucker Carlson interview.
Mhm.
And that was not very racy
No.
or anything.
No.
So.
no.
That was more softball-y stuff, but yeah, I don't know. Dude, okay. So going back to 3D printing.
Let's do it.
We
Now that we're off of the blacks, let's go back to printing.
Now we're going to the Jews. No, so I think I saw in a comment on Instagram, you were involved in the S3RM project.
Yeah. Yes.
How was that?
Cool. So Roswell is a cool company. Roswell, and what's their new one? Roswell Rifle Works is what they're doing now. The SR3M is a cool fucking gun.
Yeah, yeah.
One of their dudes, Raul, he met me at the Iraq Veteran 88 range day one year. He's like, hey, huge fan. Again, Hoffman invited me out. So I was like, dude, you're cool. Showing off some of our stuff there. We're just showing 3D printed guns on the line with all these other guns. That was our whole goal, is to show 3D printed guns with FRTs even are keeping up. We're shooting literally like ARs, just tossing them in the cooler to keep them cold with ice and water and stuff, and taking them out, shooting them again. Really cool event. And then this guy named Raul comes up and he's like, hey, I've been a fan for a while, blah, blah, blah. I saw your videos. I have some of your designs at home. We have a booth here. We're doing some cool stuff with 9x39. I'm like, isn't that Soviet cartridge that like the VSS used? And he's like, yes, that's the one. I'm like, why?
Yeah.
Like, we have 300 Blackout, dude.
Yeah.
And he's like, come and check it out. I'm like, okay. So he takes me over to this booth, and he has a bolt gun, and he has an AK, and he has a couple other things. The other ones are being used. I mean, there's a big event with all these influencers and stuff, and I'm pretty small time for influencer stuff. So I was like, I'll just shoot the bolt gun. Let them shoot the cool stuff. And boy, that was the right choice, because the bolt gun, Ralph is one of the other guys there, and he was just like, put the dot like a couple inches higher than the target. I'm like, all right. Click. Ting. And I was like, okay, first off, that was incredibly quiet. And that hang time was wild. It's a 279 grain projectile, and it's subsonic by nature, so it's just quiet. It's super cool. So that's how I got involved with them in the first place. But then they needed some help with a few different things. So I don't have a huge hand on all of their project, but I was able to help get them to shot through Vanguard Arms, which we'll talk more about here in a second. But I had helped them with their pistol handguard and their magazine. So
Cool.
it was really cool to even have a finger on that project, because that gun is
Yeah.
sick.
Yeah. It looks really sweet.
So I don't have a whole lot of my fingerprints on the whole gun, but a couple parts enough to be like, I touched it.
Mm-hmm.
It's made It's fucking rad.
Yeah, that was one of like the cool guns from SHOT Show this year. Is like there's
Yeah.
always a couple that are like kind of stand out, and that was one of the ones where it was like, all right, this is different. This is cool.
Yep.
Type stuff. So yeah, it was. I saw you commented in the comment section. I was like, dude, I'll have to ask him about that.
Luke,
Dude,
do you want to pull up a picture of that?
yeah, you got to keep an eye out for some of the stuff they're working on and coming up with.
Are they gonna do like the full like VSS?
Well, the SR3M and the VSS are different guns. They're similar in a lot of ways. They shoot the
Mhm.
same cartridge, but they're different guns entirely as far as
Okay.
like the front end and the back end. I don't know if they have plans to do an actual VSS, but they'll have a few different versions of the SR3M. Hopefully they'll have a few different cans and stuff like that for it too. There's some cool stuff coming from them though. They'll be,
Sweet.
especially with like, just because they make all their own ammunition. So if you wanted to have an AR in 9x39,
Yeah.
you could do that. I have one of their barrels. I haven't built it yet, but I mean, I'm like, I could shoot.
Yeah.
I mean, it is so quiet compared to 3 Blackout. Even it was pretty damn quiet. So
Yeah.
I'm like, fuck.
That is is one of the cool things about the 8.6 Black. I do really like the round 8.6. I mean, I just bought some stuff today. I'm planning on doing a video on. They got the NAS 3 404 grain
Huh.
subsonic
That is-
expanders.
Heavy.
Yeah, it's wild.
The rounds are so wild to hold. It's just like, jeez.
Yeah.
Bullet
Bowling ball, bro.
case.
Yeah, I'll show you some later. I got the 404 grain fracturing, and then I have from Gorillas like I don't know. They were one of the big companies that like came out like mass produced the 8.6.
Gorilla's a good company.
Yeah, they're sweet. But I actually shot 2 deer 2 years ago.
Nice.
Yeah, 342 grain expanders. Dude, you can say whatever you want about 8.6. I know there's a lot of controversy around it, but dude, those deer dropped so fast.
Gorilla makes the 110 Barnes loads that I use in my 300 Blackout, and I
Mhm.
took my first deer, not this season, but last season with those, and I got 3 deer that year.
Mm-hmm.
It was fucking cool.
Yeah, and I use my suppressor with I shot those 2 deer within 10 minutes of each other.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was crazy. It was one of those things where I'm like, all right, well, this is an actual use case for this round.
Yeah.
It wasn't very far. It was like only like 50 to 75 yards, but like
That's the range.
that's the range. You
in
know,
Wisconsin, that's the range.
that
Yeah.
is the range. So I was like, all right, well, this is an actual use case for it, and I know, I mean, you've seen the stuff with like Q where he's like taking it out to Africa, and it's like you can make up whatever scenario in your mind for it, but
Yeah.
like if you're talking about practical application, like this is
Getting
one.
meat.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
It
yeah, was
actually
really
sounds
cool.
like a staple gun, dude. It's wild.
It is wild for the size of the round. It is crazy the amount of sound that it makes. It's like tink. It's crazy.
How long have you been hunting?
Pretty much my whole life.
Yeah.
Mostly duck hunting growing up. Like my
See, I
dad.
just don't like duck. That's my first hunt, and it was so fun, but I just
You
don't,
don't
like
like
it.
it?
No.
It's
It was fun, but I was like, I don't want to kill something if I'm not going to eat it.
yeah. I mean, it depends on like the type of duck too, and it's definitely a skill. Like I've had duck where it's like really good. I've also had duck that's really really bad.
Yeah.
And so it's kind of like one of those things where you have to learn additional skill. But I mean, at least geese like are just a nuisance in general. So
Yeah.
it's not like
Are you hunting geese?
yeah.
Ugh.
We goose hunt every year, dude.
Yeah.
You're
Goose,
killing immigrants?
yeah.
Fuck,
I
dude,
don't
they're
like-
greasy.
Dude,
I-
we don't want the Canadians over here, dude. Come on,
Yeah,
dude.
I've actually had really good goose jerky.
Re-
I think
okay,
that's about
maybe
the-
that would be
That's
okay.
probably the only application I would goose.
Are they as easy to clean as a duck? Because I remember when we cleaned the ducks, I just put my fingers in between the breast
Yeah.
and was able to just rip off the breast. And I was like, is this unique or is this all poultry? And like, I was like, this is wildly easier than anything else I've ever killed. Like a deer, you're like,
It's a
All right, here's the
whole ordeal.
process. Like,
Yeah. Oh, yeah. It's a whole deal. Yeah. No, goose is the same thing. It's just, you take out the skin, just breast them out. But
damn.
yeah, pretty sweet. Yeah, I wouldn't eat the breast like
Jerky's
as
the
it
way.
is. Yeah, jerky's the way to do it if you're gonna do it. But I don't have a smoker, so. But I'll get one in the future.
Those-
Bird hunting's so much fun though.
It
Yeah?
is. It is.
I infinitely enjoy bird hunting more than deer hunting. It's just
How
more
come?
fun to me.
Why so?
It's
I feel like I don't know, just the challenge of shooting something flying and
A moving
diving, dashing
target.
around.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's I don't know.
It's more of a. I would say it's more like a social deal where like
Yeah.
deer hunting is like so. It's a whole.
Don't open that granola bar.
Yeah.
Like,
Don't open the granola bar.
Yeah, Luke and I went out together this past fall, and we were just sitting there for what were we out there like 4 hours, and I'm like, dude, my
Wow.
butt's getting
That's
sore.
it? Bro.
Yeah, it was
Dude.
the last day. We were just like, dude, we're
He's
just gonna,
he's a Florida boy, dude.
It
we shoot-
wasn't a snowstorm too.
Yeah, it was rough, and we were just sitting out there in like our tiny little stools, and I'm just like, gosh, dude, I can't get comfortable, and we can't talk and stuff like that.
Yeah.
I'm like, this sucks, dude. I hate
And it's like
this.
you're sitting there in the cold and like you hear a sound and you just have to like slowly.
We're
like,
right on the
look.
edge
Yep.
of a field, and the wind is just snowing, and I'm like, I hate this, dude.
It's so funny.
I'd rather sit in the stand in the woods with the nice cushioned seat, and I'm like protected by trees at least and stuff like
Yeah.
that.
Yeah,
But-
duck hunting is more like you go with your friends and it's like you don't have to be quiet. And it's kind of like it's more social and like the aspect of like, especially when you're like calling and stuff.
Yeah.
Like you're kind of like communicating with it in a way. It's like similar to like elk hunting. I
Sure.
would think. I've never gone
You're
elk
calling
hunting.
them in.
But like, yeah, you're
Yeah.
like they're talking back to you kind of thing, and like you're reacting based on how they react. It's kind of cool that
Yep.
way, especially like if you're into it like super hard, like my dog, like training my dog.
Who's
and,
so
like,
nice. I met him upstairs, by the way.
Yeah, he's a good boy.
He is.
he's a
He got
good boy.
lots of love for me.
Yeah, I mean, he unfortunately we have the cookies down here, or else he's usually down here with us. But he's a fiend for cookies, and then he starts farting, and then it stinks up this whole room. But yeah, that aspect too of like working your dog and
Yeah.
just like that relationship too. So it's kind of more of like it's more like I don't know how to explain it. It's like it's kind of like a relationship in like a weird way
Yeah.
that you have with like the whole process.
I will say duck hunting was fun. I have 2 stories from duck hunting. The final day, we were almost up to limit. We saw every time that we fired, we saw the ducks, they'd land in one specific spot. And we're in a boat and a mud little jumper and stuff. So we're like, let's get our limit. Let's go there before the weekend's over. So we go over to that little island. It's in a swamp, literally quicksand and stuff everywhere. And we get onto the actual island and we're just walking very slow, very low. And we see them all in there. And we're like, all right. I'm like, how many until limit? He says 3. I'm like, all right. Blam! Blam, blam, blam. And I'm like, all right, I got 3. And he goes, well, you shot 3, but it's a shotgun. So you got 5. And I'm like, well, this is when I was 14. It was like
Yeah.
the youth hunt. So I was
Yeah.
like, well, he's like, well, as long as you don't run into deer around the way out, we're all right.
Nice.
So that was really cool because that was my first experience, like sneaking up on
Mhm.
the actual animal and getting it.
Mm-hmm.
The funny story was, prior to this, practicing and everything, I was like, I'm a good shot. And I always, ever since then, I've always felt that way too. That's the one thing, if I ever do have an ego, it's that I'm a good shot. And the duck hunt was one of the first times where I felt validated in that because we have all these decoys out. My uncle who I was hunting with just got these new decoys from his friend. He just painted them. They're really expensive. They're hand painted and all this kind of stuff. I mean, they look good too. And a flock comes in, they land, and he's like, it's the 3rd one up. Like, all right. Oof. He's like, the 3rd one, not the 2nd. I'm like, "Goosh." He's like, are you hitting it? I'm hitting the 3rd one. Goosh. I'm like, I don't think that's the bird. I think it's the other one. He's like, no, it's the 3rd one. I'm like, it's the 5th one. I know. That's the one that came down. It's the third one. He took the gun, put rounds into it. We put 13 shells into that decoy. It was the decoy. And the one that when it landed, I told him, I was like, it's the fifth one, not the third one. Remember before we even put the first shell into it, I was like, it's the fifth one. I shoot the fifth one and it goes, oh. I'm like, I
Nice.
told you.
Dude, that duck sat there for all 13
The
shots.
whole time, sitting through reloads and everything.
Dude, they're weird sometimes. That is one thing about like duck hunting is like they're so unpredictable too. That's what kind of a fun element to it. But I always like joke to like other people like I made a meme about it, like the LARPing and stuff and like training for like World War III and
Yeah.
like doing like the CQB stuff and I'm like
That's fun.
throwing in like a Tom Knapp edit. I'm like, I'm gonna be over here watching Tom Knapp shoot clay pigeons. Like,
There's
the coincidental like thing is like, you know, maybe shotguns are gonna be the meta for World War III.
I mean, drone proliferation, man. Shotguns are pretty fucking valuable.
Yeah.
Have
We had-
you looked into like the like 5.56 like shot stuff, the anti-drone?
So
Ammo.
one of the dudes in our community, Rob Pincus and Mr. Snow, they actually worked on one of those, and it's viable. I mean, we saw a company at SHOT this year after they showed theirs, showing off that as a product. So I'm like, I don't know who did it first, but Pincus and Snow were showing that it's at least a viable option to have a mag loaded just for drone,
Yeah.
and then the other one's for people. So
Yeah.
it's like the shittiest buckshot you've ever used, but you don't have to be like, okay, let me pull out a whole different weapon system.
Yeah.
So
And
Yeah.
carry ammo for it and everything.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah. Saves a lot of weight.
And I mean, shotguns aren't light, especially 12 gauge shotguns, and especially all the loads that you'd keep for them. Because, like, how many shells would you need for that? You'd probably want at least a box with you because who knows how long you're going to be out in the field. So that's like the bare minimum. So you're like, damn, I need a rig for my right or my primary and a rig on my side for my secondary. I'm like, this is a lot of stuff to have to carry as a modern like warfighter, unless you have a guy for it. But what if he gets hurt or isn't there? So it's just like,
Yeah. It's a
just
whole
having
thing.
one mag. That's the way to go.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If it works well.
Yeah.
Yeah, super cool. Did I see somewhere that you did some work on some like 37 millimeter launchers?
Yeah, there's been a few of them. One of the most notable guys, everyone knows his name if you're into launchers in the 3D printing community, is Danny Meatball. Not only is he incredibly handsome, but he is very talented in the launcher community. He came out with one called the Nameless. I did a remix of that one. All my stuff is food related, so that one's just the store brand. Since it's nameless, it's just a generic brand. I did a remix of that one to make it a little bit more easily assembled, and especially for a kit and stuff, like minimize the parts and hide the hardware kind of a thing.
And it looks cool.
Dude, it is cool. It's very cool. And then for SHOT, I made another one. It's wild. It's very cool. The cost on it is too much, though. I need to see if I can lower the cost and make it more viable. I could probably do that with some latticing and stuff like that for the receiver, because the receiver is printed titanium. So very cool, very lightweight for a 37, which could be made into a 40 with the proper paperwork.
Or a little bit of the secret ingredient.
Crime. But it uses
There's
an
a
upside
clip.
down M16 hammer. So the sear trip on an M16 hammer, or the sear catch, I should say, is the sear for the launcher. So it just cams and gets out of the way and sets it off. It's a super simple design that's almost fail proof. I can't think of a way where it could fail, but there's probably a way. Super robust. It's just too expensive to produce. So then right now I'm working on a mini mortar, but due to legal reasons, I'm going to have to make it a like pull pin. I originally designed it as you drop it like a normal mortar, but even in 37, it's probably a DD according to the research I've done. There's no definitive answer on that, but I don't want to be the one that finds that answer out.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
I'm just going to have one where you screw in the bottom shell or the bottom base plate and then pull a pin and it'll go off. So it's more traditional at least. But that one's almost done already. So that one will be out soon. And 4th of July will be pretty cool. Yeah.
Sweet.
There's some guys in the community too that are messing around with like making ammo for 37 mils and stuff like that.
Oh, yeah.
All kinds of cool stuff.
One of the most popular big boy ones is the Milk, MILC. And that one is from a guy named Launcher Pope. It's basically a high-low. So it's a high pressure, and then it just pops. The disc will burst, and it fucking sends her. Like, you get some good distance on your projectile. So, I mean, if you want to send a smoke or a firework good distance, that's the one. Those are like the most prolific ones, but there's a ton of different loads out there. My favorite are airbursts. You have a core of black powder, and it's just surrounded by like chalk or flour or whatever else. And if you have the fuse timed right, you know how long it takes to fly a certain distance. It'll burst in the air, then you'll have that chalk or flour just kind of float away. It's so cool.
That's sweet.
Yeah.
That's like FN came out with your with a 30 mil launcher, and that's what the military is adopting now for like counter defilade stuff. Have you
Oh
seen
yeah,
that?
airburst or like the timed detonation stuff is pretty interesting. Are you talking about that 30 millimeter carbine?
The semi-automatic one.
Yeah.
Like
Looks
that.
like-
I
like
saw.
a bigger AR-10.
Yeah, it is crazy. Have you ever seen it like shoot?
I don't think so.
It looks like the recoil is insane on the thing
I
because it's like
imagine.
it's supposed to be like a high velocity launcher for like they even talked about like counter drone ammo that they're coming out for it.
Launchers kick a lot, dude.
Yeah.
If you have a stout load, they kick a lot. They demand respect for sure. There was a time where I almost lost my hand. So up to the point where this happened, I always loaded my own. I always had my own smokes, my own airburst, everything. I loaded it. If I bought one from someone else, I'd take it apart, take all the stuff out of it, load it into my own, so I knew all the components were where they were, that they were sifted properly, it's packed, and all that kind of stuff. Everyone was saying how it was like 2010 at this point. Everyone was saying how the exotic ammunition ones or the yellow shells were like, they're pretty good. They're pretty good to go. You get a lot of different firework ones and some fun ones and like ones with colors and stuff. And I was like, oh, that's cool. And smokes, loading smokes is kind of annoying, to be honest. Like, it's just a lot to have to pack and they're heavy. So I'm like, fuck it. I'll just buy a couple smokes too. First couple ones I tested, they went off just fine. And I was doing a little thing with some of my friends and shoot some of my smokes out, some of my other stuff. Everything's going good. And then I shoot one of theirs. And then I wake up on the ground. And I'm like, holy fuck. Oh, fuck. Apparently, when I pulled the trigger, the lift charge went through where the fuse was set. So it wasn't sealed properly. The disc that's supposed to be completely sealed with clay or hot glue, one of the two, or both, wasn't good enough. So the lift charge went all the way through and got into the smoke. The entire smoke charge, instead of burning slowly, detonated. So I had whatever that grain would be, I don't know, like 1,500, like just instantly go off in the barrel and recoil into my shoulder.
Jeez.
So I woke up, my thumb was hurting. Luckily, all I did was hurt the nail, but everything else is fine. I was like, I could have lost my fucking hand that day because that thing went boom.
Yeah.
And the buddy was like, are you okay? And I was like, I think so. He's like, all I saw was a giant boom, a huge cloud of smoke, and then you just laying on the ground like,
Just looking up at the sky. Jeez.
I was like, fuck, dude. And this is in the chemo days. So this is before, this is like the month that Magpul released M-Lock. So I had a chemo rail on the bottom of my gun. That thing sheared off, damaged the receiver and everything. Like, the rail was bent and sheared, and the receiver was dented.
Jeez.
I mean, it was enough recoil where it was in my shoulder and completely knocked me out from the force of going backwards unexpectedly like that. So
That's gnarly.
I was like, holy shit. Luckily, I think it was a Cobra launcher. So shout out to Cobra for keeping my hands.
Nice. Nice.
Yeah, I've been wanting.
Demands respect.
I've been wanting to either print or buy a 37 mil for, I don't know, something like that, or my M16 or something like that. They could be a ton of fun.
Standalone, honestly, is the way to go.
You think so?
It makes your rifles way the fuck heavy.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
unwieldily heavy. And I'm a C clamper, so
Yeah.
I'm always like this now.
Yeah.
And if I have to go like this,
Mm-hmm.
now I'm like, okay, now I'm shooting incapacitated, basically.
Yeah.
I'm handicapping myself for shooting. And it was so much weight. Like you said, suppressor adds a lot of weight on that thing. No.
Yeah.
That's nothing compared to the launcher. Like,
Yeah.
especially when you have a load in it and you're like, oh my God, just let me use it. Like, I'm just
Even
waiting.
like the thing I've always like thought about is like even having your hand like way down low like that. Like I feel like that would just be a weird, like feeling.
You
Like
get used to it, but it is weird. For sure.
you gotta get the little stubby like clamps on.
Yep.
That's the way to do it.
Yep.
That's the way to do it. Get the little stubby hanging off there.
You're
ever
saying
seen
a
that?
bullpup under rail mounted launcher is what you'd want.
Yeah.
Fucking-
Yeah, right back here. Send it.
Dude, C clamp underneath the rail. Have your launcher kind of offset.
Yeah, dude, offset launchers might be the meta, dude. We don't know.
Holy shit.
So speaking of like launchers and like stuff like that, like when we get into like paperwork and stuff, what are like the big, things that you have to worry about legally? I mean, especially like for people who like look on the news, they just hear the word ghost gun and they're just like, oh, ghost guns, like bad. But what are the other things that you kind of have to worry about?
Yeah, so anyone looking to get into printing anything relevant to 3D print or 3D printed guns and 3D 2A, first you got to make sure that your state has no prohibition on them, because some states do, and they're pretty strict about that kind of stuff, where it's like a felony if you fuck up even a little bit. Luckily, where we're at doesn't have that. If you just Google it or ChatGPT it, most of that stuff is very easily findable. You can have ghost guns. You can use the buzzwords because it'll be easier to find. If it is legal in your state, the only thing then you really need to worry about is like NFA stuff. So people putting stocks on short barrel uppers or printing suppressors. The big thing now that suppressors don't have a tax stamp is that's what people think is it doesn't have a tax stamp. It just doesn't have the charge.
Yeah.
People are printing them as if they don't have the tax stamp. Making sure that those things are registered and like everything's going the proper legal channels to keep your family and your dog safe.
Yeah.
There's a lot of suppressors out there. For a time, I had the number one 22 can, the Pill Popper. Pill Popper V2 is wildly successful right now too, but there's so many good designs out there because of this whole tax situation. People are like, oh, I can make my own can and I don't have to pay for it. Dude, especially if you have a trust and you can just be like, I'm just going to register 1 through 10. Boom. And then you can just print them at your leisure and just make them and test them and do stuff with them. And if they get destroyed, be like, hey, ATF, I broke number 1. Sorry, destroy it. And like, then the paperwork's done. Like, it's so easy. So now having access to NFA items like short-barreled rifles and suppressors, as long as you're doing it the legal way, it's pretty easy. But just knowing that you have to do it the legal way, because a lot of people are like, no tax stamp. And it's like, bro, hold up.
Yeah.
Still a tax stamp.
Yeah.
It just doesn't cost you $200 anymore.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which was a big prohibition. Even me, I'm like, eh. And now I'm like, I need to get a trust right now. Like,
Yeah. Yeah. For sure. It's super interesting. Like, I didn't really think that much about the $200. And like the biggest thing was like the wait for the longest time. But now that everything's electronic and there's no charge, it's kind of like,
It's so easy.
there's
now.
really no excuse for not.
How long was your longest wait for a suppressor?
I want to say it was 11 months for
Oh,
both
yes.
of mine.
You're not going to like my answer. It's 5 days.
Fuck off.
I don't got one yet.
So you're closer to mine.
I got my two were both before E-Forms, or right when E-Forms released.
Okay.
So it was still taking forever.
So 2012, I filed for a 22 can. I paid $250 for the can, $200 for the tax stamp. So that fucking sucked. I was
Yeah.
really upset about that.
Yeah.
I waited 11 months, and then I finally got my 22 can that I paid for.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's cool, but like the 22 can.
Mm-hmm.
And now people are like, "Ah, I've waited 2 weeks.
Yeah.
It's so upsetting.
Dude,
I'm
it's
like,
so
fuck
crazy
off.
because he bought his, and I'm like, he texted me a couple of days later after he said he got to the gun store. He's like, dude, I got my can. I'm like, already?
Well, the
Like,
thing
dude,
that
I waited 11 months for both of mine, bro.
you know,
Screw you.
the thing that really is so messed up about it is the reason why it took me 5 days is because, like, I thought that, like, our gun shop was just gonna call me when the E-form cleared.
Oh my God.
It was like a day.
Did you go to that one?
What?
Did you go to that one?
I did
Yeah.
go to that one.
Yeah, they don't fucking call you, dude.
No, they don't. They don't. And like we know them pretty well. And I was like,
No, you
I-
think you know them. They're just good salespeople, but you don't fucking know them. They don't know you. They
No,
want you to
dude.
feel like you know them.
dude, they're good dudes. I called. I was like, dude, to my suppressor. He's like, no, you gotta check the email yourself. I'm like, oh. I looked on there. I'm like, oh, I could have picked this up 4 days ago.
Oh my God.
So that was like, yeah, that was fun. And then I texted him. I was like, yeah, it's good to go. And he's like, but I actually waited a longer since I bought it because when I got my first suppressor, I got it with the fix, and they were running a promo for a while. If you bought a fixed rifle, you get can free.
Yeah.
And so getting the can from Q took longer by a long time than it did for the NFA to clear. So I still was like a couple months that I waited for that.
That's
so.
a manufacturing hold. That's not
Yeah.
an NFA hold.
Right,
That's
yeah.
fine.
Yeah.
See, I got actually coolest thing ever. I never have won anything in my entire life, and then at the IV88 event, the last one that they had. Hopefully, they do another one in the future. But the last one they had, I actually won a door prize, and it was like, "Oh, hey, Middleton, go up and check to see if the door you won a door prize." And I went up there. Oh, they don't have anything for me. There's nothing on the table. Damn, that sucks. Went back. Middleton, go up and get your door prize. She's looking for you. And I go up there. There's nothing on the table, dude. And they had everything on the table with everyone's name, so you can just come and pick it up. Apparently, she held on to mine because it was the most valuable one. And I won a Dead Air XI cross country TI suppressor or whatever.
Sick.
I was like, for real though? Like a $1,200 suppressor?
Yeah.
That's fucking cool.
Yeah.
So I went there, and yeah, same thing. I was expecting them to give me a call.
Yeah.
And I'm checking every fucking day on like my email, and I was like, approved. And I was like, yeah. And I called. I was like, is it? And they're like, we haven't gotten it yet. And I'm like, okay. I'll wait.
They won't call you either when it shows up. Yeah, they do that. But
And I was like, I don't want to be that needy girlfriend. I'm like, hey, I'm calling you every day. But eventually, I eventually did get it, and yeah, it's fucking cool.
Yeah.
That's how it was when I was getting my suppressors. I was like, dude, checking E-forms every single day. I'm like,
Yep.
they're approved today? Nope. I did that for 11 months. Especially on my first one. The second one was like, I'm just not going to do the same mistake that I got with my first one where I'm like checking every single day, and those 11 months went by so slowly. I'm just going to pretend that I didn't even buy this thing. I'm going to forget that it's even exists, and then someday my email's going to show up. Oh, hey, it's approved. And there we go. And that ended up being a much better option than check it all the time.
I'm so waiting for the day that we finally have an argument and one of the companies does it for us, GOA or whoever. But like, at what point are suppressors commonplace and no longer eligible for the NFA?
I think they already are.
They've been common use for decades at this point. But
I mean, like, especially now. Like,
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
If we're going off of like what state was it that said common use was like with the taser situation? You know what I'm talking about? The rule of common use was.
I know what you're talking about, but I don't know the state or any of that.
Let me Google that real quick because I'm actually curious now.
Well, you can even like there's European countries it's not a they don't regulate suppressors because of how many people use them for hunting.
I will say, okay, devil's advocate again on that one. They don't regulate those because the weapons are so heavily regulated, and because the weapons are so heavily regulated, they're like, it's inconvenient for you to use your weapon. Put a silencer on it.
Mm.
So I think it's more of a if they weren't as regulated and they had more access to firearms, they probably would regulate the cans. But that's another thing. Do you call them silencers or suppressors or both?
Oh, we had this debate.
I call him a suppressor. I don't know.
I
I feel like that's the colloquialism that we have for it nowadays because it's like, oh, everybody's like, oh, call him a suppressor because it sounds less scary because it doesn't actually
silence
Yeah. So
But
like that's just what it is. But
I-
it is. I know it is a
I will
silencer.
I will recognize the fact that the patent says silencer
and
I
the
get
ATF
it.
form. And if you've ever shot a 45, 8.6 apparently, or 300 Blackout subsonic,
It is a
it's
silencer.
pretty fucking silent,
It's
bro.
pretty silent. The only thing I'm against is if you're the guy that's like, actually, then I was like, now I don't like you. Okay,
Yeah.
you could have just said silencer, and then I would have known what you were talking about.
Yeah.
But if you're gonna be the actually guy, then no, we're not cool. But
I do have to let you know, although I'm not that guy for this thing, so during my contracting days, I was Echo, so I'm Echo Actual. And actually,
yeah.
my gamer tag is Echo Actually.
Oh, nice,
Echo Actually?
nice, nice.
So that's fun. What'd you find?
Man, it is really hard to find. It was New York, but I cannot find the number.
I would say like what
I don't.
taser common use lawsuit. Where? Question mark, question mark, question mark.
I don't know if they're ever gonna let it get to that point because then, especially with the advent of FRTs.
200,000
So
was the number.
here's the fun thing about FRTs. So we were just talking about Rare Breed a little bit ago and how they had the settlement with the DOJ. That only applies to them. It doesn't apply to everyone. However, the wording that they had was that they don't want to have FRTs for handguns in the interest of public safety.
Mm-hmm.
Basically, they still want to be able to prosecute inner city blacks with switches.
But
And they don't want to have them having legal FRTs because then it's only one charge rather than also possession of a machine gun.
Mm-hmm.
But also, again, back to our other conversation, those judges are going to let them out again anyway.
Yeah.
So,
Well, I don't know if you know, like John Kiriakou or whatever. He was like the ex-CIA guy who like went to jail because he like was a whistleblower on like the CIA like torture thing. And he was like the only guy in the CIA to say like turn it down, so they like framed him as the guy that was like doing it or basically. And
sounds American.
yeah, super American. But anyway, he went on Joe Rogan. He went on a bunch of other podcasts. But I was like watching him on Joe Rogan. He was talking about how the system is set up. So like the average American, like the way that the laws are set up in America is the average American is committing at least 3 felonies a day, so they can get you whenever they want for whatever.
I've seen that.
And it's wild.
Yeah.
And it's like goes back to like with the black Americans that are inner city Americans is like they just want to throw as many charges on as possible just to get a thing, but they don't actually want to put them away for what the actual crime is. They just want to be like, oh, we got him on a gun charge, so gun bad.
Well, you know what's funny? So that pads their stats.
Yeah.
That pads their career.
Mm-hmm.
So they get promotions easier.
Yeah.
The funny thing is they've actually, specifically with the federal laws, especially in Chicago, I don't know how it works in other places. Chicago's local to us. So did you know that in Chicago, at least the thing that I've heard a bajillion times is the reason that so many youths have the switches and not adults is because there's no actual law saying a youth can't have a machine gun. They can't have guns, but there's no additional charge for a machine gun. You and I, that's 250 years. $250,000, 10 years.
Mm-hmm.
Boom. That's a felony charge for NFA violation. Allegedly, there's nothing like that for minors. So if they have a switch, it's just unlawful possession of a firearm.
Really?
Slap on the
Interesting.
wrist. So I'm like, well, that actually makes a lot of sense why a lot of the kids under 18, could be teenagers, have switches there, get locked up, and get released the next day because they're on bond.
The thing is, like, they don't care. They're just XP farming.
Yeah.
The-
Fucking
the-
grinding as a
the-
judge to get XP.
The judges are XP
They're doing the
farming.
camo
DA is
grind.
like,
Yeah.
I'm level 34.
Yeah, we're gonna lock up these youths, and we're just gonna get them back next week.
Here's how nerdy we're going to get here and see how nerdy you are. What class would a DA be, though?
Class as in what were we?
Oh, you're not nerdy enough.
No, I'm not.
D&D class.
Oh no, that's
Fuck,
not me,
dude.
Dude, if we had Drew here, our old guy who ran the cameras for us, he's a big D&D guy. He'd be able to tell you.
Damn.
I'm gonna shoot from the hip. Just say warlock.
I could actually see that because warlocks make a pact with a more powerful entity to get their power.
Yeah,
So DAs, they obviously only have their power because of a more powerful entity.
yeah, Beelzebub.
Or Ball.
Yeah,
I was initially thinking like a chaotic evil rogue, but I think yours might fit better.
Mhm.
So.
I was thinking warlock as well.
So you guys aren't fucking nerds. You guys like play games, but you aren't nerds.
I've never got into like D&D.
I've played a couple of times.
Yeah?
Yeah, with my brother-in-law. It's fun, but we just don't ever have the time to like sit down and do a tabletop game. It just
Yeah.
takes forever. But it is fun whenever I've done it. Luke and I are space wizard nerds.
Yeah, you guys are like the Destiny 2 type.
What's that?
Destiny,
Destiny.
Bungie.
Bungie,
Oh.
people who made Halo.
The people
So-
who ruined Halo, you mean?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, 343 did that, but
Well, if Bungie didn't give it out.
yeah, fair. Yeah, but space wizards.
Space
Uh,
wizards.
That's what I call it.
I will say, so if you're getting into PC gaming, especially a game that you can play with your friends, Baldur's Gate 3. That's your soft introduction to D&D on the computer. Very fun. Has a story that you can follow. You can beat the shit out of things if you're a fighter. You can magic the shit out of things if you're a wizard or warlock or sorcerer. That's a fun game to get into that kind of thing and see if it's your jam. Rolling a D20 to be like, all right, can I trick this motherfucker?
We actually, since Drew is his brother-in-law, our pseudo cousin, we've accepted into our group now. It was such a big into D&D. We like played with the idea of him being like the guy who sets the game up, and like we all
GM or DM.
we
Yeah.
dress up as like operators, and he sets up like a whole like
That's fun.
operator D&D type thing, but we
I've
never got
wanted-
around to it.
I've wanted to do traditional D&D, but time progressed. It's modern day, but in that world. So like they have cell phones, they have internet, but druids also have all the internet. Like you could wild shape, you can do all that kind of stuff.
They do. It's called India.
I'm like, how cool would that campaign be? That'd be
Yeah.
fucking fun. Be
Yeah.
like tier 1 operator, but like you also are a fucking like paladin or a cleric, and you have like divine smites. Like you can call down from your deity and be like, I'm going to use my one wish to do this one thing.
Yeah.
As a tier 1 operator, you're like, fuck.
My whole thing was like, could you translate that into like modern day times, like something like that? It was like,
It's like
is
calling
it the
an
guy
airstrike.
calling an airstrike or something like that?
I think you'd have those abilities regardless, because in a modern day you're going to have a government. It's not going to be as anarchist as like the D&D world is, where like it's a town who's separated from a town who's separated from a town. It's going to be a conglomerate of government that's controlled by some other entity who's being blackmailed by some other entity.
Mhm.
It's going to be some other crazy thing like that. I think airstrikes would be on the table. You'd have to. That'd be like your one thing where like you have certain things, but being able to just like change the play field, like I don't know what that would look like. I'd have to sit down and think of that as like a DM, but like I'm imagining like so magic missile. It always hits its target. You usually get 3 or sometimes more depending on what you're doing. Imagine magic magazine.
Yeah.
It just hits all the things and the people, and you're like, all right, this house is clear. I know we're good. Those all hit. Let's go.
You got aimbot mags.
Yeah,
I
I
mean,
mean,
aimbot mags.
It's like the guy from Guardians of the Galaxy with the arrow.
yes.
Yandu.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yep.
dude, that's right.
I mean, magic missile's a cool spell. I mean, it's a cantrip for most people, but like, it just always hits its target. So if you know where that target is, even if you can't really see it in some games, as long as there's a path to it, it'll always hit. Doesn't do a lot of damage, but it always hits. So being able to like be in this room right now, with door closed, and just be like, bah! It hits whoever's the enemy. You're like, got him.
Nice.
Like that's magic missile.
Bro, we gotta hook you up with Drew, dude.
Yeah. You guys can come up with like a sick game. That'd be fun. Yeah.
Yeah, he got me onto modded Skyrim, so we're playing multiplayer
Oh, boy.
Skyrim, and I've never played Skyrim before, and
Wow.
it's pretty fun. I was never that kind of kid, and he's like, dude, now that you got a PC, we can play Skyrim together. You know, get this mod, we can play Skyrim together.
That's cool. Playing multiplayer. I've
Yeah.
never played multiplayer.
So much fun, dude.
I played Skyrim the year it came out. Not any of the years it was redone, but the year it came out.
Yeah.
My thing was like when I was driving around the country for work, people have like all these like Marvel things, like, oh, I'd be Magneto and I'd move the car, and I'm like, no, Foos. Like, imagine just blowing all the cars in front of you, just fucking out of the way. Like that'd be so cool. That was my thing when I was driving around. Like Skyrim was formative, dude.
It's a fun game, dude. It's super cool. Especially with like, you know, you get like new textures and
Yeah.
lighting and stuff like that. It's such a good looking game. It's so much fun.
I've seen people getting into like Skyrim VR and all that.
Mm.
And I just got a VR headset like a couple months ago, so I'm like, wow, this opens up a lot in gaming. Like it kind of tricks your mind a little bit.
Yeah.
So I'm like, this is really cool. I'm imagining I haven't done Skyrim VR,
Yeah.
but I want to, because I'm like, imagine being in that world and like you actually have to cut down your enemies.
Yeah, VR is so fun. We haven't played in a long time, but we all have VR headsets, and
Oh yeah.
man, we do like playing golf or
Yeah.
shooting each other or whatever.
Yeah.
It's a ton of fun.
Pavlov, I'm assuming.
We've had the Quest, so
That's what I have.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so there's a game called Onward that we would play. That's a
Yeah.
fun one.
I think when we were playing Quest a lot, Pavlov, you couldn't get it.
You couldn't get it on the
those,
Quest.
so-
I mean, maybe the newer ones you can. I'm
Yeah.
not sure.
You have to do Steam Link, I think.
Mm.
Yeah, it's been a long time since we played, so I'm not sure. But
What was that Rainbow Six like one that we did?
I don't remember what it was, but that was fun. But it's just not quite, dude. I remember I bought like a 3D printed like
The rig. Yeah.
yeah, where it was like an actual like gun with like magnets and stuff that like worked. But I'm like, dude, I need like a whole AR thing for this to like really immerse me into this whole thing. But
Yeah.
maybe that'll happen in the future. That'd be sweet.
Yeah.
I
I
just
would love
remember
that.
getting so sweaty. So sweaty.
it does get hot.
Dude, I want to get into that to lose the gut again. Like I used to be so fit, and then my back issue and all this kind of stuff happened. I'm like, damn, like how do I do this again? I was like, maybe VR.
There's a lot of
Like-
people that like do like dude. I don't know if you ever did the boxing thing.
Yeah, it was the
No.
boxing game.
Dude, I threw
Yeah.
my arms out one time playing the Baka game. Dude, you just like you're like straight up throwing punches, but it's not hitting anything. So you're just like
There's no
You're
resistance.
just
so-
overextending
yeah.
every
Yes,
time.
yeah.
Like,
yeah. And there was like a football game because like I played football growing up, so like I was doing the football one, and I was just rifling stuff one day, and I'm too old to be doing stuff like that, and I like woke up the next day and my arm was like dead. I'm like, that was stupid. Why did I do that?
I will say there's one on the Quest where you scan your room and enemies just keep coming in, and you have a sword. You have to attack
Oh.
them and stuff.
Yeah.
And like however you set up your room, like you choose where the windows and the doors are and stuff.
Mhm.
I did it in my living room, which is one of our living rooms is fucking huge, but has a couch in the way. So the couch is there as whatever it is in the world. And these guys, enemies are coming around it and stuff. And I mean,
Yeah.
I'm like,
Yeah. Dude,
by the end of
wear
it,
out quick.
I can't cut down any more people. I'm like running out of breath.
You just dropped your knees like it's over.
Well, on top of that, too, my wife is like, I thought you were going to hit me so many times. And I was like, why? And she's like, I was on the couch and you were just like, in front of me.
Dude, yeah.
And I'm like, I'm so sorry.
Yeah, one of the funny things, my wife, he was the first one. He got the original quest.
Oh, boy.
And so, like, he brought it over to our mom's one day, and my wife put it on. Totally lost in the sauce. Accidentally throws an item she wasn't supposed to throw, chases after it, trips over
Oh,
something, and
no.
the living room just smacks into the wall. It's just like, all right.
Yeah, the amount of times I've like punched a wall or kicked a table or something like that moving around
Yeah.
with the VR.
I'm afraid
headset
of
on.
that, yeah.
It sucks.
I haven't done that yet, but I'm very afraid of it because when we got it, we had a Christmas tree up. And I remember swinging one of the swords, and my fists went right through the sides of the Christmas tree. And I was like, oh, that could have been bad. Like,
Dude. Yeah, back when we had our little dog, I was telling you about that could blow away in the windstorm. I had like the same like extension thing for when we were playing golf. And dude, I would have to like every now and again to like check where like the little dog was at. I was terrified of just like
Yep.
popping her right in the head when I was playing golf. I'm
Well,
like,
especially if you don't have the wrist strap on, it's dangling. So animals are like, huh?
yeah, it's just fun. Yeah. No, I was terrified of that, but luckily that never happened. Allegedly. Don't tell my wife. No, I was always so scared that was going to happen.
Cat's always been special.
Yeah. No, she was always like that. She always like walked in circles every 3 feet.
Barking at corners and stuff.
We were talking about hunting earlier. I want to tell you about my first deer that I took. It was really fun. It was really cool. As you know, during hunting season here in Wisconsin, it's fucking cold.
Mm-hmm.
I hunt way west. I can tell you exactly where.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry. But way west, Jiffless area, and it is windy as shit. It is cold as shit. Whenever I look at our weather here, I'm like, damn, it's worse there every single time. Like we're getting this winter storm. I think I can hear the wind even through these headphones right now. There is totally fucked as far as snow coming like this weekend. That's where we hunt. And as far as deer go, that's awesome because they need to move around and they need to get up and eat and stuff all the time. The first deer I took was 2 years ago. Up until that point, I've always just gotten like food from butcher and stuff like that. That way, at least it's local and it's hopefully mono cow. Maybe not a lot of cow, maybe a couple cow, but not thousands like at the store at least. But being mindful of how many animals are actually in the meat that I'm eating and more economical sources and stuff. Where I was like, all right, I'll start hunting. I wanted to start hunting a few years ago. My dad finally got me into it. I'm sitting in this stand. I mean, it's fucking cold. I have my coat. I have good stuff on. I even have a heated coat from Tidewee. Fucking press the button. I'm like, oh yeah, this is warming me up. But then my feet are cold, and I mean, my feet are just freezing.
Dude,
I have good socks on and
hands
boots
and
and everything.
toes. Hands and toes.
Bro. And like, it's been so bad. And then I see something moving. And I mean, you hear, especially my first time hunting, you hear something like, fuck, there's a deer. No, it's a squirrel. Fuck, that's a deer. No, it's a squirrel. Fuck, that's a deer. No, it's a squirrel. And then you hear something, you're like, that sounds like a squirrel. You're like, oh, that's a deer. Like, it's deer are way quieter than you expect. So I'm like, wow. And of course, I'm like, I want to make sure I have an ethical kill. I want to have a straight, good shot. I don't want to fuck up. Everyone that I'm hunting with on this property, it's private property, everyone that I'm hunting with is using bolt guns. And they've hunted since they were like teenagers. So everyone's like many years in. I'm the newbie here. I show up with a 300 Blackout, SBR, suppressed. It's a pistol technically, but that's what they see me show up with. So they're like, who's this kid? He doesn't even have a 308 rifle. Like, who's this kid?
Yeah. Planning on shooting the squirrels, Sonny?
Pretty much. And it's so funny because I I hear something coming through it, and it's super dense foliage down in the valley. And I'm in my stand. I'm looking down, and it's probably 30, 40 yards down to the valley. And it's super dense on my left side, and I can kind of see some stuff. And I'm looking through the scope just to see, looking out, looking through the scope, kind of back and forth. And like I can see brown. I know there's a deer there, but I can't see what it is. Can't see like, oh, there's a tail. Oh, there's a head. There's never an opportunity to take a clear shot. There's one opportunity. I see that there's two of them now. So I'm like, I can see that that one's a doe. Not a big doe, but like a doe. I'm going to wait. I don't know what that second one is. And then they eventually fuck off and go, oh, path that I can't see away. My dad ends up getting both of those. Bam, bam, gets them both. It was a doe and a young buck, like Spike.
Mhm.
I don't even know if he was actually counted as a buck that year. I don't remember what he registered as, but he wasn't big. And I was like, well, this day's fucked, or at least the whole area I'm looking in, because there's two gut piles down there now. Later that day, I hear some rustling up here, and I was like, that sounds like a squirrel. It's probably a deer. And sure enough, I see a deer. I mean, they're like way off behind me to my right. So I'm like, fuck, I can't turn that far. And they're making their way down the valley, and they start coming down. It was really cool. Have you seen, I have a safety that I worked with KAK. It's an AK safety for an
Oh,
AR.
I have seen that. Yeah.
It's just purest rage bait. I love it.
Isn't that the description on CAC's website too? It's
I don't know if that is on their website, but that's how I kind of came across it, was like, this is going to piss off purists. And that's okay. But, I mean, the side tangent to the hunting story, it was a cool design path, because I had to design a cam that rotated forward versus rearward.
yeah.
And the cam path is literally 32 degrees, which in a circle, 32 degrees is like their butts are touching still on the outside of that circle. So where the detents land are really, really close together. So you have to have a very well hardened intermediate spot between those two parts where the detent land.
Mm-hmm.
If it goes any more than 32 degrees, it goes way above the receiver or way below the receiver into the trigger guard. So it has to be exactly 32.
Mm-hmm.
I couldn't figure out how to get that hardening or anything like that. And it can't be printed, because it originally was going to be an open source project. It had to be metal. So it's a product now. KAK was able to help with some of the geometry to make it more machinable. And now it's an actual product. And because of that product, as I'm seeing these deer come down over this ridge, I'm like, all right, well, oh shit, I can actually see through my scope. Okay, I'm able to follow them down. There's one part where I thought I was going to be able to shoot. I was able to actually flick my safety as I'm way the fuck over here. My thumb's not even beyond the gun.
Yeah.
So I'm like, there's no way with my normal gun. I have to be like, click, and then back over, which is a lot of movement.
Yeah.
So I was able to flick the safety off over here. I didn't take the shot, but I was able to follow him down. And the deer's about 70 yards over here this way, and I recognize that one's the buck. There's a bunch of doe with him. I couldn't tell how many. I send one through him, and then like a pool ball or a pool table, they all just... Like, I'm like, holy shit, there's a lot of deer here.
Yeah.
So then I take another shot at another one. But as soon as I go to pull the trigger, your brain says pull. I'm in the middle of pull. And like, you know, when you're like that adrenaline, you're kind of in slow-mo. Like, all right, I'm all the way through it. There's the wall. It's about to break. Oh, fuck, she's going to the right now. Click. So I knew that one was going to miss. She's in a broadside run. So I'm tracking her. Got her. Okay, cool. So I got the buck and the doe he was right next to within the matter of seconds, which I was like, that's fucking cool.
Yeah.
But then I was trying to think of it. I was like, you know what's really funny? From my dad's perspective and from everyone else on the property who's using their bolt gun, what they heard was, tsh, tsh, tsh. So they're probably like, what the fuck is this guy doing?
Yeah.
3 rounds for one deer?
Yeah.
Admittedly, I used 2 rounds for one deer, but I got the buck, and I went straight through his heart. His heart was jello, so he dropped like 20 yards away from where I shot him. And the other one, the doe, ran like 20 or 30 yards up, same thing. Her heart was jello. So I was like, broadside? It's full sprint? All right, cool. So I got both of those in the heart, and that was really cool. And then on the next day, in the same spot, I decided not to be in the stand. I was just kind of sitting somewhere. He pushed... he was going around basically to see if he can watch the other side of the valley. And we're kind of doing like a little group hunt thing with everyone on the thing to get a final kill. And he ended up pushing over a small little buck to me, and I was able to get that one. And that one was right through the heart too. So I was like, fuck yeah. Like all 3 heart shots.
Yeah.
Like the thing that made it really cool, on top of those being my first deer I've ever got and filling up the freezer for my family, and the neighbor, one of the guys had a bolt gun, and from like me to the freezer out there away, missed. And then she gets up and starts walking away. Missed. So I'm like, is that the average hunter? Like,
Yeah, I would say.
I'd say probably.
Yeah, probably. They at least for the most part, some of the hunting camps I've been a part of, it's like the hunting gun goes in the safe all year and it comes out.
Yeah.
so he said he took it out to 0 and then he came out to hunt.
Yeah.
So, I mean, this is my bedside gun that I was hunting with.
Yeah, right,
so-
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, that is like the total opposite story of my first year. I was like 14.
I was double your age, dude. I was 34 when I took my first deer.
Yeah, so I was a little excited.
Yeah.
And so I was sitting by myself for the first time, and Luke and my dad were inside the woods. I was on the edge of the woods, like in front of the cornfield. This doe and fawn walked right in front of them. He didn't end up getting a shot at it. Pushed out straight to me, and like, I don't know what you did, but like, you guys must have like, it saw you or something or smelled you. Came like kind of like jogging out. 0 hunter skills inside of my body at that point. Sitting by myself for the first time, seeing a deer. I quick scoped this doe.
I just imagine you be like, fuck, there's a deer jumping off, doing a 360.
Dude, yeah.
Why black scope?
Yeah, dude. Why did yeah,
Get the camera.
I didn't
Dad, revive me, my leg.
I literally pulled up my gun so fast. Like, I didn't do it slowly at all. She saw me immediately as soon as I started moving. She started sprinting, and she's going across right to left. And I pull up my gun. As soon as I get her in my sights, I pulled the trigger. She was only, like, 30 yards away from me. I took out her front 2 legs.
Oh, no.
And she pile drives into the ground, and, like, she is still running. But, like, deer are just, like, tough as
100%
like,
adrenaline.
nails.
Yeah, they don't die
They're-
unless you kill them.
It is ridiculous, like, how,
Yeah.
like, tough they are. And she ends up going to a spot where she cleared a pine tree to my left where I couldn't get a shot off at her. And she stayed there, and she went up the cornfield a little bit. And I tried to, like, lean out, and, like, I'm like, I have to, like, finish the job.
Mhm.
And so she's laying down. She finally, like, stops. She's, like, way farther out now. I shoot again, trying to, like, lean out on my stand, like, not very safe. But I'm like, dude, I got to, like, put her down. And miss that one. She freaks out again because she's still getting shot at. She ends up standing up. Like, the first, like, it went through, like, her front, like, shoulder area and, like, the front, like, knee. So, like,
Fuck, dude.
her, like, both of her legs were broken. But somehow this deer, like, stood up. And then I ended up getting, like, my 3rd shot and putting it down. But, like, I just remember, like, after I shot the 3rd time, my dad and him come out, like, right underneath my stand. My dad looks up at me, he goes, "Stop shooting." I was like, dude, I gotta put her down. But luckily the last one was a hard shot. I just dropped her right away. But yeah, that was complete, not super ethical, but, young kid, excited. It's how it goes sometimes.
Yeah, my first year, it was there was it was my first winter here, being from Florida. So I'm sitting out in the stand. I am just completely frozen.
Miserable.
Dude, I'm a popsicle. Like, my toes hurt, my hands hurt, my face hurts, everything hurts. I'm like, I'm done, dude. I'm getting out of here. I haven't seen a deer in like a couple hours. I'm leaving, dude. I
You gotta
cannot
you
sit
gotta
out
tell
here.
him about the day before, because that was like a whole weekend thing that the whole family was up.
I honestly do not remember.
Oh, dude, this is one of the best stories about deer hunting that I've ever remember. Is like he was up here from Florida, and like we're only like this is the first day. We're only like maybe an hour and a half into the first morning. All of a sudden, I just see someone in an orange jacket and pants just going scurrying across the field back to the house.
Yeah,
I'm like, dude,
that's
I know that's Mitchell.
yeah, that's what I was saying. That's my story.
Was that the first? You're talking about the first night or the night you got a deer? Because those
That
were
was
two.
the same.
Oh, it was the same day.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was
So
that
I
morning.
so I'm leaving.
We're
just
an
call-
hour and a half
I just-
into the hunt, by
yeah.
the way.
and I'm freezing, I'm hurting. So I just leave the stand. I'm like, I'm done. I'm going back inside. So I walk all the way, out of the farm field into the house. I go warm up by the fire or whatever. I'm like, I'll go back out again. I'm warm enough. And I'm walking back through the field, and there's like just like a little herd of, doe and some small button bucks and stuff like that. And I'm like, sick. And I'm like, right for the picking, dude. They don't even see me. I'm walking through the field again. And so I'm like, sure, I got my dad's 300 Win Mag with me. And I mean, they're probably like 200 yards. And I'm like, dude, 300 Win Mag? Dude, I'll just aim at their spine and that'll be good.
Bro.
And, dude, so I lay down.
So you
I put my
gut shot
dad's
one of
bipod.
them.
I put down my dad's bipod and I just like laid right there on the ground. And now it's just like from my angle, it's just a glob of brown. There's just so many deer in this little pile. I'm like, I'm just gonna like that one, sure. I just couldn't pick one out, and it was a button buck. But dude, it was so funny because like it's this. Admittedly, not a large stature deer. It was a button buck, and that 300 Win Mag just laid him out, bro. It just was just instantly, bro. And I walked up to him. It was a good hit, but he just fell right over like a guy if
Just
I had trained.
the impact.
I'll say I've never seen a deer just stop. I've always seen him run off a little bit and then have a very flamboyant death. The third one that I got, he ran down, face planted, skid down the hill on his face, ass up in the air for like 20 seconds. And then blood pressure dropped, and then he fucking just fell down. I'm like, bro, what was that?
Dude, it's
My
wild.
I was out in the stand this fall with my cousin who also lives down in Florida, and he's up here, he's my cousin's husband technically, and they're up here on a contract for work, and he's like, dude, take me out deer hunting. I want to get my first deer. I'm like, sure, dude. So we went out, and we're up in the stand, and it's the second to last day of the season, and I was still hoping to see this buck that I've been chasing, and two doe come walking by, and I'm like, dude, just take one of them. And he's like, all right. And so they're like, I'm literally directly underneath the stand. Like they're like 10 feet out from the edge of the stand. I'm like, they just shoot right down his spine, bro, just right in the middle. And he's got his 300 Blackout pistol, and pop. Deer does not move, like a single bit. Like nothing happens. And he's like, did I get him? I'm like, I don't know, dude. I don't see a hole. But he's not moving either. I'm like, hold on, just wait. He obviously doesn't know what's going on. So just take a second, and he just keeps walking. I'm like, dude, I don't think you got him, bro. He just walked like 20 feet, like nothing. And so like, dude, just give him again, I guess. Pop, still going there. I'm like, what is wrong with your optic, bro?
Right.
Obviously, you're not hitting him. And then all of a sudden, I just hear from the deer, and then just blood just starts pouring out of his mouth like a waterfall, and then just face plant. I'm like, okay, so I guess you did get him. You just decided not to do anything about it. And then we
He's
get
like,
to him.
I'm not dying.
He had 2 holes in him. He did shoot him twice, but he just didn't move. I'm like, okay. I've never seen a deer just not react to getting shot ever.
Oh, Yeah, dude. 8.6. Yeah, with those two doe, like it was crazy. It was a crazy experience going from like my growing up gun, just 270 bolt action, like pretty. I wouldn't say it's a huge recoiling gun, but it's like
It's
decently
270.
stout.
It's like an entry level hunting rifle.
Yeah,
That's what 270 is for. Is for shooting deer.
yeah. And it's just bolt, and I mean, yeah, not suppressed. It's
Yeah.
loud, you know. Versus 8.6, there's no like it's just tink, and then the thud when it hits the deer is like actually louder than the gun, and like the reaction that they have is like you heard the thump, and then it's like jumping like super far, and then takes off. Like the first one didn't it was broadside. It actually went like I don't know, probably 40, 50 yards, but straight into the brush. Didn't make it far into the brush. The second one came straight at me, and like I feel like deer are like as soon as they hear a noise, they're running away from the
Yeah.
noise. And the second was coming straight at me, and I shot her kind of like quartering to me, but in the chest, but right at the heart area. She started running straight at me, and I'm like only maybe like 20 yards away from her. And I'm like, dude, she's gonna straight up pile drive me right now. I was like on the ground, and she went like maybe 5 yards full sprint and just
Damn.
yeah, it was nuts. But yeah, it was not a fun field dressing job, that one. But
Yeah, you never shoot down the line.
no,
I've learned.
no, it was not. It wasn't great, but like I didn't find an exit hole, so that was the crazy thing too. It was like it didn't go straight through her. So
Like zipped out some other angle.
no, there wasn't a sec. I couldn't find one.
No.
I tried looking. I think it just like there was so much like mass there and the expansion. It just like, I mean, you've seen like the FBI jail block test where it doesn't exit out of there. I'm like,
Yep.
I don't know, maybe it like stopped in her, but it makes sense. But
So
yeah,
you're a believer of the 8.6.
for the round, yeah. I mean, I like it. I mean, I have a one of one use case for it where it like was effective in a way where I got meat in my freezer.
That's like 99% of the people that would consider buying 8.6. Like, I'm gonna use it for my home to protection. No, they're not. They're gonna use it
No.
to shoot a deer.
Yeah, and I would say that's probably the best use case for it.
Yeah.
My biggest whole thing with the fix is like the fix. I mean, I'm going to do like a video on it, but it's just not a great platform, in my opinion. It's just it has too many quirks and issues with it. But as far as 8.6 goes, I think there's people questioning about the whole 1 and 3 twist.
Well, the claim that the spin is like part of how it does so much temporary damage. So I'm like,
Yeah, what do they call it? The transfer of energy is higher with the higher twist rate.
yeah.
I don't know. I'm not a ballistician. I don't really know. I just know I shot.
You don't know about ballistas.
I know about ballistas, dude. I played.
Grew up on Black Ops 2,
I
my guy.
played Black Ops 2. I know about ballistas, but
Are
ballistics.
there ballistas in Black Ops 2?
Yeah.
No, it's there's a sniper in Black Ops 2 called the Ballista.
Oh,
I know what you were talking about, but I made a Black Ops 2 joke.
Yeah, but it was effective for that real world scenario. Like if you're gonna talk about modern day combat,
I mean, if someone's not wearing plates, sorry, bud.
it's gonna it's gonna suck. I know if you get shot with, it's gonna suck.
Well, so even on the way up here, one of my buddies messaged me and he was like, "Is this the new meta?" Yeah, groin shots are the new meta. Stop going center mass. Go for groin. Because if you hit the leg on accident, they're still going to bleed out. If you hit the groin, they're going to bleed out. If you hit the plate, they're good, but they'll be knocked on their butt. Groin is where it's at.
Dude,
Pelvic girdle, dude. You hit that pelvis and they'll just sit right on their butt, dude.
I mean, there's no you can't tourniquet the groin.
Yeah.
Mhm.
So you're going out unless they have a way to actually no way that they're gonna carry a junction TQ or a junction fucking stopper in the
Mhm.
field. So you're done. Like,
Yeah, I saw someone did a video on like battle belts,
Mhm.
and they were going off of like stuff that people who are fighting in Ukraine are going off of. They're all wearing like the girdles on the front and the
Yup.
back,
Yep.
which is crazy. So yeah, modern day battles super interesting.
Just know that I wouldn't want to be in it.
No,
No.
especially not for a certain country.
Fuck any country.
Dude, it'd be hard to get me to even fight. Like, it's the whole thing we like go back to. Like, one of the things that's in our description for this channel is like we're pro America, and we're like trying to go against like the anti America value rhetoric that's been in this
Mhm.
country for recent years. But like, as far as like going to war for the country is like, I don't I'm not going to go to war for this government of
So-
America. I believe in America's ideals. I obviously love my countrymen and love the people in this
Yeah.
country. I believe and will fight for the ideals of this country and what it was founding on, but I will not go to war for the government.
So
Yeah.
America is awesome. The government is not.
Yeah.
America first for everything. That's what it should be for our country.
Yeah.
Mhm.
We shouldn't be dying for other countries in the
Mhm.
first place. So
Mhm.
for our country, hell yeah. But the government that runs our militaries is not owned by America.
Yeah.
So hell no.
Well, even the politicians, like,
Luke, pull up the Israeli
Especially.
national anthem.
well,
Bring up a fucking APAC tracker. That's the thing. The
Oh, yeah.
fucking
it's crazy. It's
Yeah.
crazy. Like, there's. Yeah,
So I hired an artist who he was like, I just want to do it for fun, but count me in. He hasn't gotten back to me yet. I have an idea for like a tarot card that's a skeleton that has to do with like tar and feather. Basically make tar and feather great again. For all these fucking APAC people. All the people who are anti-American. That.
Mhm.
Like, if you're a politician who doesn't actually stand for the people you represent, tar and feather.
Mhm.
Public, tar and feather. I don't know if most people understand what tar and feather actually does, but the tar is boiling, so it sticks to your skin. You can't remove it until you die.
Yeah.
Good fucking luck, bud.
Mhm.
You shouldn't have betrayed our country.
Yeah.
Mhm.
So, tar and feather, every single politician that has betrayed our country and taken money from APAC.
Yeah.
That's what it
It-
is.
Easy.
Yeah. I'm totally count me in for sure. The fact that any foreign government, it doesn't even, you can talk about, the racial, whatever you want to call it for a certain individual. I don't believe that any country, doesn't matter who it is, that's not America. You shouldn't have that amount of control or any control.
Lobbying in general is kind of fucked.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But imagine, like, a politician taking money from Zimbabwe. Like,
At this point, it would go hard.
I would just be like,
You mean Rhodesia?
what? Bingo, buddy.
I was gonna
Fucking
say that too.
bingo, buddy.
If we get a guy who's just like Rhodesia everything, I'd be like, dude, do it.
So there's a dude that I'm working with for gear, Sable Defense. He's basically told me whatever camo I come up with, we're good to go. And I'm like, so you're telling me that I need to come up with like a Rhodesian cat camo? Because I want cat camo.
Mm.
That would be fucking sweet. So that's what I'm hoping to work on soon.
Dude, Rhodesian's sweet. Rhodesian tiger stripe goes so
But
hard.
imagine all those stripes being kitties laying down, loafed out. That's cute as shit.
Dude, I'm on board with this, bro. That's awesome.
You probably get me to buy in on anything Rhodesian.
Is it gonna be the same color palette, or is it gonna be
yeah.
something fun?
Well, so the one I drew up already, which I don't know if it'll go anywhere, but the one I drew up already, on one of my mags, I painted it one color, and then I spray the fingers, and I have like a glove on, and I just flick at it. and it looks really cool. It's like a Flecktarn, but like more multicam and Midwest colors. So like there's some orange in it still for Flecktarn. It's more like Midwest colors, but still has some tan and like light tan in it, kind of like multicam. It's kind of like a middle of those. And I was like, this is what I need to do the cat thing on. And then I kind of moved over to the like Rhodesian stuff, Flecktarn, kind of in that area between the two. I really like Flecktarn. So I'm always between something and Flecktarn. That's kind of what I want to do. But find a way to incorporate cats.
Yeah.
Because I like cats.
I think the
Okay,
multicam tropic color palette is the greatest for Midwest.
I
All
am
of my
a
stuff is
multicam tropic lover. And then I found Prescott. Or is it Prescott? Starts with a P. I don't know. There's an ammo. I think it's Prescott. Starts with a P. But they have a whole bunch of camos that work really well. I found multicam tropic, and I'm like, oh, that fucking goes hard.
Yeah.
Put it in Armor 3. And that was like my jam for a long time. And then I found this other camo that actually uses those colors. And it works really well in our environment. Fuck.
Yeah, dude. I'm a big believer in multicam tropic. It's my favorite camo pattern.
Isn't it funny how tropic works good in the Midwest?
Dude, it's so awesome.
It is funny.
Yeah.
It is funny.
My sling up there, I tried to make my spray paint my rifle similar to it, but yeah.
How'd you do the stenciling?
My wife has a Cricut. My wife has a Cricut, and I pulled some pictures off of the internet and put them into the Cricut design space and cut them out. And then I just went with the smaller stencils first, and then moved up in size as the colors went in.
I took the Flecktarn colors and just kind of fucking freeballed it with some Walmart spray paint and some
Q-tips.
sponges.
Mm.
Turned out. Looks
Yeah.
pretty good.
That's sweet.
It actually, I mean, that's the gun I hunt with, and I was like,
Hmm.
looks pretty good.
You can do pretty decent Flecktarn with Q-tips,
Yeah.
too.
Hmm.
Yeah. Well, guys, you want to wrap it there?
Before we wrap it, I forgot to do this. I was gonna do this at the beginning of the episode. I know you're a vodka and a Jameson guy.
Oh, boy.
But I was at the liquor store. I'm a big bourbon guy, so
Okay.
I have no idea if that's good or not, but it looked fancy, and I was like,
Booker's Uncut, Unfiltered, Small Batch Bourbon Collection. Well, thank you.
I have no idea if it's good or not. I was like, that looks fancy, and comes in a cool box.
It sure fucking does. Look at that. Yeah, this looks good.
So yeah, you have to let us know how you like it. But
Well, thank
yeah,
you.
it's just bourbon. But
Yeah, I'll mix it up real good.
unfortunately, we don't have merch. So I was like,
You're not sponsored by SIG?
Well,
I did make that joke once.
we might soon. Mitchell just got a SIG, so definitely.
Okay, before we wrap, what's your EDC? What do you carry
Glock.
pointed at your dick?
Oh, we're to
Glock
the
17 Gen 6.
Okay. AIWB?
Yeah.
Okay.
point. I got. The,
Do we have to know the holster, too?
No.
Okay.
43X up there.
Okay. Here's a funny story. So I loved the P320. I was able to hit we would put chalk out as the sticks of chalk.
Yeah.
Like that's our target. I carried a 19 for years for work.
Mhm.
I mean, I could hit it every now and then, but I couldn't hit it every time. P320, every time. And I was like, I didn't train with that thing, but I could hit that fucking chalk thing with the P320. I was like, this gun's fast and accurate for me. This is fucking cool. And then all the controversy started. And I think what it is the frame flexes enough. It doesn't matter all the bullshit that everyone else is talking about, like, oh, if you pull the trigger a little bit. It has a double sear. So, yeah, if you pull the trigger halfway, of course, it overcomes the first sear.
Mm-hmm.
I think if you flex the grip down far enough, the slide is still stationary. So it will release the parts that are attached to the frame. So, yeah, it's inherently an unsafe situation.
Mm-hmm.
The P365 doesn't use that same system. So I use the 365 macro.
Mm-hmm.
Used to carry it pointed at my dick every day. But then because of my back injury, now I have a bag from Savior coming. So I'm going to be one of those weirdos with a fucking cross-sling bag thing.
My buddy does that.
Dude.
It's not that bad.
it sucks that I have to do that, but I am actually very excited because it's a way easier way to carry meds rather than like a tourniquet and like a Band-Aid in my pocket,
Yeah.
like and carry actual meds here.
Yeah.
So I'm excited to do that. What's your EDC?
He actually had a 320.
I did.
He
I
did
That's
used
what
to
I
be a
started with.
cigger.
And then you lost your dick.
Yeah,
No.
cue the sad Sarah McLaughlin music.
No, I recently switched to CZP01 Omega.
Nice.
But you guys did do the thing with the slide, didn't you guys?
Yeah,
we
so
tested it.
you depress the trigger a little bit and you shake the slide and it drops.
See, that's the funniest thing when people are like, if you press the trigger a little bit. Uh-huh. The thing that releases the striker, it releases the striker if you pull it and do something.
Yeah.
That's the funniest thing with like the SIG stuff is like if you pull the trigger halfway and then if you pull the trigger halfway, it should be able to go off. You're defeating one of the things.
Yeah.
One of the safeties is pulling the trigger, sir. Like, it's so funny.
Yeah.
I think what did we do? We just there was it was the same thing with like putting like just to move it, just to depress it a little bit to get it off of being all the way out. We put something up there and you just press the slide down and it will go.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
it was
because
weird.
the striker's like already pulled back.
Isn't the PO1? Oh, the PO1's the striker, not the hammer.
The PO1, the CZP01 is a hammer.
Hammer, yeah.
Oh, we're talking about.
We're
We're
talking
talking
about
about the
SIG.
SIG.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I was
But
like, holy shit, CZ needs to
No,
cover their ass
no.
real quick.
Yeah, dude, that'd be crazy if a hammer
Yeah,
fire
I'm like,
gun-
holy shit.
You move it back a little bit, the thing's already going. Yeah. No, did you see that SIG's their new one, their new 365?
No.
Oh, did that release today?
I don't know, but it's allegedly coming.
What is it?
It's essentially a 320, just
Not like
It's basically a 320 with a 365 trigger pack, essentially.
yeah.
Is that what I'm getting?
yeah, pretty much.
That makes sense, honestly, for SIG to just, because we've seen it coming, they've just increased the size of the 365 more and more as time goes on.
Yeah.
I think
Yeah.
they're going to use that to phase out.
so.
the
That's my thing
320.
is my wife says I have Shrek hands and full size guns are what I fit. I carried a Walther P99 full size with a weapon light before this.
Yeah.
You can't carry that pointed at your dick. It's just too big. Like, it's a big gun. It's honestly the best striker fired gun I've ever used. It is the best trigger because it's single and double action. That's a side tangent though. But the Walther P99 was huge, so I switched to the P365 so I could point it at my dick. And yeah, that was like the only gun that I could actually fit my whole hand on the grip and not have a huge fucking barrel in my pants.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, the 43X is a similar size, but that is if you like Glocks.
my best bud runs a 43X and loves it, and he has all the upgrades for the steel mags and all that stuff, which apparently he was like, Glock released normal mags for 15 rounds. I was
Yeah,
like,
they literally just did like a couple days ago.
like, great, you're still 2 rounds below me, but that's fun.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm excited for the same company that makes that originally made the steel mags for
Stealth
the
arms?
43.
Shield arms.
Shield arms.
Shield arms.
They're coming out with like the full size, like 19 and 17. So they're like,
Metguard has already,
yeah, yeah.
but I think it's a little bit different. I think the Glock 19 ones have 18 rounds, but it's like a little bit of an extension on it. So it's basically like having a regular mag with an extension. So I don't know if that really counts a whole lot.
I mean,
But it's not like a big extension, though.
yeah, if it's close to flush, I mean,
Yeah.
it's still pretty cool. I mean, it's +3 across the board.
Yeah. So I have the 43X, a ported 43X for my summer carry when I'm wearing like basketball shorts and stuff like that. And then the 17 Gen 6 for when I'm wearing a hoodie.
Same year round. I don't change my shit.
Yeah, I'm
Unless it's a PDW or SBR.
Yep, unless you got your 300
If I'm going to the hood, I'm breaking the SBR.
Oh, dude, I don't go out much these days,
No.
especially not with my kids.
Yeah, dude. Literally, the week that I had my child, I messaged my my contract guy, and I was like, "I'm done contracting. No more. Sorry. Like,
Yeah.
not worth it." I'm like,
Mm.
for this little baby, this beautiful little girl, to have to grow up in a world without a father potentially. No, not
No.
happening.
Yeah.
Done.
And you also, your wife is farther along than mine is on her third, but you're about to have your first one, so
Yeah, I've been glancing at my phone all night because she could pop at any moment.
Bruh.
yeah.
Fuck yeah, that's awesome.
I
Yeah.
told her, I said, please don't do it tonight.
That would make for great content though if you
Yeah,
had
it
to
would.
like skedaddle out of here, especially during the middle of our little speech there. That would have been sick, but you should have just faked it.
Yeah, no. False
Dude,
alarm. Sorry.
Yeah.
I'm so excited for you too. It's gonna be so cool.
Yeah. Yeah. It is super. Yeah. You'll feel it as soon as it happens. It's can't really put it into words, but life changing.
Boy or girl?
Boy. Yep.
Cool shit.
Yep. Yeah, and getting ready for one too.
September.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
Nice.
I'm having my first too.
well, I didn't. Yeah,
Boy or
you
girl?
didn't announce it on the show yet, so that's why I didn't.
Beep, beep,
Oh,
beep,
really?
beep.
Yeah,
Oh,
there you
yeah.
go, there you
Yeah,
go.
I'm
Yeah,
having a
not-
kid, guys.
Yeah.
He's pregnant.
My wife. Yeah, I'm having a kid.
Yeah.
Doing it all on my own.
Yeah.
We're very pro trans here, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
My wife's at home, probably gagging or something right now because she's got terrible pregnancy sickness. So
Damn.
First
That's
trimester,
crazy how
man.
it works with everyone else. Yeah, the first sucks.
Yeah.
yeah,
And
it's
then
been
afterwards,
rough.
you can be like, damn, you look good. What the fuck?
Mhm.
You'd be like, your nails look good, your hair looks good, your skin looks good.
Dude, it was crazy. Like my sister, after she had her baby, dude, she grew like a foot on her hair.
Yep.
It was crazy. I'm like, dang. She's like, yeah, it's the pregnancy hormones. I'm like, that's wild.
Especially if they're taking
You-
those prenatals.
I'm like,
That
dude,
shit's
you
good.
grew like a whole foot on your hair.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Make sure that she's eating a lot, though, because like if they don't eat a lot, that was one of the things that we learned was the baby will take that nutrients, whether the mom has it or not. So if
Mhm.
mom doesn't have it, it comes from her bones. Like there's actually a thing where moms will lose teeth if they don't eat
Whoa.
enough and get enough nutrients or take prenatals and stuff. They'll lose their teeth during pregnancy
Dang.
because the baby takes it regardless.
Mhm.
So
Yeah.
Yeah.
those prenatal vitamins and making sure that chick is eating
Mhm.
meat and vegetables is
Mhm.
important.
Mm.
Carbs don't matter.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Very exciting.
Well,
Well,
guys, let's wrap it
Ethan.
there.
thank you for coming on. It was super fun. We went longer than expected, so
Yeah,
I
we
really,
did,
I really
jeez.
hope
Yeah.
it's not too late for you, dude. I'm
Yeah.
sorry.
No, it's all good. This has been a great time. Hope I
Yeah,
can come
no,
back
it was
sometime.
fun.
Really
Yeah, we
appreciate
learned
you
a
coming
lot.
out
It was
and
awesome.
spending time with us. Yeah,
Next
super
time
cool.
we'll get more into the 3D printing stuff. We'll deep
Yeah.
dive if you guys want. So
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm definitely gonna look up some more stuff and try to see what I can figure out. But
yeah,
yeah,
Why don't you shout yourself out where people can find you, where people can support you, give you some love?
sure. So if you guys want to support me, visit middletonmade.com. That's where you can shop. There's kits, there's merch, there's parts. There's of course you can donate through like PayPal and stuff, but I'd rather earn your money than take your money. If you want to learn about 3D printing or learn about DIY guns, I can give you all the references to all the cool places, all the cool groups. Just send me a DM, Middleton_Made, and on Instagram. Of course, we're shadow banned, so you have to use the underscore, otherwise that won't show up. So, yeah, just find me Middleton Made and start learning how to 3D print or DIY your own guns and take your 2-way back.
yeah, and we'll put all the links in the description and everything. So we'll try to make it easy for you to find them. So
Can't stop the signal.
Yeah, and if you screw up your print and it's completely because you didn't read the README, please reach out to Middleton Made. He will help you figure
I
out your
love
issue.
people who use fluorescent filament
Yeah.
specifically.
Yeah. One thing we do at the end, we do wise words. So you got any wise words?
You know, my favorite quote comes from a song, and it's every new beginning comes from some other beginning's end. If you apply that to whatever situation you got going in your life, You get a weird breakup. You got this weird situation at work. You got whatever going on. Whatever end is coming from it, every new beginning comes from some other beginning's end. So, yeah.
I like it.
Good stuff, man.
Luke?
There's
Luke, you might
always-
get one-upped here because Luke's always the one,
Yeah.
the deep thinker
No,
on this show.
that one was good. That was good. I think there's always something worth fighting for. You have to figure out what that is. And don't let anyone else tell you what that is.
Mine right now is Taco Tuesday.
Mine is have kids, have lots of them. Don't let the
Dang it.
Indians outbreed you.
Dang it.
100%, bro.
Now I gotta come up on the spot.
Whoops.
Reach out to new people. I'm mostly an introvert, and that is counterproductive to this show and everything I do outside of work. But yeah, reach out, make friends, and start a community. And that was probably the deepest thing I think I've ever said on the
All I
show.
heard you say was homeschool your kids. That's what I heard.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, do
Besides,
that too.
yeah, don't expose your children to diversity. That's what I should have said. Yeah. Well, yeah. Thanks. We'll see you next week, and thanks for joining us. Peace.
Awesome.
See ya.